this, not the other side.
Right.
Derek says, me dog, Scooby, is barking again. Rot.
Right. I like that. That is good.
Oh, good boy, Scoob. Oh, Derek. I needed that. Thank you, Derek.
Right, Paris? Where are you, Paris?
Oh, fuck. Oh,
look at the kitty. Look at the kitty. Oh, God.
What the fuck is that?
Look at the kitty. Oh, my God. Forget about the bad guy. I don't care about our grade. Look at the kitties.
Oh.
My partners are saying, oh, my God, this is our future. Oh, God. Oh, well. Anyways.
Right, fuck. Right, stop. I've got to stop it there.
Is Kimmy? You know something, Kimmy? I think you're right because Kimmy says I have early onset dementia. I maybe do, because I'm starting to redo my what do you call it? My shows, and I said, I have that diction. I have those words. Why can't I remember these damn words? I probably do. You guys is probably seeing my decline here, my early decline.
No, never.
Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. Here's the rant. There's the rant for the girl. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. All right. How you like that? How you like that for dementia, you little fuck? Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry, Dylan. I got you struck, but fuck it. How you like that? Where's Alexa? Where's the birthday girl? That's right, Kimmy. Go fuck yourself. Early dementia.
I don't even know what's going on, but I'll catch up, I'm sure.
She's in there.
Do you know her?
No.
Oh, she's trolling.
Early onset of dementia. And I don't think she was kidding either.
Oh, if you're not kidding, fuck off, Kimmy. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, they used to wear these tight old thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, these two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet, and I can't wait to go to meet these two Speedos pro. See you in Boston, boys.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is.
He burped. Hang on. Let's go back. He burped. Oh, that's funny. That's a nightmare. That's a nightmare for anyone. That'd be my nightmare to, fart or burp or something. He just burped. Oh, how fucking childish am I? Oh.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes.
If you don't find that funny, I can't help you. That's hilarious. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Go back and watch it again.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes.
Oh, what a poor guy. Oh Oh, poor guy. Let's go back again. Hey, Katie Santos in the house. Oh, Katie, watch it. He burps. Hang on.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
What's going through his head right now? What's going through his head right now? He just burped. He must be so embarrassed. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, I think that's hilarious. I think that's hilarious, everybody. He just fucking burps. That's just a fucking nightmare. Anyway, so Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. Sarah P. Sarah P. Sarah P. 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 Sarah P. Sarah P. Sarah P. is lovely. Erin Hartree drives a bus. Yellow bus. Yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long. Looby, Looby, Loo, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Looby, Looby, Loo, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Spot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. How are you? So I'm just making this up. Before we go any further, please, we'll take a moment of silence for those who lost their lives in 11th of September 2001. Let's not forget those people. So we'll just take a moment of silence right there. Okay, now we're back to it. Much respect to them. Hey, hello everybody. How are we? Robin G. Hey, she's back on top. The way you want to be, Robin. Back on top. There you go, my darling. Kelly, how are you? Always one of the first few here, Kelly. How are you, my darling? Carol, how are you? How is Elle and Emma? Good morning, girls. Nieces, my little nieces. How are you, my darlings? Disney Queen. Sue, good morning. How there you go. Working again today. That's not good, is it? That's not good, is it? Oh, jeepers. Hope you have a great day as well, Sue, my darling. Sassy bartender, hello, Sass. Let's not forget what day. There you go. It is, yes. Yeah, Trucker. Good morning, Dylan. Hope you're doing well. I'm very well, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for your message last night, and yeah, thank you for always being here. Elsie, good morning to you, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well. Lisa Reed, hello, Dylan. Good morning, chat. Hello, Lisa. Hey, by the way, I love the crop tops. Obviously, you know what I'm going to say. We need a picture of you in the crop tops, obviously. Let's be honest. We need pictures of you in that crop top, Lisa Reed. Post them privately, or publicly, whatever you want. Can't wait to see them. I would say I'm joking, but I'm not. But but they look great. That was smashing. That made me smile this morning. Thank you so much, Lisa. You're very creative of you. Thank you for darling. I made a disclaimer, yeah, because mofos, people get offended with the legs up in the air stuff, right? For fuck's sakes, get a fucking life. It's a fucking joke, like. I'm saying, ladies, get your legs in the air. People disgusted by it. Fuck off. Fucking hell. Jeepers. people and also announcing their departure. Piss off. I don't need to know if you're leaving. If you're leaving, piss off. The door's over there somewhere. I don't care. Just go. Jeepers, creepers, everyone. You guys are fine, but for some reason, there's some expectations of me as a host. I've got to adhere to all these things. Oh, you can't swear. You can't be insulting to women and stuff like that. You can't be sexist. You can't be... Fuck, I get my tits out all the time. Fuck. But anyway, I put a disclaimer on there so people that do come here and get offended, bye-bye. Don't bother coming into chat. And if you do come into chat and you don't like it, just go. It's fine. So that's why I did a disclaimer. Also, because I knew Dana and Tracy done one for Resist the Silence. I don't remember what they said in theirs, so I just drafted this quickly. I'll change it again. But yeah, I only want people that want to be here. If you get offended, fuck off. Greg, hello, my friend. How are you? Good morning, Dylan. Moment of silence. Done it, Greg. Done it, my brother. Disclaimer, I had to. B Harmony, hello, my darling. How are you? Go Chiefs. Dana Leonard is driving. I'm on the road right now, so I'm not seeing chat. Just want to say hello. Hello, Dana. How are you doing, my friend? Just reminder tonight, people, Dana and Tracy going live on Resisting the Silence tonight at 6:30 Eastern. They have got the best guests in the world, my favourite people in the world, the King and Queen of Canton. Dennis and Brenda Sweeney are on tonight, people. So make sure you go and watch and support our friends there over the pond. I'd say over the pond. I'm the only one on this side of the pond. But, you know, please go support Dana and Tracy and my lovely the King and Queen of Canton, Dennis and Brenda. Now, Dennis, I've not watched Brenda's speech yet. I've not watched it. I need to do that. I've had a busy morning. But, yeah, I hope it goes well tonight. And you know where I'm going to be, Dennis, tomorrow morning over breakfast watching. So I can't wait, my friend. Dana, it's a disclaimer. Good morning, Dylan. Hello to you, Deb. How are you, my darling? Shari D. Oh, shit. I forgot Shari D. Hang on. Where are you? Fuck. Where's she gone? Tits and clams, that's a Shari D. Tits and clams, that's a Shari D. Jerry, how are you, sir? Hope you're well from Venice, Florida. Hello. No Sean today, I'm afraid, sir, but you saw some clips of him. I love playing Sean's clips. Sean's a superstar. I love Sean. And we're going to get him back on pretty soon now, so don't you worry. He will be back soon enough. He's just a busy guy at the minute. He's got lots on at the minute. So, but he's always said he'll come on to this channel. He loves being here, so we'll get him on soon enough. Tracy V, hello, my darling. How are you? It is a tough day for you guys. Yeah, a tough day today. You're right. Good morning to you, Dennis. There you go. The Kimmy run makes me laugh. Hey, it's great, isn't it? It's great. Hippie chick, how are you, my darling? Hello, honey buns. Hello, Jessica Fritz. Hello. How's Lucas? What? How's Lucas and Carter doing in school? Are they enjoying? Good, good. I'm glad. That's what I try to do is make you laugh. Make everyone laugh. Hello, Christine Fortunato. How are we, my darling? How are you? I hope you're well. Hey, Christine, is everything okay with you? The doctor's okay? Hopefully the doctor's okay with you, my darling. Yes, if you want to support the channel, please. Never required, always appreciated. Buy me coffee and PayPal. They're the best methods because YouTube don't take a chunk away. YouTube takes YouTube, Apple Pay, and all them take a chunk away, about 40% odd. And these guys only take 5%. So I know. Contagious, people say. Hang on then. Thank you, everyone. I do pee my pants. Thank you very much. For fuck's sake, hippie chick, Carol. There you go. Sex bot. There you go. Good morning, Danielle. How are you, my darling? Like and subscribe, mofos. Guy, how are you? I haven't seen you for ages. How are you doing, sir? And they're playing Christmas music already. Well, you're definitely not going to like it here then. Because I love Christmas. There you go. Denise Gardner, how are you, my darling? How are you? Nice to see you, Bev. Maxie Taxi, she's so sexy. How we do, Max? Nice to see you up early. Do you piss the bed or something? Never forget. No, absolutely. I know. I've not seen Guy for ages. Viv, how are you, my darling? Oh my God, I think you need a tenor pad in your pants after all that laughing. Listening and napping for the next 2 hours. There you go, Mexi. There you go. I know. I'm in your dreams all the time anyway, so it makes no difference. Good morning to you, Karen Powers. How are you, my darling? Lisa Reed thinks I'm joking. Hey, just send them to me DM. It's fine. I am joking, but I would love to see him. Louie Lou, how are you? I need that giggle to say happy days. That's what I'm trying to do, people. Try to make you all laugh, you know? Try to make you all laugh, people. People so sensitive, they are. Exactly. Yeah, piss off. Fuck them. And it's not announce it when you go, mofo. To announce, yeah, do not announce. Please do not announce. I've had 2 people announce now. And Potty Mouth sorted one of them out, told them to fuck off. Oh, no, I know. Piss off. Fuck them. I know. I will be survive spring into my mind. Oh, now go walk out the. I will survive. Oh, now go. Walk out the door. Don't turn around now, because you're not welcome anymore. There you go. I love it. Women can be as bad as men. We all love that. Yeah, I don't get it. Okay, I get people get offended when I say the whole legs up in your ear, but fuck me. Come on. Jeepers, please fuck me. I'm joking. I'm joking before anyone takes offense. Fucking hell. There you go. The door. Yeah, I'm always trying to add clips. Be harmony. There you go, my darling. Hey, Dana. Yay. Brenda rocked it. I'm sure she did. She's amazing. I always say, how did Dennis do it? You know, oh, Dennis Sweeney. All right, okay, you won't answer this, but next time you're on the show, I need to answer for this. Why have you got a horse in your front garden? People were asking yesterday. They loved your garden and the front, and they were asking, how have you got a horse in your front garden? Here you go. Watch Dane and Dennis, the Speedos and their lovelies tonight. Yes. So obviously we're not tuning in for Dane and Dennis. We're tuning in for Brenda and Tracy, obviously. But we still have to watch Dane and Dennis, though. So there you go. Hello, Sharon. How are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you. To see you, nice. Hope you're well, my darling. Yeah, I only did it literally before we started, so I need to redo it. I will redo it. Hello, Lady Di. How are you, my darling? This way up. Hello to you. How are you? Thanks for being here, everybody. Gary, how are you, fella? Hack. I think we've gone through everybody here. Right. Hey, just sneak peeks, right? Sneak peeks because you're all early here. Just had my first dirty look at my kids' new school and my free Karen Reed sweatshirt. They better get ready, drop off, and pick up. It's until the summer. There you go. Happy days, Gary. Hey, Mark, how we doing, fella? How are you, Christine? How are you? How's your health, Christine? Right, sneak peek. So I'm doing new merch. I am, right? I'm transferring stuff over. So this is my Karen Reed merch. What do you think of this, right? It's not very clear, but it'll do. So free Karen Reed. And what I've done is, I'm not sure if you can see, but the alternate corner is in the hand. The logo. Can you see that? It's not clear, but it's in the hand. If you can see that. It's in the hand. Free Karen Reed. So I thought that was cool to put the logo in there. So it comes in different. I'll put in hoodies and stuff as well. Viv, I have no idea, my darling. I have no idea. Hopefully somebody can help you in chat. Thank you, Elsie. Thank you, Hippie Chick. Thank you, Carol. Right, and obviously that's one I had anyway, but it was just a logo. Now I've just done it bigger because I know you ladies like it bigger. I wanted one for a long time, and my honey had it delivered from my birthday, and then a baby came after. Love it. There you go. There you go, Dennis. You are so lucky to have Brenda. You are so. I mean, Brenda's also lucky to have you. You're both gorgeous. Happy days. I'm glad you like it. As I say, the logo is in the hand. It comes in different colors, but I've just ordered one now. Does anyone know how to add a photo as well, people, for Viv? Because I don't. I love that. I love you. Hi everyone. And someone said, "Oh, I saw her on," and I said, "Go check out Boy for the Truth." There you go. Yes. There you go. Probably should be YouTube account. There you go. Go to the top right corner and click on the circle with your name on it. There you go. And this is the next one, right? I hope you all like this one as well. I hope you understand what this one is. I hope you understand what this one is. Let's see if you all understand what this one is. I hope that you do understand it. Because I'm trying to keep it a bit PG. Do you get what it is? And she's very lucky to have you as well, Dennis. As I play, you probably both are the nicest people I have ever met, Dennis. You and Brenda, you are wonderful people. I need to tits and clams. You got it. You got it. Looby Loo got it. I'm not sure if Americans will get it. No, yeah, you see, some do get it, some don't get it. So for us, this is a blue tit. So tits and clams. A blue tit, tits and clams. Doreen, my darling, how are you? Brenda did great at the SB meeting, and Wade Hunter will provide you. Yeah, I've heard about Wade Hunter as well. He's on with Turtle Boy tonight, I believe. Wade Hunter is. So some are saying tots, tits and clams, chicks and clams. I get it. I looked at it and said bird and clams. Yeah, I know. Bird and you see? I knew some people might not get it. Isn't bird a tit mouse? Yeah, it's a blue tit. But as Gary says, no one wants a blue tit. It'll be on the merch store. It's not there yet, Christine. It'll be there next week. It'll be there next week. So it's because I'm trying to keep it PG and a bit of an inside joke. It's a tit, blue tit. So tits, and clams. Tits and clams. So yeah, damn. Because originally I had a picture of a tit. I actually had a full-on tit with a nipple on it, but I was like, no, I can't do that. So it's going to be in there, and I know it's not going to sell. Hello, Baseball Dad. How are you, sir? Nice to see you from Indiana. Nice to see you, sir. Lovely to see you pop in as always. Does like a fit. Yeah. I know you buy everything. I'm going to do a special one for you as well. Just a bus one for you. I might do a one of one just for you. I'll send it to you. What if you do a tit with a hand holding? It was quite discreet, but I'm trying to do it so that this won't go down well. Then fine. He calls birds tits. There you go. So he'll get it. Tits and clams. Well, I bought one for myself. I'm gonna wear it. It's gonna be in the merch store. It probably is not gonna do well because people will know what it is. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I can change it. Denise loves it. Or if you do a tit with a handle, yeah. I try to do it PG. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to do as PG as possible. There you go, Viv. Hey, beautiful Viv. Look at you, looking beautiful there. Here, who's this? I know. I did look at stuff like that, but I just thought play on words. I just didn't think I didn't think about Americans. I didn't think about Americans. For us, it's you get it. Lou got it straight away. Tits and clams. Tits and clams got it straight away. I'm gonna put it up anyway. I'll put it up and I'll do other stuff. There's other stuff that'll be going up as well. So, but I'm glad that you all like this one. I'm glad that you all like this one because I have this one, but as a logo with El Chappie and El like this one with El Jefe and El Chappie. But I wanted to do one. Yeah. So this is the British one, which I think is a bit longer. The British site, I found it quite hard to get one for. That one, I think it's in the back, Shari. I think it's in the back. This one is here. The Tits and Clam one, I think, is in the back. I think. Morning, Terzia. How are you, my darling? Those Welsh Street Americans come last. I always, do you know what? You Americans are easier to make merch for normally because there's so many stores. The us UK ones is a fucking nightmare. Dancing Queen. Something preem. Right. Yeah, there you go. It's supposed to be. Do you know what I mean? Because that's what it's supposed to be. You know, it's supposed to be a conversation starter. Clam your tits. Yeah, I do. I don't always have it, but I normally have it. Sometimes I just have it in back, or you know, I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to get it on because it doesn't fit on the t-shirt, so it's hard because you only get a small box. Hey, we all love a small box. You only get a certain size box. Do you know what I mean? So happy days. I'm too old to be beautiful. Everyone's beautiful here, Viv. You look beautiful to me anyway. 69 last month. There you go. We all like a 69. There you go, Viv. But welcome, my darling. No, and you're never too old to be beautiful in my eyes, anyway. It's hard to get it on. That's what she said. Look, it reminds me of tits, so I get you get it. Hey, Dana, you got it. Right. Let me close this then. How do I get this off? Fuck, do you know? I forgot how to get stuff off. Oh, it's off. I was looking at the wrong. I was like, how do I get this off the screen? I had a t-shirt. How do I get off the screen? I was like, I don't know how to get this. How do I not know how to get this off the screen? But it's on the other screen. My mind's gone. It's hard to get it on, and then a small box, and now 69 in a couple of breaths. I try my best. I'm trying to weed out people that get offended. I'm trying to weed them out, you know, early. We all like a box, a very small box in the morning. We all love a box, a very small box in the morning. Boxes come in a variety of size, but we prefer the small to mediums. If it's too large, we'll still buy it. We all love a box, a small to medium box in the mornings. If it's too extra large, we'll still buy it in the mornings. Boomer's gonna boom. Oh, Jessica, that's what happens when you host is a sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Hi, Viv. Turned 69 also last month. There you go, B Harmony. The 90s. There you go. What's in the box? Treats. Lots of treats. Curtains. Pink ones. You've ruined me. I sing your songs all day. Sorry. Oh, sorry, Mark. Good point there. 69 ready to mingle. Love the banter. It's just my type of humor. There you go. Happy days. Wait till Bill comes in, Viv. If you like that kind of stuff, you know, Bill will be all over you. Don't you worry. Bill loves it. Hello, Carol, sweetie. Dylan, did you get my? No, I need to look at it. You've sent it to my other Twitter account. You sent it to my channel Twitter account, not my personal one. So I will go look at it. I forgot to go look at it, my darling. I know what it's roughly about. And when I come to Boston, I know what it's roughly about. But I need to go in the channel to look at it because I've got two accounts, a channel account and my account. How are you? Roast beef, you got it. That's what's in the box. Roast beef curtains. Comes in all different sizes. Hey, Erin Hack, Jessica, what's in the box? Toys, yes. Hey, Terzia. Mark Cunningham, you're going to be walking around singing sex, but. And that's your fault, Lisa Reed. You made me do that, Lisa Reed. Hi, Carol and Erin. Hey, Gary. Good morning. I am good. Hope to hear some of you on your side. There you go. Right. There you go. Look at all this friendly people. I love it. Right, let me just have a look to see if court should be live. Doesn't mean it will be live though. No, upcoming. Boom. But I can load it ready though. Oh, 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 oh. There you go. What does your husband be like? Your husband be like, hey, if you bring your husband to Boston to meet us, I'll be telling him. I'll be like, hey, he'd be like, what's this Xbox song? I'll be like, hey, your wife, she made me sing it. She made me sing it. And she's sending me crop tops and all sorts, Mr. Reed. You probably love it. Right, I'm confused what I'm doing here. This is the one I want. This is the one I want. The one I want. Oh, you've seen Bill. You've seen him, have you? No worries, Erin. Good morning, beautiful people coming in. There you go. This is exactly why you remind me of Sarah P. This is what she used to do. Carol headed to high school. Seen a little bit with a small bus. Careful with a bus. With a yellow bus in the country. Right, so we are ready. So just a reminder that this is scheduled to be done pretty soon. The prosecution, if they don't rest today, they got 15 witnesses left. If they don't rest today, they will be resting tomorrow. It sounds like it'll be tomorrow, and it sounds like the defense will need one full day. And then one full day, which will take him into mid-Friday. But if she testifies, it'll probably be all day Friday, and then closing arguments either on Friday. Maybe this is done by Friday. If not, it'll be Monday. So, and then Carly Gregg starts. That's all sorts. Good morning, Elsie. I'm on the way to work, but what, Carly? I'm watching that lunch break today. I'm going to watch half of it today, half tomorrow. Is what we're doing, Lady Di. We're going to watch that today. Right, if you watched it, no spoilers in chat, please. No spoilers in chat. We're going to post it live at lunchtime today. So at least some people here can explain it to us if we get lost. How long have I got? You got month, but I don't. It says you don't have one, but it doesn't matter. It's all good. B Harmony. Good morning, Indigo. Now, Indigo, not seen you for I think months. I hope you're well, Indigo. Not seen you, Indigo Luna. As you guys are aware, we got two Lunas. We got Indigo Luna here now, and we got obviously the OnlyFans Luna as well. So OnlyFans Luna was here last week, and this is Indigo Luna. I've not seen Indigo Luna for months and months and months and months and months. Hope you're doing well, Indigo. You just missed Erin Hack. She'll be back now. She's just taking the child to school. I've only watched half. There you go. Well, I'm going to watch the first half today and the second half tomorrow because it's like 2 hours, I think. Good morning, Terzia. Good morning. There you go. Oh, hope you feel better, my darling. Oh, there you go. Erin Hack's here. Hope you're getting better. There you go. Hope you're feeling better, my darling. I didn't know you were sick. Sorry. So yeah, odds on this could be done by Friday. Where is this? Florida. Oh, so fuck. They can deliberate all night. All night long. All night. All night. All night long. All night. All night. So they could deliberate all night long. Or come back Monday. We will see. Oh, Robin G. Robin, you've given loads out, Robin. Thank you so much, my darling. You've given loads of gifted memberships out recently. Congratulations to Tina T, to Tracy Murray. Tracy Murray got one. Gen X, Steph, and MG. Congratulations to all of you. Chuffed to bits that Tracy Murray got one. And also, thank you to everyone that do you know what? It's surprising. I know we say, oh, it's a shame it doesn't go to all the people in chat, but there's been people that have come into chat to say thank you. There's been people on the channel going, thank you so much for the memberships and stuff. So it's actually really engaged a few people. So thanks to people like you, Robin, obviously, Donna Graves, Disney Queen, Ashari, everyone that's always donated. So, and yesterday, loads of you donated. I think we donated like 70 fucking memberships yesterday. Sarah P did it, everyone did. So thank you so much, everyone. It means the world. Thank you so much. And I'm glad that Tracy Murray got one and Dana didn't. I'm super chuffed about that. I'm joking, Dana. No worries at all. White Paint, hello to you, my friend. How are you? Nice to see you. Got hacked on? No. I'm sorry to hear that. Sassy. Bill gave, yeah, do you know, so Bill gave 500 last month. I don't have the heart to tell him. I think I got, how much did I get? I think I got like 270 of that, and YouTube and Apple Pay and everything got the rest of it. So I don't mention that to him because he does not like YouTube taking any kind of percentage. So I don't tell him that they take such a large chunk from it. So yeah, I got about, I think it was 280 or something like that. I got $280 of that I got, which is, fucking amazing for me. But you won't be happy to hear YouTube and Apple Pay took the rest. Sorry to hear that, Sassy. Yeah, it's just a pain in the ass. It's just like Erin Hack, really, isn't it? It wasn't me. Shaggy, it wasn't me. Despite the name. There you go. Right, we'll just wait for this to start then. I've got it. It's live. It's supposed to start 13:30. Let me just make sure that I've got. For you Americans, buy me coffee probably. Because PayPal, you have to pay something. So buy me, like you always do, P Harmony. That's the best way. But buy me coffee or PayPal. But I think you got to pay a charge for PayPal. So buy me coffee. I think I get 94% of it. 94. PayPal takes 5% and Stripe takes 1%. So yeah. I get those as well. I never know to take them seriously or not. 3 times in 26 years. Oh no. I've had a few times. Lisa, you know me well. There you go. But I mean, buying coffee or PayPal. But yeah, but as you figured out, Carol, that if you're American outside the country to UK, there's a bigger charge or something, isn't there? Or something. I don't know what the charge is, so. Hey, Jen-O! How are you, Jen-O? Let's go, Jen-O. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. I've not seen Jen-O. Poof. I don't know when I last saw Jen-O. Current retrial? Think so? Karen Reed? I don't think or maybe you've been back since that. I don't remember, but it seems ages since I last saw you. Jen-O! Nice to see you, my darling, as always. There you go. Right, where is this freaking mofo then? Come on. Probably I'm not a morning person. Don't worry, neither's half a chat. Don't worry. Most of them are grumpy in the morning here as well. So you're fitting right in. It's all good. Hey, in.
2361, State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver. With the parties present,
hero.
please identify themselves for the record.
What's going on here?
Chair for the state of Florida, Bruce Bushman for the state.
Captain Woods on behalf of Laurie Shaver,
Ms. Shaver, please state your name and raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. Thank you. Are there any preliminary matters? Or are we ready for the jurors?
Sure, the only preliminary matter from the state is I do have a courtesy copy for the court regarding the motion about the witness, Johnson. This morning, we don't need to address the merits of this until the defense starts presenting their case.
Yes, sir.
But I told the court and this week yesterday that
She's not testifying. We don't know. She's not confirmed whether she is testifying or not yet. I've no idea why they swear her in every day, but I don't know.
I'll be filing that this morning. File it this morning. Give you and Mr. Williams courtesy copies.
Judge, I take it up at this time. The state is seeking to exclude Ms. Johnson as the minor's guardian in this case. Judge Singletary has signed an order appointing Ms. Shaver as counsel on behalf of the minor child. Ms. Johnson on behalf of the minor child. She's aware, the state was aware that the child had a guardian appointed. And the concept was, and the understanding is, that somebody's representing the child and somebody would need to appear at the time that she testifies to vouch that her testimony is free and voluntary. We have filed, in addition to that, a motion to appoint a psychological
The fuck's going on?
Judge Singletary saw fit that Ms. Johnson be appointed in the cause. So the state has all along known that Ms. Johnson is a representative of the child, was likely to be called as on behalf of the child, and there's no prejudice that the state has inured to the representation that Ms. Johnson has not formally been listed as a defense witness on the defense witness list. They were on notice the whole time that Ms. Johnson's involved in the case and representing the child. As I advised the state yesterday at the court, that the competency of any minor is always an issue, and somebody has to vouch that the child or the minor's testimony is free and voluntary. That's why we sought the additional appointment of a psychological expert, so there'd be all alleviation of any doubt that the testimony is free and voluntary. And I stated to the court as well that Ms. Johnson's testimony would be called for a limited purpose, and that is to advise the court that she's gone over the rights with the minor child. She's spoken with the child, that the child appears to desire to testify free and voluntary, that there's been no coercion, no tampering with the child, and all testimony and interviews have occurred in her presence. So her presence is very limited in this case, all of which the state has been aware from the very beginning.
And would Ms. Johnson be available for proffer?
She'll be available probably tomorrow. Judge, we told her that we believe that the state's going to rest and she'd be available tomorrow.
All right, that's what the state was suggesting in their motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what time? Could we have her proffer at 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Sure.
Mr. Wiggs?
That's fine.
All right. We'll continue to court will reserve ruling, and Ms. Johnson will be requested to be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning, where a proffer will be conducted.
I presume the greater motion or the greater purpose of the state, Judge, is the state, Ms. Johnson met with the state, relaying the information that the child had relayed to her, and seeking to promote the interest of the child, that the state investigate the case and speak with the child. The state was unwilling to investigate or to speak with the minor child at any time. So I believe that's what the shutdown attempt is, but the judge has previously approved the order. The state's had full knowledge that she's involved in the case.
Yes, sir.
All right, just because Mr. Wiggs has insinuated this on multiple occasions about the state's refusal to talk to her. We deposed her. We subpoenaed her. By way of subpoenaing her, we gave her immunity for her statements, knowing what Mr. Wiggs said she was going to say. So these references that the state refused to talk to this child is patently false. It's on the record that there is a deposition of her where I questioned the witness about what happened in an official setting once the witness, and that happened after the witness was listed by Mr. Williams. So saying that the state never talked to her, refused to look into this, refused to do it, it's just false, and there's record activity that shows that that is not true.
What they did, Judge, is late in the game, they spoke to her way after we originally proffered to the state what she would say. They just took a defensive position with the minor. They never took the information that she relayed to them and went with it. The information that we had relayed to the jury in our opening about Mr. Townsend's involvement. They never did a thing with it. So the only thing they did is they took a defensive deposition late in the game.
The court will reserve ruling, and the matter will be addressed tomorrow morning at 8:30. All right, thank you. Any other matters?
One other matter, Judge. Ms. Felmer brought to my attention, looking at social media, some of the state's witnesses have been on social media, monitoring social media, and those witnesses were Kendall Davidowski, Kendall Windsor, I think her name is now, and Rebecca Filmer. We have screenshots of their communications that they were looking at it and commenting on it on social media yesterday, long after the rule sequestration has been invoked. If I need to approach the court, show the court the screenshot.
Have you shown the state? Have you shown the state? Please show the state if you would.
Well, first of all, Kendall Windsor's not testifying.
All right, so that's a non-issue. What about Rebecca Filmer?
I don't see anything where she's made any sort of comments about anything.
All right, take your time.
This is what we were able to go from yesterday, which is like the election test, and there's three of them.
Screenshot from court TV is yesterday.
We can address it when Ms. Filmer testifies.
All right. Then are there any, court will reserve ruling. Are there any other issues?
That's it, Judge.
All right, we'll call the jurors in. Thank you. Please call the jury.
Ooh, there's a lot going on. Kendall Windsor has been active in Brandy's chat. Yeah, because Brandy's there today. Brandy said that they were playing bagpipes outside the court today in tribute to 9/11 as well, which is, a nice touch, I think, outside the court. So yeah, Brandy's in there. She says it's hot as hell in there. Right. Yeah, Erin Hack is going to get the tea and bring it back. Don't worry, people. Don't leave, people. Don't worry. Erin Hack is going to have the Brandy's chat open. She'll tell us every time that there is anything from Brandy. That's why you got a mod like her in the weeds. Erin Hack is in the weeds everywhere. I know you're not leaving. I'm just saying you'll be in the chat looking at everything and let us know.
I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. And question for all of the jurors. Have you spoken to anyone about the case? Okay. Have you spoken to each other about the case? Okay. Everyone has indicated no to those questions. And have you interacted with any of the attorneys? Okay. Everyone has indicated no. Have you viewed any media concerning the case? Okay. Everyone has indicated no. Have you conducted any research regarding the case? Everyone has indicated no. Thank you very much. Thank you again for your time, attention, and patience today. State, you may proceed.
State calls Robert Seaha.
Or apparently the Ashley Benefield jurors apparently lied and they had phones and everything in there. So we'll see what happens there with Ashley Benefield.
Yes, sir.
Sidebar straight away. There you go. But I don't mind sidebars if it means they go through stuff very quickly. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with Ashley Benefield. Right, they're on sidebar now. Let me play this, right, in case Bill comes in early. You know what Bill's like. I'll play this now. In case you haven't met Bill, this is Bill. So, if you're new to the chat, then I wanted you to know I'll meet Bill. Bill's a big spender. Bow, 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 bow. Bill. He's called Similar Rex. Da, 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 da. Now Bill's got
Good morning.
a mouth, but he's got a heart of gold, which we love. The women all love him. Maybe not true, but Bill's part of the crew. Da 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 da. What is that, Brandy's chat? Yeah, Brandy's chat is very pro prosecution, though. They're very pro prosecution.
Sir,
Good morning.
please state your name for the record.
My name is Robert Seaha,
Spell your full legal name.
Robert, last name Ceja.
Okay, please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Morning, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I am Robert Seaha. I am the owner and operator of an equestrian facility on the premises of the location that you guys are all talking about with this case. Behind.
Thanks.
Sorry.
We just asked you a little bit of questions we got you here. When you're talking about you operate that facility, was that a piece of property which was a neighbor to the Shaver residence?
Correct.
And through that, did you meet Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And do you see her in the courtroom today? Can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
Yes. Right over here in the black blazer.
And which seat is she in?
In the middle.
Okay. Now, did you ever know Michael Shaver?
No,
Had you ever met Travis Filmer?
I have.
Now, when did your business move into that property?
2016, operation started to begin.
Okay. And do you remember what month?
The summer months. Construction phases happened a couple months in the summer months, and then started getting heavily right between the summer to the.
Now, at some point, did you purchase a firearm from Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And what was the circumstances that happened?
Circumstances where I got a text, would you be interested in a firearm or someone that you know of?
And who was that text from?
Laurie Shaver.
Okay. And did you express potential interest?
Yes.
And can you describe the firearm that she was selling?
Yes, it's a pink 38 special with black handle and a little bit of chrome or gray.
Did you end up purchasing this one?
Yes.
Now, at some point, law enforcement had come on to the property for a couple of days executing a search warrant. Were you aware, or did you ever see that activity?
Yes.
Do you remember if when the purchase of that weapon was in relation to that search?
Approximately 3 months, 2 to 3 months beforehand.
Okay. And did you end up purchasing that weapon?
Yes.
Showing you it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit R for identification. I'm going to go ahead and just pass the pair of scissors here. Let's go ahead and open it up with the seal there. Without taking that out or anything like that, do you recognize that firearm?
Yes, I do.
Is that the firearm that you purchased from Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And the color and other features of it are distinctive to you?
The colors matched and very distinctive.
And after that purchase occurred, At some point, did law enforcement come to make contact with you and ask about this firearm?
Correct.
And at that time, did you turn this firearm over to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state moved state's Exhibit R into evidence at state's 26.
Good, and we renew our objection. It's not relevant, it's not probative to any material fact in this case. This gun has not been linked to this crime in any form or any manner.
All right, the objection's overruled. States R will be entered into evidence as states number 26.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Yes. Morning, Mr. Seaha. How are you?
Seaha.
Pardon me?
Seaha.
Seaha, okay, excuse me. When you purchased this gun, no statements were made by Ms. Shaver indicating it had been used in any crime or any ill motive purpose, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if Ms. Shaver had ever sold any other items from her residence?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when you contacted Ms. Shaver advising her that you'd seen somebody trespassing on her property?
Correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
Okay. So, as stated,
Relevance.
we have the
Sidebar, please. Hold on, sir.
So this is her neighbor. That was been a neighbor for a long time. He is. I'm promising you, he's in his late 30s. So he's a lot older than you guys think. Like, just remember, you guys don't think I'm 42. So no worries, Robin. Tits and clams, that's a charity. Tits and clams, that's a charity. You women are ruthless. I thought you would say he's quite good looking.
So, sir, you had seen somebody trespassing upon the property, correct?
Correct. I wouldn't possibly say just trespass until we're from the horse. I'll get it in perspective. We are 10 acres away. On the other side, I see a human silhouette. I don't know at that time if anyone was supposed to be there or not, but from the current situation of, I believe that Laurie was off the property, no one should be there. At that point, I would assume it would be on the terms of trespassing, but not 100%.
So you knew Laurie was off the property at that time or away from the residence?
Correct.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. State?
Just say when did that happen?
I cannot recall.
Was it 2019, 2020, 2021?
It would be in the realm of 2018.
Okay. And so sometime in 2018, but you don't know when.
Springtime, possibly around 2018, if I'm recollecting around there.
And you didn't see this silhouette carrying anything or doing anything?
No, as 10 acres is, depending on where you're at, about 660 feet to 1,000 feet away. It's a little bit harder to see.
And you actually don't even know who this person is?
No clue, nothing.
And you are just assuming that this person was not supposed to be there?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs? May the witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing, sir. You're released for further testimony. Have a good day.
Your
next witness, please.
State calls Joseph Bray.
Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
This guy's got a beard, so we'll see if you prefer this guy or not. He's got a long ass beard, I think. Tickle tickles, tickle tickles.
All right, please state and spell your...
Too long beard.
Joseph Lee Bray, JOSEPHLEEBRAY.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Joseph Bray.
Where do you work?
I own JB Guns.
What is JD Guns?
It's a retail sporting goods firearm business.
Where is that located?
It's in Bushnell, Florida.
And have you ever had an occasion to meet Laurie Shaver?
I did. I met her at an audio shop in Lake County.
And when you were there, did you overhear Ms. Shaver discussing with any other individuals potential sale of firearms?
Yes, the owner of the audio shop, she was talking to him about possibly trading guns for maybe audio work.
And as an individual that owns a gun shop, was that of interest to you?
It was. I sat back and waited for her to quit talking to the owner. And once she walked away from the owner, I went up to him and said, if you're not interested in any of this, I would be interested in possibly asking her about purchasing the firearms.
And did you ultimately, are you aware whether or not she did in fact sell any of those firearms to the audio shop?
I believe she did trade one firearm to the audio shop owner.
Did you end up purchasing any firearms from her?
I did, yes, sir.
And the how many firearms and what was the price that you paid?
I purchased 9 in total from her, and I believe we agreed on $1,000.
And what kind of firearms did you purchase?
There was a little bit of everything. There was a AR-15. There was a few Colt revolvers, older revolvers, Maverick 88 shotgun, an old 410 bolt action shotgun, an old FN 1900, and there was a Marlin Model 60, and I believe a Winchester 94.
And at some point, did you reach out and tell law enforcement about these firearms that you had purchased?
I did, yes, sir. After I saw the news coverage about the missing person, I recognized the house and Miss Shaver, and I reached out to a friend that worked at Sumter County.
And ultimately, did you relay this information to the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
I did, yes, sir.
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, ma'am. Police Court.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bray. Was there a male with Miss Shaver?
There was, yes, sir.
Yeah, tall man,
Yes.
dark hair.
I don't remember his hair color. I just remember a taller, in-shape man with her.
Kind of thin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How high? Do you remember?
I do not. I just remember he was quite a bit taller than she was.
Yeah. Taller than me?
What's that, sir?
Taller than me?
I would say so.
Was he introduced to you at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, do you happen to know whether or not any of these guns were tested by law enforcement?
As far as I'm aware, they were not.
Okay. Were any of these guns returned to you
What do you mean returned to me?
after law enforcement had done whatever they had to do with them? Did anybody tell you that we don't need these?
I had already sold the guns long before law enforcement
Okay.
found out about them.
So you had sold them,
Yes, sir.
okay, when law enforcement spoke to you. But you recall this male with Miss Shaver, correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, state.
Mr. Bray, when did you purchase these guns from Ms. Shaver?
Like date wise, I believe it was December 5th to like the 8th, somewhere right in there, because I logged them in my logbook on the 8th of December.
Which year?
15.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. All right, sir. You were released from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you for being here today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hello,
State
Stacy.
calls Travis Filmer.
But like you said, Deb, you just grabbed him like a handlebars and just said, well, hey, let's go, let's ride it. I remember you saying that, Deb.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
Yes, my name is Travis Filmer, Travisfilmer.
All right, please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Morning. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Travis. I'm Laurie's husband.
And are you a convicted felon?
Correct.
How many times have you been convicted of a felony?
I have 2 charges against me. 2 convictions.
And would it help refresh your recollection of that if I showed you your judgment, sir?
Sure.
Do you remember this case?
Yes. Yes.
One felony there?
Yep.
In this case, 2 felonies there.
Oh, so when I was 18, that was 2?
So you have a total of 3.
Okay. Yep.
You agree with that?
I do.
Now, you said you're Laurie Sheever's husband.
Correct.
Did you identify her and point her out in court today?
Laurie's right there.
And which seat is she sitting in?
The second.
And how did you meet Ms. Sheever?
I met Miss Filmer at through my brother. He knew her from the gym, and he introduced us at her residence at a get-together that he had put together with his now current wife.
And when was that get-together?
Late January 2016, I believe.
And why did your brother put together a gathering at her house?
He said it was something for work, a get-together for work.
Were you aware of any time that either your brother or his now wife was living at Ms. Sheever's residence?
At that time, no.
When did they live there?
I think his wife was there. She was there sometime before that, I guess.
Okay, so she was living there before that time frame in 2016.
Correct.
And when did you and Ms. Shaver start dating?
Late May of 2016.
So between January and May, what was your relationship at that time?
We didn't have one.
Did you communicate, text, phone, anything like that?
Well, we had a few conversations here and there, but we didn't. I was in a relationship. She made it very clear to me the first night that we met that she was in a relationship. So we didn't communicate.
And at the time that you started dating, had she ever told you what her marital status was?
No, sir.
Had she ever told you that she was single but she had been previously divorced?
She told me that she was in a relationship with a gentleman, but at that time never got into any marital status.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
I do.
Do you remember saying anything different about what her representations of her marital status was at that time?
At the time that we first met?
I'm talking about when you started dating her. Did she ever talk about her marital status?
No.
Okay. Do you remember giving that deposition?
I remember having a deposition, correct.
I'm going to go ahead and refer to page 4, line 25, Mr. Woods, showing a copy of that deposition. Go ahead and read to yourself line 24 and 25.
Yeah, that didn't happen at that time.
Had she ever told you that she was divorced?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was her ex-husband's name then?
Michael.
And what did she tell you about the whereabouts of her ex-husband at that time?
She just told me that they were divorced and that he wanted nothing to do with the family, did not know where he was, and he was not around.
And had she expressed to you that he left and wasn't having contact with the children?
Correct.
And how long did you date until you moved into her home?
A few months.
You remember about when you actually moved in, what month it would have been?
Probably July, late July.
And who all was living at that home at that time?
Laurie, her two kids, and Becca.
And Rebecca is,
Rebecca. Yeah.
that would be your brother's girlfriend at the time.
Correct.
Now, and they're now married.
Correct.
How long did Rebecca stay living in that home?
I don't know.
Did she end up moving out around December 31st, 2016?
I have no idea.
And in December 31st, 2015, did you have some sort of commitment ceremony with Laurie Seaha?
I'm sorry, you just said December 31st, 2015.
Thank you for correcting me. December 31st, 2016.
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you say commitment ceremony, what is that?
Just a commitment to each other under God.
And had you had any discussions about why you wouldn't just get legally married at that point?
Yes, sir.
And why did she tell you that she didn't want to get legally married?
Laurie, when we were talking about marriage in conversation, told me that she did not want to sign.
All right, sidebar, please.
Sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot. Sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot. Sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot. Sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sidebar. Another sidebar.
Why did she tell you she did not want to get legally married?
She told me that due to the extreme trauma and abuse of her previous marriage, she did not want to sign a contract with another man that she felt like gives the man to make her property.
All right. Do you remember giving a deposition where I asked you a very similar question?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you said she didn't want to get married because she had financial issues.
100%.
Okay.
Mhm.
So not what you just said.
No.
But financial.
Together with what I just said.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and show you that deposition. Just going to go ahead and ask you to reference that section where you're talking about that.
I'd ask the state to advise of the page and line that they're referencing.
Yes, please recite the page and line number. Thank you.
It is page 8, lines 8 through 11. Phil, you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you did not say anything about the violence, it was about financial issues.
I did not.
Okay. But now when you're testifying, when your wife is facing murder charges, now your testimony has changed.
She was facing murder charges when we had that deposition.
But your testimony has changed.
It has not.
Now in September of 2016, did you help pour a cement slab in the backyard of the residence where you are now living?
I did.
And who helped you with that?
Laurie.
Did your brother help you with that as well?
No, sir.
In order to do that, did you go and rent a cement mixer from Home Depot?
I did.
I'm showing you, show defense. It's been previously marked in State's Exhibit AA. You recognize this receipt?
Sure.
And is that the receipt for the cement mixer that you rented to help pour this?
Yeah, it looks like one.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state of the move states AA into evidence. This states number 27.
Any objection?
Objection.
Without objection, states AA will be moved into evidence as states number 27.
And can you go ahead and just read out when that was rented?
When it was rented,
Yes.
the date says 9/12/2016.
At that commitment ceremony that you referenced in December of 2016, what was Laurie wearing?
A white dress.
And did someone escort her to where you were?
Yes, I'm trying to remember who that was.
Was it your grandfather?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was there basically some sort of official there doing the proceeding?
Correct.
For anyone looking at this, this would look like a wedding.
100%.
And had you represented to everyone that you were getting married at that time?
No.
Okay, so no one thought that this was a wedding?
No.
I'm going to go ahead and show you states CC for identification.
All right, let's have a sidebar, please.
For DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is.
He burped. Hang on. Let's go back. He burped. Oh, that's funny. That's a nightmare. That's
All right, thank you. As a housekeeping matter, states AA exhibit or item of evidence number 27 is now properly marked for identification purposes as states BB Bravo Bravo
For DNA analysis,
and
for
has been
mainly
entered
for
into evidence
identification
as
purposes.
states number 27. All right, please proceed. Thank you.
Your Honor, you previously marked as states CC. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph from this commitment ceremony?
That is.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of the ceremony on that day, December 31st, 2016?
Yes, sir.
You're at this time, the state moves CC into evidence as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Okay.
States CC will be entered into evidence as states number 28.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, sir.
So at the time you were doing this ceremony in this fashion in front of your friends and family, you're saying that you had not represented this as a wedding.
That we told everybody it was a ceremony, correct?
Now, in 2018, law enforcement responds to your home, and eventually skeletal remains are found in your backyard. You remember that?
I do.
And at that time, did you ask Miss Shaver how that body got back?
I did not.
So this person that you were in this committed relationship with, that had told you that her husband had just left, just had no contact with the kids, there's a body found in the backyard, and you don't ask her a single question.
That's not exactly what happened. Laurie called me on the day that the detective showed up at the house. I was at work. I had just gotten off work, and she called me sobbing, crying, and I asked her what was wrong. she proceeded to tell me that detectives had shown up at the house and they were asking about Michael. She then told me that they had left. I told her I will be home shortly. I worked real close to where we were living, and I got home, walked in the house. As soon as I walked in the house, a detective knocked on the door. He proceeded to ask me if I knew anything about Michael. I said, no, I've never met him. I couldn't even tell you what he looks like if you showed me a picture. At which detectives did show me a picture. I was like, okay. They just told me, we'll be in touch. And that was that. I walked back in the house. I told Laurie, I said, it looks like something serious is going on. You need to get an attorney.
But specifically, you did not ask her anything about the fact that that body was from the backyard.
Correct.
Do you remember ever saying that at one point you did ask her about it and she said she had no idea about it?
No, sir.
No. After the body was discovered, did you speak with law enforcement?
I had multiple conversations with law enforcement.
Did you ever make the statement, it is not that he is, statement relaying from Ms. Shaver, that it is not that he is missing, it is that he is no longer walking the face of this earth? Have you ever made that statement to law enforcement?
Thank you for bringing that up, because there's a point of clarification. I understand.
Sir, please don't argue. Please answer the question.
Yes, sir. I did not make that statement.
Okay. You never made that statement to law
Not
enforcement?
exactly as you're saying it, no.
Did you ever make that statement to Robert Proper?
Not as you're saying it, no.
And who is Robert Proper?
He's somebody that I have done work for.
Is he a friend of yours?
No, sir.
Have you known him for a long time?
I have known of him for a long time.
You have no issues with him, though?
I do not.
You are now officially married to Ms. Shaver, correct? Correct. When did that occur?
2020.
Do you have any children with her?
I do.
How many?
2.
What are their names?
Erilyn and Samuel.
Has your relationship with your brother and your family changed in any way since you started a relationship with Ms. Shaver?
Not since I started a relationship with her, since this investigation started.
Has there ever been a time where Ms. Shaver used your phone to text your brother where she was acting as if she was you?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you ever told anyone that she did that?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Travis, let's take up with one of the last issues that the state was asking you about some statement. The state was implying that you had made some statement possibly that Laurie made about, well, he's not walking this earth, something of that nature. Could you tell us the circumstances of any questioning by law enforcement?
Law enforcement wanted to have an interview with me, and I did not want to speak with them. One of the detectives had told me that if I do not speak with them, I would feel the full force of the United States government. I ended up having a conversation with that detective, and I told him that I was working for Mr. Proper, and that him and I were sitting on the back of my truck at the time, and he asked me, what did I think was going on? And I proceeded to tell him that based on law enforcement's response, I didn't think that this was a welfare check. I didn't think that he was walking around anymore.
I see. Now, tell me about, Did law enforcement come out to the residence and say they were conducting a welfare check?
I believe so.
Okay, did you confront or speak with law enforcement in the backyard about their presence and why they were there?
No, the only time I spoke with law enforcement at the property was the day that they were doing their investigation.
Okay. Did law enforcement question you in the yard whether or not you saw anything unusual or anything of that nature?
Oh, during the interview, law enforcement asked me if I had ever seen anything unusual, and I pointed a place out in the very back of the yard and said, if I had to point something out, I would say this is, and it was a large mound. It was a large mound of dirt. So I pointed that out. The officer had the property pulled up on his phone, Google Earth, and he proceeded to point me towards the fireplace and asked me if there was anything unusual about the fireplace. I said, no. I said, the only thing that I've ever seen unusual is this very large amount of dirt in the back of the property. He then directed me back to the fireplace, and he did that a few times. And I just told him, I said, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I see. Okay. So there was a period of time in which this patio was poured, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
There was a period of time, as the state's referenced, about a mixer being rented, correct? Okay. You and Laurie pouring the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the state has suggested that this date of death was, I believe, around 9/12/16.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. Sidebar, please. There's an objection.
Ooh, objection. Hey, where's this girl? I've not seen her today yet. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely. Josie, I'm of turf. They aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely. Right. So it's interesting because he is. Oh, fucking hell. Whoa. Zoom back out. He is. Oh, she is. A part timer. How we doing? Thank you, Ruka. Thank you, my darling. I wouldn't call her lovely, Sarah P. Oh, yeah, she's changed her name, hasn't she? Mofo. She could change her name to Lovely Sarah P. Oh. Are we back? What are we doing? Hello, Sarah P. What are we doing, people? Hello. It's more the fact. No, I know there's rejection. It's just more the fact they walked back to the table and now they've walked back. They went out of. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? We're not singing about Sarah P. Oh, they're still there. Oh, it must be the other lawyer then. Must be the other lawyer. Going back. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Here we go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a specific date was stated on the record. Please disregard that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So law enforcement directs you to this patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
You helped lay the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual as you laid the patio?
No, when Laurie and I first met, the patio / fireplace that is in question right now, the dirt was already graded out. The form of the fireplace was already there. So there was concrete bags in one of the sheds that was at the property when I met Laurie.
How long had they sat on the property, to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Were they there several months or what?
After Laurie and I met?
Yeah.
Oh, it was months.
Did there appear to be any hurry to lay a patio?
No, sir. In fact, the only reason why we decided to lay the patio was Isabel, Laurie's oldest daughter, her birthday's in September. So we were going to have a large get-together, a birthday party, and the area around the fire pit was all mud. So we decided, well, the concrete's there in the shed. We're going to go ahead and lay that so people don't have to stand in mud during the celebration.
Okay. The mixer that you rented, did you use a credit card or cash?
I don't remember. It could have been either or.
There wasn't any effort to try to conceal your whereabouts, disguise your presence in there, correct?
No.
Anybody substitute their presence for you?
No, sir.
Did you ask anybody other than taking care of this personally?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see evidence of any crime within the residence
No,
the
sir.
whole time you were there?
Never.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Redirect?
No, sir.
And may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. Okay, your next witness.
Robert Proper.
Ole, 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 ole. Erin, ha, ha, ha.
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable,
Let's go.
and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Erin, ha, ha, ha. Ole.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Robert Proper, Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Proper, P-R-O-P-E-R.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Robert Bob Proper, live in Groveland. I'm not sure what all you need.
Do you know Travis Stolen?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Through my church, Real Life Christian Church.
And how long have you known Mr. Filmer?
Since approximately 2013, 2014, something like that.
And what is your relationship with him?
A friend. I believe in mentoring and try to work with young men. And he's somebody that I met, and we became friends.
And through that, have you ever met Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Has there ever been a time frame where you would socialize with Travis Filmer and Laurie Shaver?
Well, in like we did have some small group sessions together with other couples. We did financial counseling and some marital type relationship counseling.
And do you have any personal knowledge about when their relationship started or when they moved in together or anything like that?
Not specifically, no.
And had she ever made any representations about what had happened with her prior husband?
That she was divorced and he was gone.
Now, at some point, an investigation starts and law enforcement is on the Shaver property, and the remains of Michael Shaver are found. Did you have any conversations with Travis Filmer about what was going on at that time?
Not specifically about those actions. My interaction with him was a little bit different than that.
At any point, did he tell you any statements about what Laurie said about her husband?
Objection.
Sidebar, please.
Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. For fuck's sake, I was fucking muted. Thank you for the coffees, Rhode Island. Appreciate you. I appreciate you for that. For the coffees, for making me laugh for the man Berkman in court. There you go, my darling. Thank you so much. I hope you're here, Deb. Otherwise, I'll have to do it again. Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Oh. Ah, here he is. There may be trouble ahead. Carwin Edwards is in the house today. Good old Carwin is gay. Whoop, whoop. I do, Boy.
Did Mr. Filmer make a statement that he said represents the front porch?
Yes.
What was that?
We were discussing Mr. Shaver's disappearance, and he made the statement basically that it wasn't a matter of he was missing, he was no longer walking the earth.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Yeah, please, the court. Now, was that Mr. Filmer's opinion?
He's the one that told me.
Yeah, he made some statement to you that, well, maybe he's not walking this earth, correct?
He told me that it wasn't a matter of missing, that it was a matter of he wasn't walking the earth.
That was what he speculated.
That was his statement to me.
What he speculated, correct?
His statement to me.
Argument.
It was his statement.
Overruled. Please continue.
I'm sorry?
That's what you speculated his thought process was, correct?
No, sir.
Did you get any statement in writing from this man?
I had no need to.
Did you have a counseling session with him?
I'm not a counselor. I'm a friend,
Do you do any counseling?
not professionally.
Okay, do you do any premarital counseling?
Not professionally.
Okay, well, I mean, you don't hold a degree.
Correct.
Do you unofficially hold yourself out and do any kind of counseling?
I routinely meet with young men and older men. I'm doing that tonight.
Okay, so you do some counseling and some unofficiated counseling without a degree.
I would call it mentoring.
Okay, that's what you call it. Well, whatever Travis said to you is not documented, correct?
Just just my word.
Okay, just your word, and your word may be different than Mr. Filmer's, correct?
All I'm doing is repeating what he told me.
Okay. And you recognize that reasonable minds may differ as to what was said or what may be interpreted, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that, but
Okay.
I can.
One person may watch
Objection,
TV.
Your Honor. Argumentative.
No, not. He says he doesn't know what
All right,
I mean.
overruled. Please proceed.
Somebody may watch TV and see something on TV and interpret it a little different than the person seated next to them, correct?
Certainly that can happen.
Right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, sir.
And may the witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
How many is that now?
Your next witness?
State calls Austin Filmer.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is.
Yes, sir. Come on up for a sidebar. Thank you.
He burped. Hang on. Let's go back. He burped. Oh, that's funny. That's a nightmare. That's that's a nightmare for anyone. That'd be my nightmare to, fart or burp or something. He just burped. Oh, how fucking childish am I? Oh.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes.
If you don't find that funny, I can't help you. That's hilarious.
All right, at this point, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll take a comfort break for about 5-10 minutes. And thank you again for your time and attention. Please take the jurors
That
out.
bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes.
Oh, what a poor guy. Oh, poor guy.
All right, please be seated. All right, sir, I'm going to make a preliminary inquiry. I'll swear you.
Hang on again. Hey, Katie. Katie Santos in the house. Oh, Katie, watch it. He burps. Hang on.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
What's going through his head right now? What's going through his head right now? He just burped. He must be so embarrassed. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, I think that's hilarious. I think that's hilarious, everybody. He just fucking burps. That's just a fucking nightmare. Anyway, sorry. I'll get back. Right, I'll play that quickly. The jury are out on break now. They're going on for a 10-minute break. But they're going to do some questioning of this witness. I paused it, so we can listen to it. It's only been paused for like 30 seconds, minute now maybe. So yeah, just so you know, the jury are not here presently. They're out on a 10-minute break. So here we go.
When, please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Austin James Filmer, AUSTIN JAMESFILMER.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. And are you married?
Yes, sir.
Who is your wife?
Rebecca Urbanowski.
Okay. And so Rebecca Urbanowski, not Filmer.
Correct. She didn't take my last name.
All right, sir. And have you at any time seen your wife, Rebecca Urbanowski, conducting any research regarding this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see your wife viewing any media concerning this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you done any research concerning this case? Have you viewed any media concerning this case?
No, sir.
Has your wife, Rebecca, spoken to you about conducting any research in the case?
No, sir.
Has she spoken to you about making any comments on social media about the case?
No, sir.
All right. And the state wish to inquire? Okay, Mr. Wiggs?
You know if your wife's been looking at any social media?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, is that to the satisfaction of the parties?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Then let's take a 5-minute comfort break while the jury's out.
Oh, there we go. Carwyn, it's funny. We got a laugh here, don't we? Hey, Carwyn, what do you think of my new song, Carwyn? Spot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Hello, Linda. I saw you sneak in. How are you doing, my darling? Right. Let me put this back down here. Is that unmuted? There you go. They're on break. It's nice to put stuff in between when there's a couple of minutes and stuff. I think so anyway. Sex bot, baby. There you go. I'm a sex bot. Oh, and for those of you who missed it, I got a channel statement. Hang on, let me play the channel statement. This is for Carwyn. Did you catch it? Probably too short, wasn't it? Singing that at the park. I know. Can you imagine, Kaz? I love that. What do you? El chat is a disclaimer. It does. It has to now. With you in the chat, potty mouth. Hey, Jem. How we doing, my darling? Hey, Ruka. Thank you. Thank you, Stacy. There you go. Perfect. There you go. Thank you, Karen. There you go. Just wanted something for people. If you don't like the chat, fuck off. Especially if you're new. But with the chat is lovely though, so hopefully people stay. Oh, I just played this, Assy. You're just behind. You're just behind. Once you catch up, you'll see it's on screen, my darling. It's on screen. John West joining in, standing at the bar. Poor John West. I'm not seeing John West really. I saw your brother actually. Oh, hang on, I'll get to you now, Tracy. I saw your brother, Kaz Mirion. He was washing. I saw pictures of him washing the cars and stuff on the weekend. Best people here. Hello, my darling Tracy. Hello, Tracy. Tracy Marie. We love you, Tracy. I need to make a song. Oh, Tracy. Oh, Tracy. We love you, Tracy. No, I need to make a song. I'm debating what to sing you. Anyway, we love you, Tracy. Glad you got a membership. You got a membership from Robin. You gained one. You snatched one, which is good. Happy days, because it's nice to see people that we know and we love get the memberships, and we're glad that Dana didn't get it. I'm joking. Love El Chatty. There you go. Just remember, a reminder again, we'll keep doing it throughout the day. We've done it once, a couple of times today as well. Resisting the Silence tonight, 6:30 Eastern. The lovely Tracy, the likable Dana, and the God. I was going to say the God, the King and Queen of Canton, Dennis and Brenda Sweeney will all be on the channel. So go and support those beautiful people. Ruka, thank you, my darling, for gifting. Thank you, my darling. He washed mine. I always thought a male thing is based on siblings, my own boys. Yeah, Joe, how are you doing, my darling? The attorney loves Dick. So does most people in here, Lou. So don't worry about it. It's all good. Laughing, swearing, and sexual innuendos are always welcome. They are very much welcomed. Very much. Kindly fuck off. This is why I did my thing. Go fuck yourselves, Kimmy and everyone. And who's the other guy? There's a few people now being rude here. Good morning, Clarissa from Central Mass. Middle. Fuck. I thought it was Central. Fuck. Sorry. I thought I got it wrong. I thought I said middle before. Let's get in the middle with you. No, that's not right. That sounds wrong. Hey, Clarissa. Let's get in the middle. Middle Mass. I don't know. We'll think this way. Where's Middle Mass? Is that near Dedham? There you go. Resist the silence. There you go. Oh, you bollocks, you. I thought yesterday I put Central in chat. I said Central Mass, and I thought, fuck, I got it wrong again. So I was right. Happy days. I was right. Hit me, baby, one more time. My loneliness is El Chatti. Hey now, I love El Chatti more than this, more than this. I'll take a minute from your time just to say, hit me, Chatti, one more time. There you go. I don't know what the fuck I just sang, but there you go. Near Worcester. Clarissa lives near Worcester. Clarissa from Worcester. Mass. That's a beautiful photo of you, Clarissa. Anyway, as I say, you don't bring the chat down, that's for sure. You bring it back up. You keep it level with the beautiful ladies in chat. Stuck in the middle with you. Yay, get in the middle with me. Woo-hoo. Let's go. Sabrina, there you go. Join again. The Sweeneys, the king and queen are on tonight. There you go. I fucking hate you when I say lovely Sarah P. Milbury. For work, right blows. Whose blows? You chat, you turn so dirty. Who was on about the attorney and it's like, you know what? We have probably got the best looking channel of women ever. We generally do. The chat is gorgeous, and you just add to it. You really do. So, Sabrina, I know. Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Sabrina, she loves it. Sabrina, she loves it. Oh, Standing Stones. Hello, my friend. Sorry, it's so stuck in. I know, I haven't learned it yet, Standing Stones. I need to learn it. I'm sorry, my friend. I'm sorry. This ride sucks. Blow some, I guess. My sister's a health and safety director. She just went out of your mission. She's hot. Hot, hot, hot. Daffy Dill. I love spicy testimony. There you go. Right. Jury not there yet, so we'll just wait for the jury. Ole, 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 ole. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hakakak, ole. Erin hakakak, ole. Come on, people. Who hasn't liked the stream yet? Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you'd like to subscribe. Like and subscribe, you motherfuckers. Come on, people. Let's go and like. Excuse me. Excuse me. What is that? Is that bad? Excuse me. Hey, Elsie. Murph, treats Murph. Murph's Elsie's dog is called Murph, and she listens. Come on, Murphy. Hello, Amy. How we doing, Amy? Hope you're well. Murph, walkies, Murph. He's taking. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Walkies. I had to. Well, I like Murph. And also, I miss Murph's turf. If you don't remember who Murph's turf is, she's here with Josie. Hang on. Let me get him up for you people. Where the fuck is it? Josie and Murph turf. They aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely. I'll say the treats for now. I won't say walkies, I said treats. I miss Murph. That means we've only got, well, to be fair, the other mods are bitches as well. We've only got the main bitch, Josie, today. Murph, and everyone. But to be fair, all the others seem to be bitches at the minute, so they're all lovely. I'm joking. Right. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody say Amy. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody say Amy.
Jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and attention today. Mr. Filmer, please state your full legal name.
My name is Austin James Filmer.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Austin Filmer.
Do you know Travis Filmer?
I do.
How do you know him?
He's my brother.
And are you older or younger?
We're twins.
So are you older or younger?
I'm 4 minutes older.
All right. Do you know Laurie Shaver?
I do.
And how do you know her?
She's married to my brother.
You see her in the courtroom, and can you point her out?
I do. She's sitting right there. Blonde hair, black jacket, polka dotted blouse.
Now, when did you first meet the defendant?
It was actually at my place of employment, December 2015, I believe.
And where do you work?
I work at a fitness center in Claremont.
At the time, what was that fitness center called?
I was Gold's Gym at the time.
And has it changed ownership?
Not ownership, but names.
Okay. What is its current name?
Fitness CF.
Now, how did you meet her through that? Well, let me ask you this. Are you married?
I am, yes.
And what's your wife's name?
Rebecca Urbanowski.
Did she also work at that same facility at that time frame?
Yes, sir, she did.
And what circumstances did you meet Laurie Shaver?
My position at the time was to do an initial consultation for anyone joining the gym. So she was scheduled to do the first consultation with me, and I conducted the evaluation. Yeah.
And approximately when was this?
December 2015.
And through that meeting, did your now wife end up becoming involved with Ms. Shaver?
Yes.
And under what capacity was that?
So again, my job was to do a fitness evaluation and then place the potential client with a personal trainer. And my wife was a personal trainer at the time.
And did they start basically working together as a client-trainer relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did they end up becoming friends?
Yes.
And at a certain point, did Rebecca move into Laurie's home?
Yes.
When was that?
Not long after, a month or two, maybe. Yeah, not long after.
So sometime early in 2016?
Yes, sir, correct.
Now, at any point, did you live at that residence?
Not per address, but I was there a lot, and I spent a lot of time there.
Okay. And that was because your girlfriend at the time was living there?
Yep, correct.
And how long was Rebecca living at the Shaver residence?
At least 6 months, at least.
at some point, was there something that you believe to be a wedding in December of 2016?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Did Rebecca stay living at the home until that time?
Yes.
Now, how did Travis and Laurie end up getting together?
Through my wife and I. Well, she wasn't my wife at the time, but through my girlfriend and I at the time. My brother and I spent time together. We were together. They were friends and roommates. So we had an outing or two where they were introduced.
And did there come to be a period of time where your brother and Ms. Shaver started dating?
Yes, sir.
And when did that start?
Let's see. Becca was there. So I have to say maybe April, maybe.
And now we're talking 2016?
Yes, sir.
And during the time frame your now wife was living over there, was there ever a time that you were over helping pouring a cement slab in and around the fire pit?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about how that came to be.
Sure. My brother contacted me, asking me to help him pour concrete around an existing fire pit, I should say. He stated that Laurie wanted concrete poured around the fire pit itself. And I told him, sure, I'd help him out.
And you ever poured a cement slab?
No, sir.
Had your brother ever poured?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you guys have difficulties in pouring those?
Yes, sir, we did.
Now, after the body was found underneath that slab, did you ever have any conversations with Laurie or your brother about that?
Not to a large extent.
Okay. I'm just asking if you had the conversations. Now, up until that point, had Laurie ever said anything about the whereabouts of her husband, of her previous husband?
Not to me directly.
Okay. Were you ever present when Travis was talking to detectives about things Laurie had said about the body underneath that slab?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what did you hear him say to the detectives about her husband and the body being under that slab?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sidebar, please.
Sidebar. What's going on? Sidebar. For Carol. Disney Queen and Crystal, they're from Georgia and Tennessee. Oh, yeah. Carol Draper, she's a queen. She's a queen of Disney. That's why we named her the Disney Queen. Crystal, she's not got a name yet, but she's lovely. Oh, Crystal and Disney Queen, thanks for being here. You both are great. I love you both.
What did you hear your brother say to the detectives about that?
So the conversation from the detectives was a conversation that my brother had with another gentleman, and they asked him details of Michael's whereabouts, if he's known anything about their whereabouts. And his reply was something along the lines of, he's no longer walking the earth.
Now, since Laurie became involved with your brother, has your relationship with him changed?
Extremely.
And how so?
For the negative.
And do you have as much contact with him?
Not nearly as much as we used to.
Are you able to visit him as much?
No, I cannot go over there.
And has there ever been a time that you received text messages from your brother that you thought were unusual?
Yes, sir.
And why did they seem unusual to you?
I know the language that my brother and I use when we're speaking to each other. We say things like bro and dude. I have received texts where that language was completely changed. It was more of a direct language than anything. Yeah.
And have you ever asked him about those messages and whether or not he sent them?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you about that?
He told me it was not him and that I was blocked on his phone.
Has he ever made any statements about Laurie making those texts to you?
He has told me that she blocked me on his phone. Yes.
But as far as the text messages that you
Yes,
said
sir.
were unusual,
Sidebar, please.
It's a little bit bushy inside of this place. We men, we are an absolute disgrace. We need to trim it, we need to trim it, we need to trim it now. We need to trim our bushes now. That's an advertisement for Manscaped, so remember to trim your bushes, boys, for the love of your life. What is it? Is this witness number 6? Is this witness number 6? They asked Travis if Laurie'd ever text his brother from his phone and stuff, and he said no. Not that he's aware of. Or he used his phone to text his brother, communicate with his brother, and he said, don't think so. Oh, the blocking, you mean? Yeah, I don't know about the blocking. Probably because he's going to say no, so they don't want to ask him that. Do you know what I mean? All right, what's going on? Sidebar. Looby, Looby, Lou, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Looby, Looby, Lou, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Spot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Which one's that, Mexi? The pubes one. Because Maxie, she loves the pubes, likes to floss with them. Oh.
Mr. Filmer, the specific text messages I'm referring to are the ones that you thought were unusual and were out of character for your brother. Have you ever asked him about the source of those texts?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you?
That Laurie was the one that sent those texts.
Okay. Now, the December 31st, 2016, did you attend a wedding ceremony at the Shaver residence?
Yes, sir.
And who was that between?
My brother and Laurie.
And had they represented that ceremony as anything but a wedding to you?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
You're talking about an email you received, correct?
An email?
Yeah, or text.
A text, yes.
Okay. So you get a text on one day. Your brother denies he sent it, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. You never witnessed a homicide in this case, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not present to testify, hear about any event of violence that may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All you're saying is you got an email on one day and your brother tells you Laurie sent it, correct?
For the questions that were asked, yes.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, sir.
May the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing today, sir. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. All right, your next witness?
This name calls Wilman Nicholas.
Okay, why does it keep doing this? Why does it keep pausing like this? No worries, Lou.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand.
Looby, Looby, Lou. Where are you? Looby's pounding Terry. Bye, Hotter Twin. I don't know what's going on.
All right. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Do you know what? As long as I can make you smile, that's my mission in life, to make people smile. If I can make you smile, I'm happy. They say there's different ways, of making someone happy. That's the way I want to make you happy. Not just you, Sabrina. I mean, everybody. Laughter can sometimes get you into women's thongs, and that's the way I try to. As we said before, me and Dana, we might not be the best looking in chat, but we're funny as fuck. So that's how he's got Tracy.
LMANICHOLAS.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please proceed.
Morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Wilman Nicholas.
And did you know Michael Shannon?
Yes,
How did you know him?
he was my neighbor.
And when you say he was your neighbor, where were you living?
Sandy Pines Road in Claremont.
And is this ultimately, when you're referring to being a neighbor to the residence where his body was eventually found?
Yes,
As the neighbor, did you also know Laurie Shaver?
yes.
You see her in the courtroom, and can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
She's sitting over at the defendant table wearing a black blazer.
Okay. Now, how long did you live next door to the Shavers?
The entire time that they lived there.
So you were there first?
Yes,
When did they first move there?
in 2014.
And what kind of neighborhood is that?
It's rural, country, farm.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and show photograph number 1 from State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this property?
Yes,
Okay. And what property is this?
that's the Shaver property.
Can you just step down and point without touching on the screen where your property is in relation to that?
This is my house. This was a tack room, carport, garage, and a barn.
And what kind of, is there any sort of fence or anything like that between the two properties?
It's a cattle fence that's just wire.
Okay, so it's nothing that will prevent you from seeing anything?
No.
All right, go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Now, would you ever socialize with them?
Yes, in the beginning we did.
And was there a period of time in 2014 that Michael Shaver moved out of them?
Several periods of time.
And did he return? When did he return to live back in the home?
Well, he was gone periodically whenever there would be a dispute. She would have him leave, and then she would bring him back. So it was multiple times.
All right. When was the last time that he returned to the home before he went missing?
It was 2015 in the summer.
Now, did you see, as a neighbor or any of the times that you socialized, Michael interacting with his children?
Yes, sometimes, yeah.
And when you would see it, how was he with his kids?
Very loving, patient, calm.
Did you ever see him do anything for the kids in the backyard?
Yes.
What types of things did you see?
Well, he built a barn. He built a chicken coop, I think a bunny hutch. He was working on a duck pond.
Ask you about the duck pond. When, first of all, when did that construction start?
It was in the summer, I believe, of 2015.
And when we were talking about putting in a duck pond, what type of work had been done on that?
He had dug an area. It wasn't very deep. He was pretty meticulous, too, with everything that he did there. So it was very neat and tidy.
Can I ask you to step down and on that picture again and show the jury the area where that duck pond was going to be?
Okay. Right here.
Okay. Now, eventually, was that hole filled in? Was the hole that the duck, was there a period of time where it changed from a hole of a duck pond to something else?
Yes.
And what was that?
There was a cement pad, I believe it was 2 layers, and then they had some landscape brick around there, and they had a fire pit.
Okay, thank you. Now, have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
No, I have not.
And when did you first notice that the hole and, well, that the area that was going to be a duck pond had been filled in and a fire pit was put in?
It would have been around in the spring of 2016, maybe early part of the year.
Now, between the time frame in November of 2015, where you last saw or spoke with Michael Shaver, and when you noticed that that fire pit started being put in, did you smell anything unusual in the proximity of your home, the neighborhood, things of that nature?
Yes.
And in this rural setting, are there time frames where there are dead animals, cattle, horses, things of that nature?
Once in a while, my neighbor behind me had cattle, and probably in 2007, 6, 7, a cow died on her pasture. She didn't bury it; she just left it there. So whenever the wind blew up to my house, it was horrible, it was disgusting. So I was very familiar with that smell.
Very distinctive smell.
You don't forget it.
Now, in that time frame between November of 2015 and when the fire pit started being installed, was there a time frame that you smelled that distinctive smell again?
Yes, I did.
Now, based on your prior experiences in the neighborhood with the livestock and cattle, did that cause an immediate concern to you?
Yes, actually, my son and I were on the back porch and we were talking, and I had been smelling it, but he had just come and he wrinkled his nose and said, "Do you smell that?" And I said, "Yeah."
But nothing rose to the level of you felt the need to call law enforcement because of the other livestock or anything like that?
No.
All right. Now, at some point, did that area that was being used as a fire pit have a cement slab put in?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
It was around in 2016. I believe there's 2 layers of cement that was done. The first one, I think, was in the beginning of the year, springtime. And then later on in the year, during the summer, I know it was an area that they actually launched fireworks off of during the 4th of July. So I believe it was covered by then.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
And you testified that you had smelled a dead cow in that area, correct?
Many years ago, yes.
Okay. And the Shavers also had pigs, correct?
Not at that time.
Well, tell me what time it was.
Pigs came in probably later in 2016, I think.
Okay.
I think there was one potbelly pig that was in and out of the house, and I'm not sure exactly when that arrived.
Okay. Now, you never had dinner with the Shavers, did you?
Yes. Not dinner. Yeah, we did.
Is that good?
Yes.
How frequently would you go over there?
I didn't go to their house to have dinner. We had invited them over to our place it was an Easter barbecue cookout, and I'd made Easter baskets for the 2 kids and my grandson, and they went and hunted eggs that day.
You never had dinner at the Shaver residence?
Not inside the house, no.
And in fact, looking at this photo, this is your house, correct?
Correct.
And there's not a clear line of sight between your house and this fire pit, is there?
Yes, there is.
There's a clear line of sight?
Yes.
The jury can look at that and see a clear line of sight?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you don't go to the Shaver residence, correct?
Yeah, I'd been to it several
Did you
times.
sit down with Miss Shaver on occasion, have tea, sit there and talk to her?
Not having tea, but I do recall I did go one time and sat and had quite a lengthy conversation with her.
Was that complaining about the pigs?
No,
You ever complained to Miss Shaver about any of the animals?
no, not to her, no.
Did they ever kill a pig over there?
I don't know. They had animals that died frequently over there.
Okay, so they had animals on the property. They had some pigs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a neighbor behind y'all with horses, correct?
They came in 2016 and started a horse farm back there.
Okay, so we had horses in the area, a lady with a cow that died. We had the Shavers next door with some pigs, correct?
There were not pigs there at the time.
Okay, okay. So, do you know the date of death of Michael Shaver?
No.
Okay, so when you say at the time, you don't know when Michael Shaver died, do you?
I do know there was a period of time in 2015 and there weren't pigs there at that time.
They have any rabbits or other animals?
They did have rabbits, and I believe that came a little later.
Okay. And you said this was, when did you detect, or when was the patio put in?
I believe some cement was poured sometime around in the spring of 2016. I did not see it being poured.
So you never saw it pour. We see there's not really a clear line of sight from your house, correct?
Yes, there is.
Okay. One moment.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Redirect?
Nicholas,
Yes.
can you explain to the jury why you're saying you have a clear line of sight over it?
Well, we're in the back, on the back side of my house. I had a really large deck porch, and from there I could see directly over. Also, as I mentioned, it was a carport, which was completely open all the way through.
I'll go ahead and show photograph number 4 from State's Exhibit, number 15. Can you just kind of show the jury the areas that you're talking about? Yes, go ahead and set that.
Okay, this you can even see right here. It's open. You can see the front end of a car. That was open. This was probably 10 feet wide. And I was always over in this area because I did have horses. I did have a barn that used to be right here. That was an open barn. It was a pole barn that didn't have walls. It was just a roof, basically. And so when I would come over and leave the horses here, I could see everything that happened along here.
And I'll go back to photograph number 1 from State's Exhibit 1. Does this photo, the area over on the left side, show your total property area, or is that
Just half of it.
Okay. So can you just demonstrate to the jury the rest of where your property would be on there?
Well, this is my property starting down here all the way, and then it was a whole 5 acres, and then it was further on over that way. The whole thing was only enclosed by cattle fence.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. May the witness be excused from her subpoena?
No, she's subject to recall and rebuttal.
All right.
Hello, Kathleen.
And thank you for testifying here today at the courthouse. Would you like the witness to remain at the courthouse, or?
No, we'll tell her when she needs to come back.
All right, please be available for recall. Thank you. Have a good day. Your next witness.
Oh, excuse me, Megan.
She is a nosy neighbor, though. You were like Laurie, and she's stubborn. Like, she knows everything. She knows everything about everybody. She knows when you wake up in the morning. She knows what color your blinds are. She's just a nosy person. You know, which we probably all know of a person just like that. Amazing. Dooby-dooby-doo, where are you?
Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name for the record.
Megan Cleek. First is Megan. Last is Cleek.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury again?
My name is Megan Cleek.
Where do you work now?
I currently reside in California. I'm working for the University of Maryland Global Campus.
What do you do for them?
I'm a student advisor.
Where did you work before that?
Before that, I worked with the Maryland State Police as a member of the firearms section of their crime laboratory.
What did you do for their crime lab?
The position of a firearms examiner within a crime laboratory is responsible for the receipt, evaluation, examination of evidence specific to firearms examination, drawing conclusions based on those examinations, documenting via report, and testifying in court as necessary.
How long did you do that job for Maryland?
I was with the state of Maryland for about 1.5 years.
Prior to that, where did you work?
Prior to that, with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in a very similar capacity.
Can you describe for the jury your training and experience that allows you to do the job you did both for Florida Department of Law Enforcement and for Maryland State Police?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Michigan State University. I'm also a graduate of the National Firearms Examiner Academy, which is hosted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. I also participated in formalized training programs with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and the Virginia Department of Forensic Science.
How long have you been in the field of firearms analysis?
Approximately 15 years.
Did you also go through continuing education requirements while you were at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Can you estimate about how many examinations you have done on firearms?
Thousands of examinations on firearms.
Have you been asked, in many of those examinations, probably most, to examine a firearm and determine whether or not a fired projectile or a spent shell casing is connected to that firearm or is fired from a firearm?
Yes, that is correct.
For those jurors who are not familiar with firearms at all, can you first kind of explain to the jury what is involved in that type of an analysis?
The purpose of firearms identification is the examination of fired ammunition components, most often bullets and cartridge cases, for the purpose of determining whether or not they were fired in or from a specific firearm. That's made possible by the design of the firearm and the manufacturing process, and the marks that are left on bullets and cartridge cases as a result of the firing process.
What does the term class characteristics mean in firearm analysis?
Class characteristics are the features of a firearm that are determined prior to its manufacturing process. Those features have the potential to be transferred to the fired cartridge cases and bullets that are fired in or from that firearm.
So those come from the manufacturer, correct?
Correct.
So a variety of the same type of gun, same caliber would have those same class characteristics?
Yes, that is correct.
What's meant by the term individual characteristic?
Individual characteristics are the features of a firearm that are not determined prior to the manufacture. They're incidental to the manufacturing process or the result of use, abuse, and wear of that firearm. Those characteristics also have the potential to be transferred to a fired bullet or cartridge case during the firing process.
Again, for those jurors who are not familiar with firearms, can you explain to the jury how a firearm works, and specifically addressing the difference between a revolver and semi-automatic as well?
There are multiple steps in the process of a firearm being fired. One would be to load the cartridges, the unfired ammunition components, into the firearm. The second would be to cock the firearm. That is preparing the firearm to be fired. The third is to release that cocking mechanism. This strikes the head of a cartridge case where the primer is located. That primer creates an explosion when struck. The explosion ignites the propellant or the gunpowder that is inside of that cartridge. That propellant burns very quickly and creates a large amount of gas. That gas forces the bullet out the muzzle end of the firearm. In turn, this can also at times cock the firearm, readying it to be fired again. The primary difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic firearm in this case is that the ammunition components, the bullet and the cartridge case, have a different experience during the process. In both, the bullet exits the muzzle of the firearm during the firing process. In a semi-automatic firearm, a cartridge case would be extracted and ejected from the firearm during the firing process. In a revolver, that fired cartridge case would remain inside the firearm until manually removed by the user.
Are there different sizes of ammunition that fit in different firearms, also known as calibers?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Yes, the caliber can refer to either the nominal or the true measurement of a bullet. That is the measurement of the bullet that fits down the barrel of a firearm.
During the course of your career as a firearms analyst, have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in the area of firearms analysis?
Yes, I have given opinion testimony in local, state, and federal courts.
About how many times?
Approximately 50.
This time, Your Honor, I would request that this witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of firearms analysis.
Any objection?
Okay.
Without objection, the request is granted.
Were you provided some evidence in this case of State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, Lake County Sheriff's Office case 180025431?
Yes, I was.
Specifically, were you provided a firearm?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided a fired projectile?
Yes.
And so we're using the same terminology, and my terminology is actually correct. Is a bullet also known as a projectile?
That is correct.
Is a cartridge also known as a live round?
That is correct.
Showing us been introduced as State's Exhibit 26. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
Both the container and the item are marked with a unique laboratory number, an item number, and my initials.
Is that firearm currently unloaded?
It is.
Is there actually a protective device inserted in the barrel of it to make sure it can't be used?
There is a zip tie through the cylinder that prevents it from being locked into the firearm. Yes.
Can you describe for the jury, and if you could show it to the jury as you're describing it, describe the firearm?
This is 138 special caliber Cobra Enterprises model Shadow 5-shot revolver.
Did you examine that firearm?
Yes, I did.
Is that firearm considered a single or double action firearm?
This is a double action only firearm.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Pulling the trigger of this firearm causes both the cocking and releasing of the hammer, which is responsible for striking the primer of a cartridge that's in the cylinder.
How is that different than a single action firearm?
In a single action firearm, the cocking of the firearm, the process that prepares it to be fired, is a separate process from pulling the trigger. It's resultant of either manually pulling a slide to the rear or from the shot before causing the firearm to be cocked.
Does it require more effort to fire a double action firearm?
It does require a longer or more aggressive trigger pull, as it requires both the cocking of the hammer and the releasing of the firing mechanism.
And what's meant by the term trigger pull?
Trigger pull would be the weight that is required to pull the trigger fully to the rear, cocking and releasing the firing mechanism.
When you examined this firearm, did you perform any kind of a trigger pull analysis?
I did not.
At the time, did Florida Department of Law Enforcement do that type of testing?
It would not have been required on this particular examination.
Okay. What did you do with that firearm to begin your examination of it?
The first step in the process of examining a firearm is to evaluate its design and its function. This is for safety purposes. So I documented the make, the model, the caliber of the firearm. I also documented how it would function.
And what were your results of that?
That's where I determined, again, that this is a Cobra Enterprises firearm. It's a model shadow. It's a double action only function. It has a cylinder that holds 5 cartridges. And I apologize, that's it.
Did you test fire it?
I did, yes.
What's your purpose in actually firing the gun?
The purpose of firing the firearm in the laboratory is, 1, to determine its function. The second is to create known test fires. These are known exemplars, bullets and cartridge cases that I know, because I processed the firearm, to have been fired in and from this specific firearm.
Did the firearm function as it should when you fired it?
Yes, it did.
I'm assuming when you fire the gun and retrieve those test fires, you fire it into like a water canister of some sort?
Yes, it's a large tank of water.
Are you then able to take those fired projectiles and compare them to other projectiles provided to you by law enforcement?
Yes, creating known test fires allows me to compare unknown bullets and cartridge cases to, again, exemplars that I know to have been fired from a specific firearm.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury the process you take and what you do when you have this known test fire that you personally fired and you make an attempt to compare it to a projectile provided by law enforcement?
The first step in the examination of known test fires and the examination of evidence bullets and cartridge cases is to examine those items independently. The test fires were examined and compared to one another to determine reproducibility of the marks that are created during the firing process. Likewise, the evidence bullet is examined independently. It's examined for the presence of class characteristics, which we mentioned earlier, and then for the presence of individual characteristics. The purpose of this examination is to first determine, is it possible that a fired bullet or cartridge case was fired in an evidence firearm? If it is possible, then a microscopic comparison of individual characteristics is completed.
What kind of markings are left on a projectile after it's fired out of the gun?
The class characteristic markings that are left on a projectile as the result of firing would be the land and groove impressions. These are the helical grooves inside the barrel of a firearm that produce the spin to a bullet. Much like we throw a football with a spin, a bullet is fired with a spin. These helical grooves have a certain number, a certain direction, and a certain width. And those direction, width, and number will differ between firearms. These are the class characteristics, again, that are transferred to a bullet during the firing process. There are also individual characteristics that are transferred to a bullet during the firing process. These are called striations. They're resultant of the manufacturing process in that those helical grooves are cut by a tool into the barrel of a firearm. They're unique to that firearm in the sense that the tool wears during the firing process, and those striations also wear in the firearm as a result of its use, abuse, and wear over time.
I'm assuming when you test fired the gun and retrieve those projectiles from the water tank, they're in very good condition.
Yes, the purpose of firing into a water tank is to recover projectiles in a good condition.
Because they are in good condition, are you better able to see those individual markings left by the firearm on the projectile as it's fired?
Yes, a part of the early comparison process when looking at test fires compared to test fires for the purpose of determining whether there or not there are reproducible marks on a fired bullet is that process that was mentioned is because they are in good condition, those marks are easier to compare to one another.
Were you also provided a projectile recovered from the skull of a Michael Shaver?
Yes.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence in State's Exhibit 20. Did you examine, do you recognize that item first?
I'm sorry, I don't have gloves, so I don't want to remove the item from, oh, sorry, they're right here.
And while you're doing that, you mentioned the test fires that you fired. Are those also contained in the package with the gun?
Yes, they are. Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
Again, the packaging and the item are marked with a unique laboratory number, an item number, and my initials.
Did you examine that projectile recovered from the skull that you just looked at?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe to the jury what condition that projectile was in when you first looked at it?
The projectile was in very rough condition, both its shape and material that was surrounding the projectile upon its receipt.
Because of the condition of that projectile, and if you consider that projectile was located in the ground for some period of time, could that affect the markings left on that projectile by the firearm that fired it?
Yes, the condition can very much obscure the marks that are left on the projectile as the result of having been fired.
Despite the damaged condition of that projectile, were you able to determine the caliber of the projectile or caliber class of the projectile?
Yes, I was.
And what is meant by caliber or caliber class?
Caliber, again, can be the nominal or actual measurement of the diameter of a bullet. It can also be the measurement of a bullet that would fit down the barrel of a firearm. In this case, the caliber was determined to be 38 caliber class. That means it belongs to a family of calibers that are very similar, but there was not enough information in this case due to the damage of the bullet to determine an actual caliber. Therefore, it was determined that it belonged to the 38 caliber class or family of projectiles.
And what calibers are included in that 38 caliber class or 38 caliber family?
This is a 38, a 380, a 357, or a 9 millimeter.
Did you examine that damaged projectile to determine whether or not it could have been fired from the firearm we looked at earlier, that pink and black Cobra revolver?
Yes. Again, going back to the early steps of a comparison, first we determine the class characteristics of a firearm and the class characteristics of a fired ammunition component. If the class characteristics of the two agree, then I can move forward to a comparison of the individual characteristics. In this case, the class characteristics present on the fired bullet and the class characteristics of the firearm agreed, allowing me to move forward to a comparison of individual characteristics.
And what do you mean by the class characteristics of the bullet agreed with the firearm itself? What are you talking about?
The class characteristics agreement would allow this projectile to have been fired in this particular firearm. That means that the caliber is the same, the number of lands and grooves or those helical impressions agree, their direction of twist, and their width are in agreement.
So the number of lands and grooves, the direction of the lands and grooves, and the width of the lands and grooves of that firearm is consistent with the fired bullet we looked at.
In addition to the caliber, yes.
Okay. So all that was agreed, all that was consistent.
Correct.
You then proceeded to do the individual examinations to look at those individual characteristics.
Yes.
He explained to the jury how that process worked.
An examination of individual characteristics is a microscopic comparison of the striations that are left on the surface of a bullet as the resultant of the firing process. In this particular case, the individual characteristics left on the test fires, which were compared to each other first, were not well defined, and it was a very difficult process. I did move forward to the comparison of the individual characteristics between the test fires and the evidence bullet. However, the result of this comparison was an inconclusive result. I could not determine whether or not this particular bullet was fired in this specific firearm.
So when you examined the test fires that were in pristine condition with each other, it was difficult to determine by your analysis that they were fired from the same firearm. Am I right?
That is correct. This particular firearm simply did not leave well-defined individual characteristics on its test fires.
And then when you went to examine the actual bullet we looked at recovered from the skull to see if it was fired from that particular firearm, you couldn't make a comparison, correct?
That is true. The comparison was completed. However, the result of the comparison was an inconclusive conclusion.
So as you sit there now, you're not able to say scientifically whether that specific bullet was fired from that specific gun.
That is correct.
However, am I correct that all of the other characteristics of the gun and the bullet are consistent? You just can't say that that specific bullet was fired from that gun because of the lack of individual characteristics.
That is true. In fact, I cannot move forward to a comparison of individual characteristics if the class characteristics did not agree. Because all of the class characteristics between the firearm and the fired bullet were in agreement, I could move forward in the examination process.
Bottom line, the projectile could have been fired from that gun based on the consistency of all those different things we talked about, but you can't say scientifically if it actually was.
That's correct.
And one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
Man, Mr. Buxman started off, and it was your testimony you had received a projectile from the medical examiner's office, correct?
The projectile is transferred to me from the evidence section of the laboratory.
Okay. So the projectile, let me just see if I'm summing this up correctly. The projectile that was in the body could not be linked up to the gun that you're sitting there holding, correct?
The comparison of individual characteristics was inconclusive, correct?
So that's a good summation, correct? There was no connection between that gun there and the projectile that was delivered to you, correct?
The examination resulted in the conclusion that all class characteristics were in agreement. The result of the individual comparison was inconclusive.
Okay. How many guns fit into that class?
Thousands of guns, if not tens of thousands, correct?
So there's thousands of guns that fit into that class, and not one individual characteristic linked it to this homicide, correct?
The result of the individual characteristic comparison was inconclusive. I would not say not one. That would.
Correct. Then we were talking about double action, single action type firearms. Did you fire the projectile sample?
I was responsible for firing the test fires.
Okay. What's the poundage, the amount of force that's required on that gun to discharge a projectile?
The trigger pull on this firearm was not measured.
Okay. Any specific reason?
That was not part of the policy or procedure for an examination of this type.
Did law enforcement ever contact you at any time and request it?
They did not.
State Attorney's Office ever contact you and request that?
The state attorney's office would not contact me directly.
Okay. When you have a double action pistol as well, you can pull the hammer back and lock it, correct?
Not in a double action only firearm, no.
Okay. Can you pull the hammer back, lock it, and then discharge it by the trigger?
In a double action only firearm, no.
Okay. Single action.
In a single action firearm, a hammer can be pulled back and locked into position.
Okay. and then it can be released by a separate trigger pull, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So once the hammer is locked back, does it require less force on the trigger on that type of gun?
That is a question that could not be answered because the trigger pull of this double action only firearm was not measured. And I do not know the trigger pull of a single action. One could or could not be heavier than the other.
Anything prevent the child from firing that gun?
I would not be qualified to answer that question.
Okay. Well, you've been in the business how many years?
Approximately 15 years in firearms examination.
Okay. And you don't know anything about trigger pulls and capacities?
I don't know anything about a child pulling a trigger.
Okay. 1 second, guys.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, redirect. May the witness be released from her subpoena. Okay, thank you for testifying here today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. And your next witness.
I'm not pissed with the defense. I'm pissed with we've gone through this whole rigmarole about this gun, this pink gun that she bought, and she did all this. And now it's like, well, yeah, it's not this gun. It's so if that's the case, then who the fuck pulled the trigger? That's reasonable doubt. We don't even know if this is a gun. And when he said how many other guns have the same characteristics for with the bullet, thousands. The fuck? That is this to be shady again, trying to place a gun in the hand of a woman. Now, I don't know. Again, she's innocent unless proven guilty. There's no testing. There was no testing to see trigger. Could a 7-year-old pull a trigger back? There was nothing. How are we convicting people on this shit? You know, we need to hold the prosecution to a higher standard. This is bullshit. They brought a case here, a case of someone like this. It should be 100% guaranteed. She pulled it with this gun, not, well, maybe. It could be this gun or it could be thousands of other guns that got the same characteristics. Could have been a 7-year-old. Well, we don't know. We didn't test for it. So it could have been a 7-year-old. How likely is that? Not very likely. But it doesn't matter. They didn't test for it. For fuck's sakes. I hate shit like this. Now, I'm not saying she didn't do it. I don't know. But like all the evidence, nothing's pointed towards her. This whole thing about, oh, she bought the gun, pink gun, blah, 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 means fuck all. Because there's thousands and thousands of guns with the same kind of characteristics. So it makes fucking zero sense. And also, she said, yeah, no, it wasn't, it couldn't be in this, it probably isn't this gun. Fucking motherfucker. I get upset about stuff like this because we see so many innocent people in prison over bullshit like this. Again, I don't know if she's innocent or not, but currently she is. There might be other evidence that comes in, but that's shady as fuck. That is shady as hell. That's not what it's about, people. This is not justice. This is not what we should be looking for. We shouldn't be guessing. Maybe one of 10,000 guns. Maybe it was that gun. Motherfuckers, I want to know what exact gun was fucking used. Because if I'm sending someone to jail for the rest of their lives, I want to be 100% sure. I don't want any of this bullshit, maybe. Fuck. This is why I cover trials, because we see shit like this. Like, and people that come in and say if someone's guilty straight away, stuff. Listen to the whole testimony. Listen to the whole testimony, people. This is shit. Because also, right, if she did kill him, I would acquit her. That pisses me off as well. You know, if she did do it, I'd be like, well, but you haven't proven it. You know, it works both ways. I want to make sure that the right person is in prison. And if she did kill him, then I'd let her walk, because I'm like, I'd rather be wrong on this person that have one innocent person in prison. I do not want one innocent person in prison. There's too many of them. Fuck. That's why I'm mad. I'm sorry. That's why I'm mad about stuff like this. People don't take it seriously enough. This is someone's life. You know, how can he convict her? Fuck. Anyway, right. Here we go. Back to it. I'll do a 1.25 now for a little bit. Oh, if this was like my family member, I'd be mad right now. Mad. This is the whole thing has been shit about like fire pit. Like, oh, I don't know. Anyway, we'll discuss it later.
Let me know when you're ready to go. Thank you. Good morning. All right, please be seated if you would. Thank you. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Tara Mitchell, T-A-R-A, Mitchell, M-I-T-C-H-E-L-L.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I am Tara Mitchell.
What do you do for a living?
I currently work with mental behavior at Livestream.
Prior to that, where did you work?
I was the manager at Mariner Finance.
What did Mariner Finance do?
We did personal secured loans, secured and unsecured loans.
How long did you work there?
9 years.
What were your day-to-day duties when you worked at Mariner Financial?
To solicit and collect and distribute money to those that need.
I direct your attention back to November of 2015. Were you working at Mariner Financial in that same capacity then?
At that particular time, I was an assistant manager, senior assistant manager.
What duties did that involve, specifically the senior assistant manager?
Basically the same.
Okay, understood. Did Mariner Financial extend a loan to Michael Shaver in November of 2015?
At that time, we had mailers that came out from the corporate office, and they were sent out to several different people in several different cities.
Can you explain to the jury kind of how that worked? Were they just kind of sent unsolicited to people's residences?
I'm not totally sure as to how corporate determined as to who they were going to send it to, but it would have something to do with their credit. And we call them LBMs, which is the loan by mail. And so they would send them out to different people.
So this is not a situation where somebody comes to your financial institution and says, hey, I need a loan. This is the financial institution reaching out to people to say, hey, I want a loan.
Absolutely. And it made it look really good because they gave you a certain amount and all it required you to do was fill out some information on the back.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit D as in dog, and State's Exhibit 29, there's a business record certification and notice has been provided.
Any objection?
To Michael Shaver via mail.
Yes, it was.
And how, in what form would that loan have been extended to them?
A check was mailed directly to an address that was attached to his social. And that's all it would require for them to do is fill the information out on the back and submit it to a bank or deposit it.
So a check is sent to Michael Shaver's residence in the mail, which basically is a loan check.
Yes.
Describe the process. How would somebody accept that loan or accept the money in that check when it was mailed to them?
They would be required to sign it on the back, their telephone number,
Okay.
as to how they could be reached.
I'm going to show you what they introduced to State's Exhibit 30. And do you recognize the check that I'm showing you?
Absolutely.
All right. And does the bank also maintain records of attempts to collect that money if that situation is needed?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Does the bank, if say someone doesn't pay that loan back or misses payments, does the bank
have a log to show the attempts the bank made to collect that loan?
Absolutely. From the moment it is cashed, within 72 hours, we have to make contact with them.
And is that what these documents are contained in this exhibit 630?
Absolutely.
Do you recognize them?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are they accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm publishing the check that we just looked at. How much, and I'll give you the exhibit in case it's a little difficult for your angle. How much was the check for that was sent to Michael Shaver's residence?
$2,539.
And to what address was that check sent?
9850 Sandy Pines Road, Clearmont, Florida 34711.
When was that check mailed out to Michael Shaver's address?
It had to be mailed before 11/30/2015.
What was done with that check to signify that the loan was accepted by whoever filled out this information on the back of the check?
Because there are signatures on the back of the check and phone numbers listed with a date.
And what was the phone number listed on the back of the check?
352-431-5121.
Was there a date written on the back of the check signifying when it was accepted?
Absolutely.
What date was that?
12/11/15.
And would that information have been filled in by whoever received the check at the address?
Absolutely.
That's not information filled out by you or by the bank?
Oh, no.
Does the filling out of that information on the back of the check signify an acceptance of the loan?
Absolutely.
Did Michael Shaver have an account with Mariner Financial or anything?
Not until he cashed his check.
Okay. What were the terms of the repayment of this loan? For instance, if the loan was accepted, what would be the monthly payments to be made?
30 monthly payments of $122.89.
Were any of the monthly payments made in this case regarding this loan extended to Michael Shaver?
Absolutely not.
All right. Was there ever any personal or phone contact from Michael Shaver to the Mariner Financial Institution regarding the repayment of this loan?
Absolutely not.
What was done to try to reach Michael Shaver from Mariner Financial to get this loan paid off?
We first did solicitation talk calls to have him to come in, but we never made contact. And after 30 days being delinquent, it goes into collections, and we start collection calls on a daily basis.
What do you mean by a solicitation call was made?
When LBMs, the loans by mails, are sent out, there's really no real contact with the customer other than what is written on the back of the check. So to make it more of a personal, we solicited an extra $500 for coming into the bank and signing up to come over onto a Mariner paper, whereas we're able to have better access and know a little bit more about the client.
Okay, so you reach out to the person who accepted the loan and say, hey, why don't you come on into our bank?
According to the number that they put on the back of the check.
Okay. When is that done in relation to the acceptance of the loan and you getting information that the loan has been accepted?
Within 24 to 72 hours, we're notified that a check has been cashed. So it automatically appears in our system of new loan by mails. And
that when you reach out for these solicitations, was that done in this case?
Absolutely.
Was any response received by the bank from Michael Shaver?
There were no answering of the phone calls.
When the time for the first payment came due, you had already indicated that no payment was made. What did the bank do, or you do, to try to make contact with Michael Shaver?
We started reaching out with the number that was on the back. We will use free websites where we can look up to try to find if there's any other numbers that's attached to the name.
Did the bank continue to try to reach out to Michael Shaver for a lengthy period of time?
Oh, absolutely. It doesn't charge off until 180 days.
What do you mean by charge off?
We have no payments. So unfortunately,
The bank has to eat it.
yes,
Okay. Let me direct your attention specifically to February 17th, 2015. Did you specifically try to call the number that was listed on the back of the check?
I did.
And what happened when you did that?
A female answered the phone and stated she had just gotten that particular phone that Friday before.
Basically indicating I don't know what you're talking about. This is the wrong number.
Absolutely.
Did you have any personal knowledge as far as who you were speaking with?
I had no idea.
Was the loan eventually turned over to collections when the payments weren't made?
We keep it up to, yes, it was.
It's within the Mariner financial system that's turned over to a different department.
At that time, after 180, it goes to a higher level.
Did anyone by the name of Laurie Shaver ever contact Mariner Financial about this loan?
No,
If that would have happened, would there have been notes in your?
absolutely.
Did you eventually speak with a Sergeant Tammy Dale from the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Once you spoke with Sergeant Dale, what was ultimately done with this loan?
It eventually charged off.
Meaning the bank?
The bank, we could no longer do any more collections on it because in our local level.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
And did law enforcement take that check from you?
No, the check is given to the bank.
Okay, but I mean, did law enforcement get a copy of that check?
We do have access to it.
Well, I didn't ask if they have access to it. Did they come by and request a copy of the check?
I cannot determine at this particular time if they requested it at that time or not.
Okay. You don't know that fact, right? And do you have any video of who entered the bank, who set the account up or anything like that?
Because it's a loan by mail, they never enter our office.
Okay. So nobody came down to the bank to your personal knowledge, right?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. Do you know if law enforcement ever took a copy of the check to do any kind of handwriting analysis?
That's beyond my knowledge.
Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, you can be excused.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you.
For the next witness, can we just take a brief break to the exhibits ready?
Yes, sir. So we'll take a 5-minute comfort break at this time.
For a comfort break, right? I'll get this live on that now then. It's a little bit like stupid because this is a murder case and that's all about fraud. I know they're trying to say, you know, she signed it and he was dead, but there's no proof for that. This is all right. We need to be more happy. For those of you that I've just come in, let's play a few music stuff here. I'll play the burp thing for you again. Because I know a lot of you want to see that again. So I'll play that one more time for you guys.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is.
He burped. Hang on. Let's go back. He burped. Oh, that's funny. That's a nightmare. That's a nightmare for anyone. That'd be my nightmare to, fart or burp or something. He just burped. Oh, how fucking childish am I? Oh.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes.
If you don't find that funny, I can't help you. That's hilarious. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Go back and watch it again.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes.
Oh, what a poor guy. Oh, poor guy. Let's go back again. Hey, Katie Santos in the house. Oh, Katie, watch it. He burps. Hang on.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
What's going through his head right now? What's going through his head right now? He just burped. He must be so embarrassed. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, I think that's hilarious. I think that's hilarious, everybody. He just fucking burps. That's just a fucking nightmare. Anyway, sex bot. I'm a sex bot, sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot, sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot, sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Right, we're back. We're back. Jessica, I agree with you. I agree there's ways, but they didn't do any of it. That's what I mean. They didn't do any of it. They didn't check it. They didn't look at the writing. They didn't do any follow up. That's the whole point. They 100% there are ways to prove it, but they didn't do any of it. By the sounds of it, anyway. That's my annoyance with it. Oh, thank you, everybody. I won't play it often. I just played it now because I need to stretch for a couple of minutes, and it's a good one for me to go and stretch for a couple of minutes. Oh. Da-da-da. Right. What else have we got? Oh, this hack is on fire. It's I don't know what to say about this case now. I'm a little bit like, I know everyone saying to me before I came into this going, oh my gosh, she's so guilty. She may well be, but they can't fucking prove it. Oh. We don't know if there are any more with us on these topics. No, we don't. We don't. There's about, I think, we probably got about 5 left, I think. There used to be, if they expect to, yeah, 100%. We obviously, we don't know what's coming in, but so far, nothing's coming. Nothing's coming. Oh, I'm trying to calculate. I don't know how many witnesses we had today. But there's 15 in total, is all we know. Ba, 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 ba. I always thought she had something to do with it, but I will vote not guilty right now because there's too much. Yeah, and also it's more of a, like, there's so many questions to answer. Like, it would lead you to think that she was involved, because how did the body get into the fire pit and all these, but guesswork isn't, and that's unfortunately what the jury are going to do. They're just going to guess. Well, it's possible. Probably is not good enough. Fucking hell, get away. Don't zoom in. Probably is not good enough. It has to be proven beyond. They shouldn't be guessing. Going, well, it's more than likely. More than likely she did it, because how did the body get into there? Doesn't matter how the body got into there. That's not for you to decide. That's up to the state to prove. And at the minute, they haven't proven it. But again, with there more witnesses to come, I'm just annoyed. Anything for you, Jessica, anything. It's all good. Seems like they've already seen 20. I know. I might be wrong. It might be more. I don't actually know how many. Let's have a look to see if there's any recaps from anybody. Let's count it up. Oh, excuse me. We got Austin. First, we will hear from Austin. No, we don't. That's wrong. So heard from Joe Brady, Robert Keja, who purchased guns from Laurie Travis, took the stand. Is Austin took it as well. Travis's former boss as well. That's 5. With us right now, I think Wiggs, Austin, Tara Mitchell. I think that's 8 then. Is that it? Oh, there was more than that. Too many questions, not enough answers. I agree. Oh, I've lost all the will to live with juries now. I've lost all the will to live with juries. They don't like. If you look at Turtle Boy interviewed another the juror again, I think yesterday. I mean, after reading that interview that he did in the first place, it just disheartens me that juries just don't. They just don't know. They don't understand it, and it saddens me. May end up as a Murdoch type trial. Surely involved, but state didn't prove it. I agree with that. Oh, absolutely. I think Alice Murdoch was guilty personally, but the state, in my opinion, didn't prove it. But trying to cremate the body, it should be on top of the fire pit, not under. Well, we don't know if it's accidental. I don't think it was accidental, David. That's the point. I don't think it was accidental. That's what they're saying. Deliberate. It's one of those. I think bench trials are super, super tough because they go by the law. But then, I suppose with reasonable doubt, maybe Dennis is still adamant she's guilty. I love you, Dennis, but I disagree so far. I disagree with you so far. I couldn't vote the guilty right now, but Christine, hello for the fourth time. I think third or fourth time. How are you doing, my darling? Yeah, I know. I don't know sure how it works. I do agree with you, by the way. It's interesting. I'm not sure though. I don't know. It'd be interesting. Yeah, you're right. If we aren't allowed, we'd probably be allowed audio only though. Seems the Jews don't lack on facts, but instead go by their feelings. Yeah, they do, because if you think about it, most people don't do this. They don't watch trials. They don't understand true crime. You got the family in there crying for the victim, and there's a lot of pressure on them, and they just might think, I don't know, but I think they probably, because this is what the world goes to. They just think, I know they didn't prove it, but there's no doubt in my mind that they did do it. They don't understand that that's not good enough. That's not the standard. So we'll see. She may well be guilty. I've not heard one thing. There's no weapon to kill him. They've not presented a weapon. They've not said how, when, how she did it. What weapon did she use to do it? So how can she be guilty? I think that's my point. How can she be guilty? That's fine, Tiz. Yeah, that's fine, my darling. It's all good.
All right, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and attention today. You may proceed.
State calls Vanessa Townson.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Vanessa Townsend, VANESSA
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Vanessa Townsend.
And you know Jeremy Townsend?
I do.
How do you know?
He's my husband.
When did you get here?
April 12th, 2008.
And do you have children together?
We do.
How many?
One,
How old is your child?
14.
And in 2016, where were you working?
Pine Ridge Elementary.
And what was your position there?
A teacher.
Did you work there the whole school year, 2015 to 2016?
Correct.
And in 2016, while you were at work, did you receive an unexpected delivery?
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Sidebar, please.
So this is the wife of the hot twin. Witness is fine. She's all right. She's okay, yeah. No, I wouldn't chuck her out of bed or anything. Do you know what I mean? I'd be lucky to get her in bed. Do you know what I mean? So, no, it's fine. I'm trying to save the whole part stuff for the smoke shows. Do you know what I mean, Daffy? But yeah, no, I do like her. Right,
Please proceed.
Ms. Thompson, did you receive an unexpected delivery?
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Flowers.
And did those flowers come with a card?
They did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Showing what the defense has been previously been marked as State's Exhibit T.
Judge, I file a motion with respect to this. If we approach,
Please approach.
okay. I wonder what this gift is. Flowers, something else. I wonder if the daughter's going to be called by the state or just the defense. Morticia, yeah, she does look at Morticia, yeah. Morticia, that's it. She's a very good-looking woman. No, I haven't, Kaz. Have you? I never have. No. Never have. Never been requested. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-da. She's grown up with the brows. I think, well, I don't know. You girls know more about brows. I think she looks fine with the brows, personally. I don't know. I don't know what the difference is. I ain't complaining, put it that way. Ba, 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 ba. Beep, 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 beep.
Ms. Thompson, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification as State's Exhibit T. I'm going to go ahead and just ask that you cut along the top here and just take a look at the card that is inside. Not showing it to the jury, so you just go ahead and look at the card.
Sorry.
That's okay.
In the envelope.
Yep, you can pull that out.
Oh. Sorry.
And go ahead and open it up. Is that the card that you received with the flowers?
It is.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you received that?
It is.
And after receiving that, did you eventually turn this over to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state moves State's Exhibit T into evidence as State's number 30.
All right, objections overruled. States T will be entered into evidence as State's number 30.
Now, did that, the card that came with those flowers, did that include a message?
It did.
And can you go ahead and read that message to the jury, please?
Great.
That's okay. Ms. Townsend, is this a difficult day for you?
It is. It says, roses are red, violets are blue. My wife is a whore. Your husband is too. Sorry about this. Check your Facebook message. We need to talk. Mike.
Now, up until this point, had you ever had any interactions with this particular Mike or a Michael Shaver?
No.
Up until this point, had you noticed any messages from a Facebook profile identified as Michael Shaver prior to receiving those flowers?
No.
Up until this point, did you have any knowledge or that your husband was potentially having an affair?
No.
When did you receive that card and those flowers?
In April 11th, 2016.
In the time frame leading up to you receiving those flowers, was there ever any time that your husband was sleeping anywhere other than the home, which would have given you concerns that he was having some sort of extramarital affair?
Sleeping elsewhere?
Yes.
No.
So you always came home at night, he was always around.
Yes.
Now, after you received that card, did you in fact did you have a Facebook profile at that point?
I did.
And after receiving that card and that message, did you go onto your Facebook profile and realize that there had been either a friend request or some sort of messages from Michael Shaver's Facebook account?
I did.
And once you saw that request had come in and those messages had come in, what did you do specifically as it relates to Facebook?
I contacted the person back.
Did you accept this friend request to be able to look at these messages?
I did.
And did you go through the messages that had been sent to you up until the point that you had received those flowers?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and show Defense State's Exhibit EE.
Thank you. Just be quiet. Thank you.
All right, sidebar,
Yes, sir.
come on up.
Yeah, this is a woman that they explained it in open statements or something about we'll get to it now. About the affair stuff. Okay. Okay, we're not 100% sure. It's the woman that hello, Leslie Ann. Her husband allegedly had an affair. I don't remember the full story, so I'm not going to say who she is fully. But I don't remember who she had an affair with, who her husband, whether it was with Laurie or how we were all worked. I don't remember. Oh, so when I left, the twin of the defendants.
This house I'm showing you
Yeah.
states EE. Home drive. You recognize that thumb drive?
I do.
And what does that thumb drive contain?
The messages from the Facebook account.
And does that contain all the messages that you received from Michael Shaver's Facebook account, including any still screenshots of text messages, these Facebook messages we're referring to here, and along with photographs that may have been sent to you?
Yes, to my knowledge.
And how do you recognize that that is what is contained on that thumb drive?
I dated and initialed it.
And you reviewed that information before doing so?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves states EE into evidence, as I believe number 31.
Yes, sir. Objections overruled. States EE will be admitted into evidence as states number 31.
Now, I want to start with the actual Facebook messages you received from Michael Shaver's account, showing defense states FF.
Judge, same objection.
Yes, sir.
That's all lines.
Yes, sir. All right. The objection is overruled.
Showing you as an intrusive word that states FF. Go ahead and take a look at those documents. What are those documents?
The messages I received through Facebook account.
And are those the Facebook messages that we just started talking about and that you received after, that you went back and looked at after the flowers, and any future Facebook messages from that same account?
Correct.
And those are actually also contained on the thumb drive that we just talked about. This is just a printed out version of that.
Correct.
You're on this time, the state moves states FF into evidence as states exhibit number 32.
Over defense objection, states FF will be admitted into evidence as states number 32.
Now I'm going to go ahead and start publishing some of these. Now, on page, looking at the blue numbers on top, page 2447, is that where the first message that you would have received from the Michael Shaver Facebook account?
That's correct.
And first of all, what was the date of that message?
February 25th, 2016.
And what was the content of that message?
Hello, Vanessa. I know you don't know me, but I keep sending you a friend request because I really need to talk with you about something important. I am not a creep, I promise. I'm looking to confirm some information concerning my wife.
Now, moving on into page 2446. Are there messages, and 2447, we'll start on page 2447. Did you receive any sort of follow-up message there on April 5th of 2016? So the message would be on the top of page 2447. The date would be on page 2446.
I don't see 2447. I'm sorry.
Oh, I apologize.
Sorry.
No. Looking at the message there from April 5th, what is that statement?
It's So April 5th, 2016, it says, I don't think you are seeing my messages. I just sent you something. Hope you contact me when you receive.
And moving on to the preceding page, if you flip the next page. Is there a message then from April 9th, 2016?
April 9th, 2016, please contact me at 352-801-0941.
And what is the next message that you received after getting that phone number?
April 11th, 2016,
And what is that message?
I received multiple. It says, your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you.
All right. Now, the special delivery message, was that close in time to when you received the flowers?
That is.
Is that same day?
It is.
Now, you can go ahead and put that down for just a moment. After you accepted the friend request, did you start communicating with this Facebook profile identified as Michael Shaver?
I did.
And in the course of that, did you receive any sort of screenshots of text messages between your husband and Laurie Shaver?
I did.
Did you also receive photographs that showed your husband with Miss Shaver?
I did.
The phone number that was associated with, that was placed in that Facebook record, did you reach out and contact that individual?
I did.
And how did you do so?
I tried to call it.
Did that person ever answer the phone?
No.
So after asking you to call, they never picked up.
Correct. They texted me back.
And were you ever able to talk on the phone with the person that had given you that phone number?
No.
And what was that phone number again?
Can I look?
Yes.
352.
I'm showing you it's been previously been marked as State's Exhibit GG for identification. You recognize State's GGs.
I do.
And what is State's GG?
Text message.
And is that the text message that you reached out or received back from that phone number you just stated?
That's the one I received back.
This time the state moves State's GG into evidence as I believe number 32?
33.
33.
Says objection.
Objection is overruled. State's GG will be admitted into evidence as state's number 33.
Now, also during the period of time that this was going on, did you obtain Laurie Shaver's phone number?
I did.
And did you reach out and send a text to that number?
I did.
And did you correspond with Ms. Shaver through that phone?
I texted, but I would never received a message back.
I am showing what's previously been marked for identification as states RRR. How did you get Laurie Shaver's phone number? Was it included in the screenshots of the text messages that you received?
I don't remember if it was text message or Facebook, but it was given to me through one of those two.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked for identification of state RRR. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that a screenshot of text that you sent to Laurie Shaver's phone?
That's correct.
You're at this time the state moves states RRR into evidence as state's number 34.
Any objection? All right, over defense's objection, states RRR will be admitted into evidence as states number 34.
During the time frame that you were corresponding with the individual utilizing the Michael Shaver Facebook account, did they encourage you to get a divorce?
Yes, they did.
Did they make any offers to you in relation to that?
I don't know what you mean offers. I'm sorry.
Did they bring up matters of a divorce attorney?
Yes, they did. They recommended one.
Now, ultimately, when you got this information, did you confront your husband about it?
I did.
And at that time, did you both decide to stay together, married, and in the relationship?
We did.
And when did that process and that period of time begin?
For the end of April, May.
And after that period of time, was there ever instances where Mr. Townsend left on an unknown, was out of places that you weren't aware during that time frame?
No.
No further questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, may the witness be released from her subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Yes, ma'am. Your next witness.
Your Honor, it's probably going to be lengthy. I don't know if you want to take a look right now or you want me to bring it. Do you want me to bring it?
Well, by lengthy, how much time do you anticipate?
Probably 25.
45 minutes. We'll break for lunch now then. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this will be a good time to break for lunch. It's almost 11:45. Please return to the jury assembly room by 1 o'clock. Okay? All right. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll see you at 1 p.m. All right, thanks everyone. We'll reconvene at 1:15. Are there any matters before we break for lunch? All right, see everyone at 1:15. Thank you. We're in recess.
But I do need Jared in here.
1 p.m.
I need Jared
Yes,
to
ma'am.
come in here.
Thank you.
They take an hour and a half breaks. They do it's between an hour and a half break they take in Florida, but they also went on quite late last night as well. They start at 8:30 and they go on till, or last night they went on till about, was it 5:45 or something like that? So, they fit that in and make sure there's enough breaks. Right, what I'm going to play for you, right? Let me. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, hey, Raoul. Would you stay with the husband after that affair? Instapill. I mean, Paul, I don't think. Well, I think the majority of people would say no, they wouldn't. To be quite honest with you, because that's until you're in that position, you don't really know what you do. I don't think. Right, hang on. Let me just check a couple of things here. We will then, for you mofos, I will then play Carly Gregg for you. Let me find it. Let me find this mofo. Let me find this mofo now. Oh. Right. Carly, Greg. Right. Carly, Greg. Carly, Greg, coming round the hill. Carly, Greg. Something with a pill. Carly, Greg. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Right, hang on a minute here. Oops. Let me get this here. Let me take this one down. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, Heather Taylor's in charge. Oh, no little G today, actually. No little G today at all. There you go. Let me entertain. Let me entertain you. Tomorrow, but you pour $1 that tomorrow. Dee dee dee. Dee 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 dee. Tomorrow, where art thou tomorrow? Oh, we got a picture of Tracy there on her own. Right, Dana, this one looks nice. I think we both would agree with that, Dana. But you got Tracy looking, so you got to say no. Right, here we go, people. Beep, 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 beep. Let's go, girls. Beep, 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 beep. Let's go, lads. Oh, yeah, fuck, she does look nice, actually. The moment we walk. Now, I'll be honest, she does look. She's about to disappear off stage, but she does get a heart, Duffy. She does get a heart. And an arrow. Right. No worries, Viv. Catch you later, my darling. Right, hang on. I'm trying to do this. Two things at once here. Oh, lean forward. Lean on me. So we can see those titties. Just lean forward. Ah, my logo's in the way. Yes, she is. Right. Carly Gregg is 14 years old and she's accused of killing her mother. She's 14 and she has been tried as an adult. And she turned down a plea deal which would have sent her to prison for 40 years. She turned that one down. She's facing something like 98 years in prison. Or something like that, 99 something.
We'll begin with docket number 168. The state filed a motion limiting to exclude motion of punishment. The defendant filed no response. Granted. Give me an order to that effect.
Yes, Your Honor. One question regarding that punishment as well. The attempted murder statute requires bifurcation for guilt and sentencing. And of course, we would ask that any comments about sentencing be reserved for the murder and the attempted murder.
For the sentencing.
Yes, sir.
All right, docket number 169, motion limiting to exclude golden rule and jury nullification arguments. No response was filed. It's granted. State's getting in order. All right, motion docket number 170, motion limiting regarding facts not in evidence. No response was filed. Granted. Give me an order. Document number 171, motion limiting regarding speaking objections. No response was filed. Motion is granted. Document number 166, motion to suppress urine test. Heard from the state. I read the state's motion. Excuse me. I read the defense's motion. I read the state's response. State's burden of proof. Do you have any witnesses you wish to call?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
is the state's burden of proof. Does the state have any witnesses it wishes to call?
Sure, Your Honor. The state calls Corey Gerber.
All right.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Tits and clams, thus I shall redeem. Tits and clams, thus I shall redeem.
My name is Corey Gerber.
And Mr. Gerber, what is your role currently?
I currently serve as the Rankin County Youth Court Prosecutor.
As a youth court prosecutor, do you have experience and information regarding what happens when an inmate is intaked at the juvenile detention facility?
I do.
And is there a policy and procedure put in place regarding drug screening of all offenders once they're taken into custody?
It is the practice of the juvenile detention center to drug test everybody that is brought in. That is what I understand.
And to be clear, could you explain for me kind of a breakdown out at the juvenile detention center? There is the youth part, the court part, of which you're a prosecutor, and then there is the detention part. Is that correct?
They're two separate entities. The juvenile detention center is run by the sheriff. The Rankin County Youth Court is the court, and they are separated by locked doors. So we are two separate entities. Yes.
Hold on just a second. Let me check. It's on my
Yes.
Mr. Gerber, you said that each inmate is drug screened at admission. Could you tell the court what's the purpose of those drug screens?
My understanding is that every child detainee that is brought to the juvenile detention center is drug tested for the purposes of safety. There are multiple things that are done when a child is brought in. One, they are to meet with a mental health crisis assessor. The other is they are drug tested. And my understanding is that they are drug tested just to make sure that whatever substances are in their body for purposes of medical care.
And are you familiar with the drug screening that's done in conjunction with that?
I am.
Could you tell the board about that?
So those are observed screens. Those screens are taken. Once the screen is done, they are presented to the lab. Then the lab would run those tests. The lab is on site. That is a very expensive piece of machinery. I am not an expert in how that machine is run. I can tell you that that machine is calibrated once a week. Every time that the machine is started before any tests are run, there are controls that have to pass. You have 3 attempts to pass those controls. If the controls do not pass at that time, the machine has to be recalibrated until the controls do pass. Otherwise, we do not run tests.
And Mr. Gerber, do you have any personal knowledge about whether or not that machine was running appropriately on March the 20th of 2024?
I do not have any personal knowledge other than if it wasn't running appropriately, it would not have been running.
So they would not have performed a test if it was not working appropriately?
They would not have ran the test if it was not working appropriately.
You talked about that there's some checks and balances in place and calibration to make sure that the machine is running correctly. How reliable are the results from these particular drug screens?
They're very reliable. If they weren't reliable, we wouldn't use them. We wouldn't waste anybody's time or money doing the tests. I will say they are not confirmed tests. So typically what you have is whenever a urine test is had and you get a result, if that result is a positive test, what would typically happen in a case like that is that urine would be sent off for confirmation. We do not do that. We use that test primarily for assessment, not for any evidentiary value. We are not presenting that information to the court without some other types of discussion.
And so the screening's done for safety. The screening has some checks and balances in place. And you said that the results are very reliable. So if someone had presumed tested positive during one of those screens, like the defendant did in this case, that would be very reliable.
It would be reliable. If there was any question, typically what we would do is send that person for a separate test. Depending on what you're testing for is going to be the question. There are some things that we test for that are not as reliable as others. An example would be methamphetamines. Those are the ones that we typically have the question on. We do send those. We don't send that urine for confirmation. Instead, what we do is send the person out to give another sample and have that sent for confirmation.
Carly Gregg, she's a 14-year-old that allegedly killed her mother. It's a pre-trial hearing. It starts on Monday, which we'll be covering here. So this is her last pre-trial hearing. So she's 14 years old and she's been tried as a adult. And jury's been selected on Monday. We'll be covering it along with the Laurie Shaver as well on Monday, if that's still going on. There you go. And yes, Christine, I will be covering it, my darling. I'll be covering it.
Court's indulgence. Mr. Herbert, with regards to the test performed by Carly Gregg, has anyone provided you anything to show that that particular test was not reliable?
I don't recall seeing that test, nor has anyone mentioned that it wouldn't be reliable.
No further question.
Thank you.
Now, Corey, okay, why was Carly at the youth detention center to begin with?
Under federal statute, a child cannot be detained in an adult facility without an interest of justice hearing being had within 6 hours of that child being detained. So as a courtesy to the judge, Carly would have been at the juvenile detention center until a hearing could be scheduled for purposes of that interest of justice. She was there long enough for that hearing to be scheduled. She was transported from the juvenile detention center to the jail here or to the court. I'm not sure where she was sent after that, but that hearing was scheduled.
Okay, so, because she, according to the statute, she's considered an adult, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so my understanding, why is it that everybody is tested in the, I guess, in the youth detention center? Isn't there some federal grant that y'all are under that requires that?
I'm not certain whether there's a federal grant that requires everybody to be tested or not. Again, my understanding is they are tested out there for purposes of safety issues, safety reasons.
Okay, so she was only going to be held there for a few hours until she could be brought over here to Rankin County.
As soon as the hearing could be scheduled, correct?
Okay. And so there wasn't a warrant or anything like that to have her do this test, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
And there was no probable cause where somebody was saying that we want this test done, correct?
I'm not certain. The only thing I can say is that she was tested for the same reasons that anybody else that would be brought to that detention center was tested for.
Okay. But she was an adult and everyone else would have been children, correct? Or youth. Okay, correct.
She would be classified as an adult. She's still a child.
Yes, I agree with you. She's still a child, but she would have been classified as adult.
Yes.
Okay. And so now when you were talking about the test itself, and you said that it's calibrated once a week. Okay. Is there like a logbook that you have that says that it's calibrated?
I don't calibrate it. I just know that the protocol of practice is that it is calibrated once a week, and that's going to be the first start, typically on Monday.
So you don't know if these things are even kept. Is that correct?
Oh, I don't know. I don't. I'm not the person running the machine.
Okay. And the night that this happened, who ran the machine?
I have no idea.
Okay. And if I showed you the test card, would you be able to tell us who ran the machine?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, show the counsel officer. Anything we're going to show the witness this morning.
No objection, Your Honor.
Can you mark that T1 for identification?
Yeah, that's the test card that we have. In fact, that's the only document that we have concerning this test.
This is the only document. There's no there's no back sheet to this.
That is the only document that we've been presented.
Then no, I can't tell you ran the test.
Okay. From looking at that document, can you even say that it's calibrated or it's been checked or anything?
I can't. Not from looking at this document, no.
Okay. Now, I guess, once these samples, these samples are given, and you said they're taken to the lab, and the machine's in the lab, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then they're run at the samples run at that point.
It is run once the machine is started. So a better answer for your question is that if the sample's taken at night and it's placed in the lab would be started by the person that runs the machine when they would get there the next morning, and then it would be ran in. So I don't know what time this was taken. I can tell you the date that it was taken based on this. It was collected on the 20th, according to this sheet, and it would have been ran the same day at 9:20.
It's Carly Gregg. We're covering her next week. Carly Gregg, 14-year-old, who allegedly killed her mother and shot her father or stepfather. Jewish lecture starts on Monday, and we're covering it. This is one of the last pre-trial hearings. So she's been held as solitary. She's also been tried as a adult. Caroline, do I agree that she's been tried as an adult? No, I do not agree that she's been tried as an adult. So yeah, she'd be tried as an adult and that. Whoa. Being held in solitary 23 hours a day, 1 hour out per day. Fuck. We know what you mean. Potty mouth. It's all good. Right, so there you go. That's everything then, because
Okay. And when these samples are, I guess, run, what happens, I guess, is there going to be extra fluid? Right? Is it marked and then it's put in the, I guess you'll have a refrigerator or something?
So yes, that we do have a refrigerator, but no, the extra fluid is disposed of. We do not keep the urine, not to my knowledge.
Okay, so you run this test. So let's get back to this, what you say you use the test for, because the test is for the youth court, basically. Is that correct?
Well, it depends on the case. I mean, yes. I mean, if this child were to be a child under the jurisdiction of the youth court, this test could be used for multiple things. One, to give the detention staff an idea of what is in that child's system for purposes of maintaining the child at the juvenile detention center. The second could be for purposes of disposition. The youth court is a court of rehabilitation, and we want to address the whole child. So if I see this particular test, I can tell you that it's positive for cannabinoids in an amount of 237.7 nanograms per milliliter with a cutoff of being 20. That would indicate that this child has consumed some type of cannabinoids. We would want to know that moving forward for purposes of A&D assessments and possibly enrolling them in some type of program to address cannabinoid use. If there's a question as to whether or not this is accurate, what would happen at that point is we would send that child for something else. But these tests are reliable; they're just not confirmed. So there is no. I would not use this as an evidentiary test.
Right, and that's what I'm getting at is an evidentiary test to say that is actually what it is. That's not what you use them for, and that's not what they're designed to be used for. Correct?
That's not what I use it for. Again, this is just an assessment tool used by the court for purposes of disposition. In the event that there's no contest between the child or the person, the donor, sometimes adults get these tests. If there's no contest about what is found in these tests, at that point they can be submitted to the court. But I do not submit these to the court for evidentiary value and adjudication.
And so where we're at right now is you said they're calibrated. There's no calibration documents or anything that I provided you or that you have in front of you, correct?
I don't have it. No. You haven't provided it.
And I think the only thing I gave you is a test card that was given to us.
That's correct.
Okay. And so that doesn't tell who did the test. It doesn't say if the other safeguards have been done on the test. It doesn't. Is the person even qualified who ran the test? We don't even know that, do we?
I will tell you that there are only certain people that are allowed to touch that very expensive machine. They are all qualified to run it. I can't tell you who did that particular day. As to your other question, it was selected by someone in the Rankin County Sheriff's Department. So that would be a detention staff, but I do not know who that would have been. That information can be gathered, but I don't have it.
No further questions, Sure. Yes. I'm trying to steal your exhibits.
Raise your arm. Mr. Gerber, as I understood it on cross-examination, you said these tests are for, again, safety and medical purposes for the detention staff as well as the donor?
As well as disposition. In the adult world, that would be sentencing. We want to make sure that we have all the information available to us to make sure that the rehabilitation process happens. So they have multiple uses, yes.
When the detention center finds someone is tested positive for a substance like Ms. Gregg did in this case, why is that important for them to know from a safety standpoint?
Well, for example, if it had been fentanyl, we would have taken the child directly to the hospital. The other is we want to make sure that there's no interaction with anything else that's going on. I don't work in the detention center. I don't want to speak for them, but I mean, I think it's fairly obvious that we want to know if the child is under the influence of any type of drug while they're in the detention center.
And if the child admits that they've used drugs, would that tend to corroborate the test results as well?
Yes.
Do you have any information that Ms. Gregg did not corroborate this test? Did you sit here today?
No, I don't have any information.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Stand down. State may call us next witness.
No further witness, just argument, Your Honor.
Defense have any witnesses that wish to call on this issue?
No, Your Honor.
All right, argument by the state.
From here, voting, Your Honor. The state outlined in our response and then filed an amended response. I want to bring that to the court's attention. Initially, we believed that the Juvenile Detention Center was under a particular grant through the OJJDP, which is the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. That federal grant does require drug testing. Upon communications with the Board of Supervisors, it's actually a different grant than we initially cited in our response. So I did file an amended response attaching the appropriate grant that does in fact require drug screens of all offenders at entry. Or that does require, drug screens, as well as the Rankin County Sheriff Department's Juvenile Detention Center Policies and Procedures 2.2F. Those were provided to me by the Sheriff's Department, which again outlined that each offender is screened there at the detention center immediately. It also outlines the policies and procedures that are to take place upon entry. These screens, as you heard from Mr. Gerber, are very reliable. The state is not attempting to use this screen for quantification, rather for presumption. As pointed out in our response, the defendant has admitted during particular evaluations and through other witnesses that she did in fact use marijuana. She has said that she used it during her assessment with Region 8 as well. She says that she smoked it. This happened on the 19th. She says that she smoked it on the 18th at least. We believe that this information is certainly pertinent since she has asserted her right to claim an insanity defense. As this court's well aware, in cases such as Crawford v. State, once the defendant puts their sanity at issue, the door is thrown wide open for the admission of evidence of every act of the accused's life relevant to the issue of insanity or sanity and is admissible in evidence. That's Crawford v. State, 867 Southern 2nd, 196. Additionally, Mississippi Rules of Evidence 703 states that an expert can rely on facts and data that are not necessarily admissible in evidence. And so our doctor, Dr. Pickett, has relied upon Carly's admissions of using marijuana as well as this presumptive test to show that is and does call into question her mental state. As this court is also aware, voluntary intoxication is not a defense to murder. It does not entitle you to an insanity defense. And so we believe that 703 as well as Crawford and the admissions by the defendant make this test even more reliable. This isn't just a piece of paper that shows that she had marijuana in her system. We have the defendant herself saying that she'd smoked marijuana at or around the time of the crime, as well as additional witnesses that we intend to introduce. As outlined in our arguments, we also believe that this urine screen is akin to the DNA buccal swab found in Maryland v. King. There was a 3-part test. We believe that it's similar in that the Rankin County Detention Center's booking policies require that all offenders be screened, that urine, and also that urine sample is the least and minimally invasive drug screen that's available to them at the time. And as such, we believe that the drug screen itself should be admissible under Maryland v. King. Also as cited in our arguments, and what Mr. Gerber talked about today was that these tests are done for the safety of both the offender as well as the facility. And we believe that record is actually a part of Carly Gregg's medical records. And because of that, and because of her claim of insanity, she has waived all medical privilege with regards to anything that might have to do with her mental state at the time of the crime. Specifically, we cite to Rule 503F of the Mississippi Rules of Evidence, as well as the cases outlined in our response. We ask that the state be allowed, that our evaluating psychiatrists be allowed to review and talk about the results from this urine screen as they do affect the defendant's mental state at the time of the crime. And then additionally, we would argue that if a search warrant was required, Holloman v. State would apply. In this case, it was a drunk driver who killed someone driving in a car. Law enforcement was on the scene. They observed the presence of beer cans, empty syringes, and bottles containing unidentified liquids. At the time, the person's blood was drawn, and also a urine sample was taken. There was the presence of methamphetamines and cocaine. This sample was taken without a warrant, similar to what we have here, and the court found that a warrantless search is permissible in certain exigent circumstances if it can be shown that grounds existed to conduct the search that, had time permitted, would reasonably have satisfied a disinterested magistrate that a warrant should be properly issued. And similar to Holloman in this case, the substances that were in Ms. Gregg's system at the time can dissipate over a period of time. And this screen was done on the 20th. She was brought over hours later. And we would argue, Your Honor, that if a warrant was got, if we had received a warrant, had to serve it on her and get an additional sample, that would be even more far removed than this sample was on the 20th rather than the 19th at the time of the crime. We would, of course, also state that, as pointed out, it's going to come into evidence that Ms. Gregg was using marijuana. And we believe that if it doesn't fall under the warrantless search and for the safety and within her medical records and the alternative, the state would argue that this would fall in the inevitable discovery doctrine. And admittedly, under that doctrine, you have to show that law enforcement, there was some misconduct and that but for the misconduct, these items would have come forward. There's been no such misconduct in this case. However, there is a test that outlines when things would come into play if it was inevitably discovered. And we believe that's the same thing with a shearing screen. Based on admissions by the defendant as well as other evidence, law enforcement had at the time in their possession illegal substances, the presence of the vape pens that they had seized from the house, and knew of the fact that there may be a potential for drugs to be in her system. We would certainly ask Your Honor to consider all of those exceptions and rule that the urine screen would be admissible for its purpose of showing that marijuana was in fact in her system and not for a quantitative state.
Response.
Thank you. First of all, Your Honor, I'm just going to briefly touch base. The state brought up the fact of basically the indigent circumstance where you can draw blood. The Supreme Court of the United States changed that in McNeely, Missouri versus McNeely in 2013. You now have to have a warrant. So when the state's saying that you do not have to have a warrant in that type, like in the hallway situation, that was a different time. That was okay at that time. That would have been under the Shoemaker ruling that said that there were exigent circumstances and that you could get away with not having a warrant. That has now changed. The one thing I want to say is that with this charge, Carly was charged as an adult, and she was taken to the youth detention center. And it puts her in a different status than most people that are going to the youth detention center. Most of the people that are going to the youth detention center are being handled as youths. In fact, I would say all of them except a very small, minute amount. In Carly's situation, she's entitled to due process, which is there has to be a warrant, there has to be probable cause, there has to be some of the protections built in. They bring up the Maryland v. King case, and they say, well, in Maryland v. King, there was actually a state statute that mandated certain testing. And the Supreme Court was looking to see if that was viable, if that was a viable law. And they came back and they said, yes, if there was it validated the law. It said that there was a judicial reason for them to have the law, to have the testing. So therefore, what they did in Maryland versus King was okay. That's not the type of situation that we have here. There is no Mississippi law. There is no federal law that says that this shall be done. This is just the policy and procedure for the Rankin County Detention Center. And so what's happened is she's entitled to due process, and that didn't happen in this situation. There is no probable cause. There is no warrant. That was testified from the stand. And the next thing that I want to bring up and put to the attention of the court, in order for a test to be valid, you have to have the person, and this is under Mississippi law, and this is any of these chemical tests, you have to know who the person is performing the test. You have to know the testing procedures. It has to be laid out somehow, and it has to be presented to the court and say, hey, this is done. And then the last thing is there has to be something to show that it's reliable. The way they show that it's reliable is having calibration records. You have the information of who did the test, how it was done, when it was done, and it was done according to the way the test was supposed to be carried out. We don't have any of that. The only thing that has been presented to us is a one-page paper, and on the bottom of the paper, it's document 1 of 1. It's not 1 of 10 or something like. There's a whole bunch of other documents that go with it. You have a test card. The other thing that comes into play is the state is wanting. They say, well, first of all, the test is not designed to be a standalone test. It is not to say what you're seeing in that test is what's in her system. It's only an identification test. They use it for that purpose. They do not use it for evidentiary purposes. What the state's wanting to do is take that test and then turn it into evidentiary purposes. They say, well, we just want to have it as like an identification kind of thing. Well, no, they're wanting to, in the reports, they're going in and trying to say whether or not she's under the influence at the time based upon that test, which is an invalid test. It does not show, it doesn't meet any of the requirements of being a valid test by how it was done, who did it, was it calibrated, did they follow the protocols? None of that stuff. None of it has been provided to us. And also, there's been no consent. There's been no testimony that there's been no consent. No consent, there's no warrant. The test wasn't done right. It's being used for a different purpose than what the youth detention center uses it for. For all those reasons, Your Honor, we ask that the test be excluded at this time.
Thank you, Mr. McAdoo.
Yes, sir. I believe that Missouri versus McNeely deals with warrants for blood draws, and in this case, we're talking about a urine screen. Also, Mr. Camp mentioned the laws in Mississippi and the statutes about calibration, and I believe what he's referenced it to is the implied consent law, which talks about intoxilizers, not the drug urine screens. Again, we believe that this does fall within the exceptions as cited in our amended response and also argued today. And more importantly, we believe that it falls within Ms. Gregg's medical records upon which she's waived any privilege to, as well as under Rule 703, that our experts should be allowed to rely upon the presence of marijuana in her system at or near the time of the crime, including the day after the offense, to render his opinions regarding her mental state at the time. We ask that the urine drug screen not be suppressed in its entirety.
All right, this court looked at several different cases, in particular Skinner, Von Rath, Vernonia, Maryland versus King. In addition, the court also read Chandler versus Miller, Ferguson versus City of Charleston. In this particular case, because the need for a warrant is greatly diminished here, where the arrestee was already in valid police custody for a serious offense, supported by probable cause, the search is analyzed by reference to reasonableness, not individualized suspicion. Reasonableness is determined by weighing the promotion of a legitimate governmental interest against the degree to which the search intrudes upon an individual's privacy. The court would find that the government has there's a legitimate governmental interest in determining whether or not somebody is under the influence in the juvenile detention center, not for the purposes of prosecution, but for the purposes of safety of the accused. Obviously, like Mr. Gerber testified, if somebody tested positive for fentanyl, there are serious withdrawal issues. Well documented. It's not hard to find that out there. I'm not sure the juvenile detention center is equipped to handle those type of situations. There's a valid governmental reason to do it. Looking at Skinner, Von Rath, and Vernonia, the court believes that falls into that. Additionally, the court looked at Jones versus State, Mississippi case cited 881 Southern 2nd 209. The physician-patient privilege was waived in this particular case. And in Jones, the evidence was actually used to prosecute the person. That was not the intent of this evidence. The intent of this evidence was to find out whether or not there was a critical medical need that needed to be assessed at that moment. Now, the court would have a different holding if the state was attempting to offer this to prove possession of cannabinoids or some other crime, but that's not what it's being offered for. In retrospect, the state was able to go back and look at that and raise it for the defendant's insanity defense. So for those reasons, the case law cited Maryland versus King, the court would also find that that a urine analysis is the least invasive and most reliable method to obtain a drug screen. A needle would be very invasive. The buccal swabs are not considered to be very reliable. The saliva type testing. Hair testing is invasive. You're retrieving a piece of hair from the child's body. And in addition, the reliability of those in short periods of time are not where they need to be, so to speak. It shows too great a window. So for those reasons, the court is going to deny the motion to suppress. However, the court is going to restrict the state. You're not to get into this in your case in chief. They can only be used if and when the defendant raises their insanity defense. That'll be the court's rule in the states to give me an order. All right. Next matter was a motion for gag order document number 177. The response was filed late. As such, it will not be considered. Motion for gag order is granted. Give me an order. Next motion is document number 175. Motion to enforce the court's previous orders and compel the motion limiting to exclude evidence not previously discovered, produced and discovered. Again, the response was filed late. Document number 174. Motion limiting to exclude insanity defense, exclude testimony of Dr. Gerald O'Brien, Dr. Mark Webb, and Dr. Clark. Again, there was a late response filed. However, we're going to have to deal with the issue of late file discovery. So I want to hear it all at once. State's motion, I'll hear you. Once again, that together, the record, even though the responses were filed late, and the others, I did read them before I ran the motion. All right, you can see.
And I'll start with our motion to enforce the court's previous orders to compel and motion limited to exclude evidence not previously produced in discovery. This court entered an order directing both parties to exchange discovery that was in their possession at that time by August the 20th, 2024.
I think I actually worked on it 2-3 times before.
That's correct, Trent. The last order regarding discovery said that all discovery within the party's possession, there was also an in-court hearing regarding that, was to be turned over or the possibility to be excluded.
All right, let's look.
So
What are you trying to exclude? Which witnesses?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. So as of August the 20th, 2024, the state had 0 witnesses from the defendant and or any substance of their testimony. So we filed this motion on August the 30th, asking that pretty much any evidence that they sought to introduce at that point be excluded because we have received none. So to be clear, the defendant had dropped off an external hard drive, a jump drive at our office. It contained photographs. It contained an investigative journal by someone by the name of Amber Floyd. It did not contain anyone's testimony, anyone's information, and we were not provided the substance of anyone's testimony. During that same meeting, this was plea negotiations. The state had offered and asked, and quite frankly begged, for the names of anyone who would provide any information regarding the defendant's potential mental state at the time. We were not provided that information. However, defense attorneys told us during that meeting that they knew the names of several teachers, as well as had a statement that the victim, the living victim in this case, Heath Smiley, had prepared, where they had sent him questions and he responded to those questions in writing, as well as other witnesses. We asked that be turned over on that day. It was not. We've asked that it be turned over subsequent to that, and it was not until September the 3rd that the state received a list of witnesses from the defendant. And I apologize, Judge. May I get that?
You have a copy of it.
Yes,
Of the list you received.
Yes, sir. On September the 3rd, the state was emailed a witness list that contains the name of Heath Smiley, stating that his proposed testimony would regard his personal knowledge and observation of the events on March the 19th, 2024, his relationship with Carly's mother, Carly's relationship with Heath, Ashley Smiley's mental and physical state, which we've been provided no documents to that effect, Carly's behavior and mental health issues from the fall of 2023 through the present. At this point, we still have not been provided any documentation, any statements, anything regarding any mental state other than the records that we've requested from 2023 outside of Mr. Smiley's interview with law enforcement on April the 4th that we provided. Additionally, it says that he will talk about the investigation in this matter by the Sheriff's Department as well as the Rankin County District Attorney's Office. Essentially, Vicki Breland has pretty much the exact same substance of testimony. That is the deceased victim, Ashley Smiley's mother. Next witness is James Daniel Floyd. He is the brother-in-law of the deceased victim, Ashley Smiley. We have no substance of his testimony other than he will testify regarding his personal knowledge and observations regarding the events on March 19, 2024 and the investigation by the Rankin County Sheriff's Office. No information provided by him other than that, with the exception of contact information. BG, who the state has interviewed, and SR, who the state has interviewed. Next, they list a Shira Higby. It is believed that Ms. Higby is a teacher and that this is one of the individuals, again, that the defendant knew about far in advance of August the 20th, as well as Tricia Gilbreth. Again, it appears to be a teacher of Carly's that the defendant knew about far in advance of August the 20th. The next name, Dr. Andrew Clark, which he was not retained before August the 20th. So, of course, that was not in their possession at the time. We have a separate motion regarding Mr. Clark. And then Corey Gerber, which we do not object, of course, to the testimony that he provided. But certainly, so we're asking that any testimony that Mr. Smiley is called to testify about outside of the 2 statements that he's provided to law enforcement in this case be excluded. We ask that any testimony by Vicki Breland regarding anything at all be excluded, that the testimony of James Daniel Floyd regarding any type of testimony be excluded, that BG, anything outside of the interviews that he's provided to our office be excluded, and those have been turned over to the defense, as well as SR. Same thing for her. Our office provided statements to them, recorded and typed up interview notes. And then we're asking that Shira Higby, Tricia Gilbreth, be excluded. And of course, we asked separately that Dr. Andrew Clark be excluded. But those were all people that were in the possession of the defendant prior to August the 20th, 24. In addition to,
Before we leave that, do you have a copy of the witness list?
yes, sir. May I approach? And Your Honor, for the record, I'm going to show it to them. I have the email where it was sent September the 3rd at 4:15 to our office. May I proceed? We, of course, outlined our arguments within our motion as to why we believe that those witnesses should be excluded. I mean, first and foremost, the fact that they violated this court's multiple orders regarding discovery, that by their own admission, they had this information and for whatever reason chose to wait till September the 3rd to produce it. There's no good reason other than willful conduct for them to have done such. There were multiple conversations between the state and the defense about turning over this information. This is not new information. This is not something that wasn't in their possession. This is something that we certainly believe is akin to a willful attempt to hide evidence. We ask that each of those witnesses, with the exception of Mr. Smiley, in the testimony that he's previously provided to law enforcement, be excluded. Would the court like for me to proceed with regards to our other motion in limine for the experts?
No. Any further argument as to these witnesses?
No, sir.
All right. I'll hear the response.
You know, we provided the state a witness list. I think it was sent over on the 3rd of September, if I remember, and I think that's what it was told to the court. I don't think the state is saying that they're surprised as far as any of the witnesses. I think what they're asking for is for the witnesses to be struck. I have brought some case law dealing with that issue for the court, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Listen, I'd like to see your case law.
Dealing with when we're talking about witnesses being struck and everything, Your Honor, the issue of witnesses not being allowed to be used, it gets into the issue of surprise, whether or not the other side is being surprised. Most of the time in all the case law, it is either in the middle of trial when that's taking place, or right on the eve of trial.
What about Page versus State?
Again, Your Honor, I'm not familiar with Page versus State.
Page versus State was 11 days before trial. The defendant provided a list of witnesses, but did not provide the substance of their testimony. He made the exact same argument that you've made before this court in regards to an affirmative defense of alibi. And the Supreme Court said the court was right to strike it down and exclude it.
Well, my understanding of following and looking at the case law as far as, I guess, what has been provided and everything, most of the witnesses that we have are witnesses that we have gotten from the state.
Okay, the Supreme Court's also dealt with that. There is no exception. Under the defendant's requirement to disclose witnesses in Davis versus State, 9.04C1 clearly requires the defendant to disclose the names and addresses of all witnesses in chief, which the defendant may offer trial, together with a copy of any written or recorded statement or oral statement they were aware of, and the substance of any oral statement. The rule contains no exception for a witness who is referenced in materials that the state produced in discovery. So I will start here. Show, this is your burden of proof. Show me what you produced as to each spot.
We don't have any written statements from Keith Smiley.
Did it give you any oral statements?
Just what the same thing that he's given to both sides. I mean, that's the...
Great, so all he'll be able to testify to is what was provided in the state's discovery, correct?
That's correct, Your
Okay, so he'll not be testifying to anything other than what he's testified to in open court or what he's given a statement of.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, that was pretty easy. Vicky Breeden, show me what you produced.
I think it's what has been proved. Has there been anything?
What's in the witness list?
It's what's on the witness list, Your Honor. There were no written statements from her.
It's not just written statements.
There was no.
You practiced law here for 20 years. You know this. You know this. They told you something, you have to turn it over. So if Vicky Breeden said, hey, I knew A, B, C, D, she doesn't necessarily have to write it down. You have to tell them about it. Y'all show me what you produced. Is there anything else that you produced other than what's on the escrow?
No.
James Daniel Ford. Show me what was produced other than James Daniel Ford.
It would be the same, Your Honor. There's no written statements or anything. It'd be.
What about oral statements? Did you give an oral statement that would be relevant?
I'm sorry. Your Honor, Dr. Clark talked to He's Smiling, and that is in Dr. Clark's room. So that has been furnished.
When? What day was that furnished?
On the 6th of the year.
September
6th.
17 days after the fourth discovery deadline report date?
Yeah, it wasn't a conversation I had with He's Smiling. That has, we're just bringing to the court's attention that those statements are in Dr. Clark interviewed He's Smiling. I was not present.
BG. What was produced in relation to BG?
I guess the same thing that is on the
All right. SB, SR.
Same thing? Same thing.
Sheriff Hickey.
Same thing.
Trisha Gilbert.
It's going to be the same thing.
Okay. Let's start. Let's take Trisha Gilbert. And I understand you're at this stage. It seems that you didn't do the discovery.
I did not do this. I did not do this list. I have not talked to these witnesses. These witnesses, I'm dealing with other witnesses and other parties, so I'm not familiar.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Even though the rule prohibits this, the court's going to require two attorneys to respond to this. Okay, so I'll let Ms. Todd take this. All right, is that fair? Did Ms. Todd deal with these witnesses?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Your Honor, I wish.
Hold on a second. As to Trisha Gilbert, what did you turn up?
Your Honor, during a session I had in the DA's office with Ms. Newman and Ryan Berry, I relayed to them that the oral statements that the teachers had made to me during that session. In fact, it was even referenced. In their expert report, which we got last night at 6:30 p.m. Our expert report.
We'll get to that.
Yes, sir. Our expert
So
report.
what do you have other than your word that you gave these statements to the state?
Well, Your Honor, I didn't record my conversations with the state, but I also told the state during the documents that she's talking about is my direct examination. They asked me if I had any written statements for any witnesses,
That's
and I
not
said,
what the rule says. Did you speak to Trisha Gilbert?
briefly, Your Honor,
What did Trisha Gilbert tell you she's going to testify to?
she's going to testify to what exactly I told the state she was going to testify to.
No, you tell me. I have to make
Yes, Your
I'm
Honor.
making a decision.
She's going to testify that she was one of the last teachers that saw Carly on the day she left the courtroom, and that Carly did
Where's
not
that
seem
at?
angry.
Where's that?
I don't have the witness list in front of me, but I believe it says in the witness list. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, in the witness list, it says that she will be regarding her personal knowledge and observations from Carly from the fall of 2023 to March 19th. Carly's behavior and demeanor during the fall of 2023 to March 19th, 2023, based on her personal knowledge of Carly's relationship with her mother, Carly's personality, and her relationship with Heath Smiley and Carly's performance in her classroom. That's exactly what she's going to testify to. And the reason we took it back to the fall is it shows you what, that she's had Carly in her room for that long. She knows what she's like.
So what did she tell you that you intend to elicit?
I just intend to elicit that when Carly left the classroom that day, she did not notice anything that seemed Carly was upset, that Carly was angry, or that Carly had anything but a positive relationship with her mom.
Where is that?
Your Honor, the state sent us the same stuff in their witness list. I had this conversation with the state in person, but didn't feel the need to write it all out again.
Okay. So you don't have any proof other than what you say as to Trisha Gilbert.
I mean, I could call Ron Berry if I needed to, but
No, Your Honor.
He's a lawyer, he's not a witness. So if you feel the need to, I mean, I'm not gonna stop you. But that's not, how's that relevant? How's what you just said relevant? That she seemed fine when she left school?
Well, Your Honor, I think it goes to Carly's demeanor, Carly's personality, and it will go into what.
State have any objection to a teacher saying that she seemed fine when she left school that day?
I mean, if that's what she wants to elicit from that teacher, and that's her only testimony, that she seemed fine and she had a great relationship with her mother, we would love for them to call her as a witness.
All right, nothing other than that.
That's
Let's
right.
go to the next witness.
Okay.
Next witness.
Andrew Clark,
Going in reverse order. We'll go with expert session.
Sheer Higby, same thing.
Okay. Show the court what you turned over in relation to Sheriff.
The same thing that's listed here, that she anticipates that she'll testify regarding her personal observations in Carly from the fall of 2023 to March 19th of 2024, Carly's behavior and demeanor from the fall of 2023 to March 19th of 2024, her relationship with her mother, Carly's overall personality and performance in her classroom.
All right. What's she going to testify to about the relationship?
Exact same thing to what the other teacher will testify to.
Well, let's articulate it clearly.
Okay, to articulate it clearly, Your Honor, she'll be testifying to that she's known Carly and had Carly in her classroom for the better part of a year during the 2023-2024 school year. She saw Carly on the day of March 19th, that she has known Carly and her mom for quite some time, that Carly is a good student, a good kid, not a troublemaker, not a troubled kid, and that.
That's a lot of character evidence for what particular perpetrator.
Your Honor, I think it goes to what the state will be trying to introduce as Carly having some troubled child with a history of violence, which is just not true.
State have any objection to the witness testifying that that witness taught her that year, she saw her on that day, that she's a good student, a good kid, not a troublemaker, not a troubled kid.
I think the last part we would object to until after Ms. Gregg testifies, and then she can put on her character witnesses. But as far as her observations of Ms. Gregg on that day, that she was not, didn't seem in distress or abnormal, and that she had a good relationship with her mom, we do not object to that testimony.
All right, we'll allow that testimony only until we get to character witness testimony. Is the next witness on the list?
The next witness on our list is SR, followed by BG. These witnesses are the same witnesses the state's going to call, and we're calling them for the same reasons, Your Honor.
So you didn't turn anything else over, no statements from the juvenile witnesses,
I
right?
haven't even spoken to SR. So
What about BG?
BG spoke to him briefly, but the testimony is the same thing that the state recorded in their interviews.
All right. And they won't be allowed to testify to anything other than what's in the state's interviews. The court pointed you to the case law. There is no exception to the discovery requirement for the defendant just because they're listed in the discovery by the state. So you can't elicit anything that's not in their report.
Wasn't planning to.
All right. Who's the next witness?
The next witness is James Daniel Floyd.
All right. Show me what you turned over in relation to Mr. James Daniel.
Your Honor, the only thing we're anticipating calling Mr. Floyd about is just what he saw on the day of the investigations. I have not had personal conversations with Mr. Floyd. He's just going to confirm the demeanor of Mr. Smiley during the investigations when the police were at the house.
How's that done?
I think it will be relevant to the case in chief when we start talking about the investigation that's going on and cross-examination with the
Well,
state.
he's not testifying to the investigation. What's he going to testify to about the investigation?
Your Honor, I feel like talking about this now is somehow going to prejudice Carly with the jury, so I'd rather.
Ms. Todd, you can't hide evidence. You can't go to trial and then not know what the witness is going to say. This is basic 101 law. Mr. Kent, can you cite me a single case, one, where a defendant got to go to trial and not tell them what the other side is going to say?
I definitely agree. We have to turn over our evidence to you.
And we're late. We're real late. Who is James Gilbert? I'm sorry, what was the name of the witness?
James Floyd?
Yeah, who's that?
Carly's maternal uncle.
Excluded. That's excluded. That's excluded as a willful discovery violation. That statement right there, there's nothing that's been turned over of any substance. Excluded. Next witness.
Next witness is Vicki Breland, the maternal grandmother. And it's going to go to the statements she made, not to me, but to the statements she made to the expert witness, Dr. Clark, regarding the family's mental health history.
When was that turned over?
That was turned over on the 3rd, Your Honor. We got the state's expert witness report last night at 6 p.m.
You complaining about the state's rebuttal witness to your witness is a bit like a lady standing in the street holding a Christmas hand screaming she's hungry. You were ordered to turn over an expert witness July 28th. You told me it'd be July 22nd. After the discovery deadline passed, we had a new expert witness was hired. So you juxtaposing what they've done with what you've done. Bottom line, what did you turn over to them? Show me what you turned over to them in relation to Bray.
The relationship would be the statements made to Dr. Clark, Your Honor.
That's in Dr. Clark's report.
And again, Your Honor,
All right.
both the state and the defense had to retain new experts after the discovery deadline was passed.
Now, the state's expert was retained before.
The state's expert in being Dr.
Well, the state retained Dr. Gugliano. You instructed the defendant to plead to assert her Fifth Amendment rights during that conversation.
No, she didn't, Your Honor. She
said
did.
so in Dr. Gugliano's report.
2-1 question.
And then I just got finished reading some of Dr. Pickett's report, and we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. But let's stick with the grandmother and what she did. If you want to take shots at them on the expert witness, we'll do that. Show me what you turned over in relation to the grandmother before August 20th.
Your Honor, we didn't have anything for the grandmother before August 20th. That only occurred after the report we received from Dr. Clark, in which Dr. Clark spoke with the grandmother.
You're representing that you had no conversations with this defendant's grandmother.
Not to the nature of anything with the case. We have discussed the trial in general and explained the trial process, Your Honor. We have talked about how Carly's doing, but not anything that would go to testimony that she would put on at trial.
All right. Before we move on from that, I want to hear a response from the state. The state have had the opportunity to speak with her.
Your Honor, no, and I'm looking at Dr. Clark's report. There's no mention of an interview or discussion with Vicki Breland. If they could point me to where in the report it says he relied on.
Clark's report, you have a copy of Dr. Clark's report.
I don't have it with me, Your Honor, but he did have a conversation with Ms.
Go get it. We move on to the next.
I mean,
I can't talk about Dr. Clark's report if you don't have a copy of it.
Would you like me to proceed with Mr. Smiley until we can?
Sure.
Same thing with Heath Smiley. He was listed in Dr. Clark's report as a 90-minute Zoom conference call. He has done a witness interview, which we received from the state, and several just with the body camera footage of things that happened on March 19th. That's what we're calling him to talk about.
Heath Smiley's testimony will be limited to the matters turned over before August 20th.
Your Honor, I would also cite that Mr. Smiley testified before this court, and we have that transcript on June 4th. The state has that, so we intend to elicit the same testimony at trial that we elicited on June 4th.
You're allowed to do that, so before August 20th.
Perfect.
So before August 20th. All right, is that everybody on the list?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you would return to the court's exhibit. And while we move to Mr. Camp, I assume you're handling the expert witnesses. Is that what's your?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Todd, I think your office is across the street. You can go get a copy of Dr. Clark's report.
Well, if the state has it, I can reference it right
Yeah,
here.
mine has writing on it, Your Honor. I don't have a clean copy of their.
I need a clean copy of Dr. Clark's report, please. Somebody.
That's not his report.
Sorry for proceeding without a copy of the report. Y'all need to investigate a copy of it.
Yes, I didn't bring a copy of his report with me.
I can't really address what grandmother or Heath Smiley said without seeing Dr. Clark. So let's take a, is there another motion we can handle while somebody gets a copy of them? Either one. There's two lawyers. I don't care.
Well, Your Honor, I don't think the court has yet ruled on the state's motions that we did timely file, in which we also asked that the state not be allowed to make speaking objections. We also asked that the state.
I did rule on the speaking objections.
Your Honor, our motions were so good, they filed the same ones. As to the
They're
speaking
great.
objection. and-
Thank you, Your Honor.
I didn't see those. They're great. Do we have any other motions we can hear before somebody can get me a copy of Dr. Clark?
We can do we have our cursory motion to move it down to the youth court that we filed sometime before.
I'll be happy to hear that. Can we work on getting Dr. Clark's report? Someone. Anybody?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I address briefly the substance and just cite the court to the attachment that I filed, which shows that we were missing each statement, the teacher's names and substance of their testimony, Dr. Webb's report, and potentially a journal of Ashley. That was on August 20th when we signed for it. So they knew at that time that we did not have the teacher's names or the substance of their testimony.
Is there an alleged journal of Ashley Smiley?
We do not have a journal of Ashley Smiley.
Does anybody have an alleged journal of Ashley Smiley?
I don't think my understanding, we don't have it. We do not have
Where
it.
did that come from in Dr. Pickett's report? I've been able to read about 17 pages of Dr. Pickett's report. He references the journal of Ashley Smiley. Who gave him? I don't think Dr. Pickett just made up a journal, did he?
We didn't provide Dr. Pickett with anything. So if that would have been something that the state gave him. That's not.
All right, let's take 15-minute recess. Y'all need to go get Dr. Clark. 15-minute recess.
Sorry, I was just finishing my dinner. Right. Oh.
We received a forensic evaluation report from.
All right, let's mark that, if you would. Just move and take a look at it. If y'all agree that's the report you received, let's mark it D1. D2, excuse me.
All right, right, Tom.
All right, this is the state's motion. I'll hear you out. But was there anybody else that we did not touch on?
No, sir.
So Dr. Clark, right?
That's correct. It appears to cover a diminished capacity standard, which the state of Mississippi does not recognize. In addition,
Where is this? I was just seeing the report called, where in the report is this?
he has a summary opinion, Your Honor, on page 24, the very last paragraph of that page. That's right, Your Honor. We believe that that opinion is in reference to a diminished capacity standard upon which the state of Mississippi does not recognize. In our motion, we asked for a Daubert hearing. I do not see Mr. Clark in appearance. I don't know what he looks like, but I asked the defense counsel if they intended to have him here before trial, and I was told he was not going to be here. So again, all we have to rely upon is his report, where in fact he does not cite to the proper standard from McNaughton. There are plenty of cases within this state that have excluded similar testimony when it is confusing to the jury. And again, this might be proper for something at sentencing, if I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but if the jury were to find her guilty when the state then requests for a sentencing of life, this might be appropriate for that, but it is not appropriate for comment in front of the jury at any time prior to that. And again, our motion essentially talked about Daubert and the standard. Again, he should be excluded under 702 because his opinion does not reference the proper legal standard in the state of Mississippi. No, sir.
You know, if they're arguing that they wanted a Daubert motion, in their motion that they filed, what they're saying is that they did not have a report. And so based upon not having a report, that there weren't any foundations or anything laid at that point. The report was given to them on September 3rd. There has not been an amended issue on this. We have not been put on notice or anything that his report did not suffice them to say that he's arguing McNaughton. He is arguing McNaughton. That is the whole thing that we have talked about. It is not diminished capacity. It is McNaughton is what his argument has always been, and that's what we intend to put on if he's our expert.
All right, let me ask this. And you're saying you've been put on notice about their argument, but their defense, how can they file a motion on something they don't have?
No, Your Honor, I agree. We provided that as soon as we got it. We turned around the same day that we got the report. We gave it to them. In fact, I think Dr. Clark did his evaluation on Thursday, and then within a few days had his report and we provided it to them. That was done as quickly as we possibly could. And I just sort of want to point out, both sides had to get different doctors. Dr. Guglio was the initial person that was supposed to do both the McNaughton and the competency. And then she was not able to do the McNaughton, and so you had to get a separate doctor that then he went and did the McNaughton part for the state. So both sides have had the same issue.
As I recall, Dr. Gugliana basically stopped the interview once she asked the defendant whether or not she could ever use prescription medication. And she basically said, I'm going to plead the fifth to that. She said, I can't testify as to prescription issues. I'm not a psychiatrist. I mean, had the state been provided evidence, not what somebody says. We're lawyers, we're not witnesses, right? They could go in a different direction. They're both late. Okay, they're both late. You want me to exclude them both?
Well, I think both of them have to come in, Your Honor. And part of this is not again, most of the case law was talking about if it's obviously, I think the court says this is not intentional on either side. This is just dealing with psychological issues, and we had to reevaluate, right at the end. Both of us had to get new experts. Both of us were jumping through hoops to make that happen. We provided a report. They've provided a report. There's not surprise. There's the trials next Monday is when that's set for. That's the main issue is if the stuff is coming in, if we're giving you, or either side's giving reports right at the last minute, that's what the court sort of is addressing as far as excluding all this information and stuff. And that's not what the intent is. We try to move heaven and earth to get the new expert down here, get him to do an evaluation and get the report done. And we think the report suffices, and it is definitely not diminished capacity is what we're arguing on.
Okay, well, let's nail this down. Are you arguing automatism by way of involuntary intoxication? Or are you arguing no?
We're arguing that not, Your Honor.
So you're not arguing automatism by way of involuntary intoxication?
No, we're not saying voluntary intoxication. We're not saying involuntary intoxication. We're saying that there in the report, there's a whole bunch of different issues that are going on, and that's what impacts her ability to make the determination between right and wrong. And that's in the summary at the very end.
All right, but this hasn't been turned over late. If Dr. Clark is available by Zoom to speak to Heath Smiley, he should be available by Zoom to speak to the state investigation, shouldn't he?
I don't have a problem with that at all, Your Honor. In fact, I was surprised that didn't happen with Dr. Pickett.
Again, I made my analogy, I should complain about Dr. Pickett. Dr. Pickett turned over the report in 7 days for single. So you're not on good foot. I like that. All right, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, reply by the state.
For clarification, we have permission to talk to Dr. Clark
That's what I'm
about.
getting to.
Okay. I'm sorry.
All right, by way of reply, let's start here. What's the state's objection to you being able to speak to Dr. Clark, even if it's by Zoom or whatever, in order to try to alleviate the late discovery?
Yeah, Your Honor. So in our initial motion, we requested a Daubert hearing and further order compelling them to provide the materials that they provided to the expert. So again, we don't have any 90-minute. He says that he relied upon a 90-minute Zoom interview with Heath Smiley, as well as a 4-hour interview with Carly Gregg. I think we would certainly love to talk to him about what disclosures were made during that. But I think this court has ruled already that Heath Smiley will be limited to his testimony prior to August the 20th and in court. But I still think that there's some things we need to ask. The state still would like a proper Daubert. We do not believe that his opinions meet the standard, and would request that we have a Daubert hearing prior to voir dire, Judge. We don't think that that's fair for us to have to voir dire on an issue not knowing whether the insanity defense would even be argued.
All right, so let's take this step by step. Is the state's objection to the court granting you time on Zoom meeting? However, we discussed this with Dr. What's the objection to that?
No objection, Your Honor. If he's willing to talk to us candidly.
Is there anything else in Dr. Clark's report that you've not received?
Court's indulgent. I'm not sure, he may can clear this up, pages of Carly's diary. It's been my understanding that there's some other diary out there that we don't have. And of course, if the defendant doesn't intend to introduce it into evidence, we might not be entitled to that. However, if he relied upon that, we certainly would want to know which diary he's talking about, the ones that were produced by the state in evidence or the ones that are in the custody of the defendant.
I'm completely lost here. First of all, how does anybody intend to get a diary? That's Hornbook law. The diary is hearsay evidence. That's basic first day, second year of law school evidence class. How do you propose that you're going to get a diary in evidence?
Of the defendant? Her own statements?
No. Okay. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
All right, so all you have is a diary of the defendant, Carly Gray, correct?
So Your Honor, we produced some of Carly's diaries in evidence. Law enforcement seized some. It's our understanding that the defense is also in possession of some additional diaries that they took out of the home after law enforcement left. And
Does the
granted,
defense have some diaries they intend to, that they gave to Dr. Clark?
No, Your Honor, everything that was given to Dr. Clark was from the state's discovery.
So it is only the defendant, Carly Gray's diaries, correct?
if that's what they're saying, the pages that were produced in discovery, if that's all he relied upon, that's fine. We just wanted to make sure that we know what he's relying upon. Yes, sir.
So there's no other diaries by the state?
No.
By the defense?
No.
All right, so there's no diary of Ashley Smiley by the state?
The state did not produce a diary of Ashley Smiley. The defense emailed Dr. Pickett on August the 22nd, a typed, what they had labeled journal of Ashley Smiley, and that's what Dr. Pickett was relying upon in his report.
Does the defense have some purported diary of Ashley Smiley?
Your Honor, it's a visitation log that I labeled journal, but it was turned over the day I received it to both Dr. Pickett and Ms. Newman was CC'd on the email. So the day I got it in my possession to send to Dr. Pickett, it was sent to the state.
And Your Honor, I apologize for talking over. We are in receipt of that. We're not alleging that we're not.
Whose journal is this?
Allegedly, Ashley Smiley's.
Where did you receive Ashley Smiley's journal?
Your Honor, it was in a packet that the family brought to me that had divorce proceedings and those type documents in there. It's a visitation log that she kept that had various issues written in there. But the day I received it and found it, I gave it to the state and Dr. Pickett, the state's expert.
So we have an expert relying on unauthentical hearsay if hearsay is not able to be authenticated. Double hearsay that can't be authenticated. Anything else?
Your Honor, again, we'd ask that we be allowed to have a on-the-record Daubert hearing of Dr. Clark prior to voir dire in this case.
Mr. Kemp, is there an objection to the state having a Daubert hearing before trial?
You know, if they, I guess after talking with Dr. Clark, if they still want to do that, I don't have any objection to doing a Daubert hearing if they need it. Hopefully it can be resolved by them talking with Dr. Clark to clarify that he is doing McNaughton. If he's doing McNaughton, I think that answers their question for him. It's not diminished capacity.
All right, anything further?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, that Dr. Clark not be able to amend his findings subsequent to our conversation.
All right, court is looking at Rule 17.2, Rule 17.3, and Rule 17.4. There's no argument that the defendant requested rule evidence, that requested discovery under Rule 17. The fact witnesses in this case that were proposed are wholly different than the expert in these courts. I believe I understand what happened with Dr. Webb. The defense can't help but I don't think Dr. Webb's able to give you what you need or what you want. You're putting this friend in a position. So you obtained an expert who got it pretty quick. However, the state's right. There are things where these experts are relying on double hearsay that can't be authenticated. Now, experts can rely on some hearsay, but you have to be able to prove some reliability. I have to be frank, a journal that miraculously appears at the 11th hour is suspect. This is what the court's going to do. Today is September 10th. If the defense intends for Dr. Clark to testify, you need to arrange sometime tomorrow that a Zoom conference can be held. The state can question Dr. Clark. We will meet back here Friday morning, the 13th, and we will have a hearing. If the state wishes to exclude part of it, file a written motion. If you still believe that it is diminished capacity, we will look at it. This case follows the state follows 250-year-old law in regards to insanity. I believe it is a very wise decision that we continue to follow that 250-year law. It has stood the test of time. This court is not going to be a trailblazer. However, there will most likely be, I'm not putting the cart before the horse, but if the jury does not acquit her, there will be a sentencing phase. I expect diminished capacity can be used in the sentencing phase. So while diminished capacity may not be necessarily admissible during the guilt phase, it would be admissible during the sentencing phase. And Dr. Clark be here for a dog hearing if necessary on the 13th. To the defense.
If needed, Your Honor, we can get him here.
Okay. All right. This is what the court is looking at. The court found there was a discovery violation. However, as Dr. Clark, the court is not inclined to exclude the witness at this time. The court is looking at Rule 17.4, the effect of failure to comply. A, granting a continuance for assessing costs against the appropriate attorney or party. Just to be quite frank, this can't promote for 20 years. I don't intend to assess you the cost at this point in time. But I've never seen this from you. If I have to grant a continuance from the 16th, I can continue it to the 23rd. But I'll address that on this Friday. The court intends for the case to be tried this term. Second thing, B, limiting further discovery of the party failing to comply. This is it. No amendment of Dr. Clark's rule. We're going to ride the horse we brought. Finding the attorney failing to comply and contempt, or excluding the testimony of appropriate witnesses. All right, the court went over arrest warrant. The court looked at, for example, Vicky Bray is a witness closely identified with the defendant. The late disclosure.
Looby, Looby, Loo, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Looby, Looby, Loo, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. I muted again. I was going to say a bit of moves there for you. It's getting hard, Lou. My moves, fucking, they are getting hard as well. I flick them, and they get it. Oh, bing, bing. There you go, Lou. I hope that cheers you up to get a bit of moves going there for you, my darling. And they're quite hard, quite perky this morning. Hope you're well. Hugs to you, my darling. Hope you're okay. Well, I just want to say this is a fucking shit show. This is a fucking shit show, this fucking trial. This girl's fucked. Ah, don't worry. Hey, if you want to pound anyone, that's fine. If you've got a Terry, you can pound him. Yeah, I'm just like, this girl's fucked. This girl is done. Cooked. These attorneys are the worst I've ever seen. Sure. So, there you go. Love you all. There you go. This is not Elsie. Hello, my darling. How are you? Right. Okay. Let me play that again then, because some of you like it. So I'll play it. Hang on.
For DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is.
He burped. Hang on. Let's go back. He burped. Oh, that's funny. That's a nightmare. That's that's a nightmare for anyone. That'd be my nightmare to, fart or burp or something. He just burped. Oh, how fucking childish am I? Oh.
For DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes.
If you don't find that funny, I can't help you. That's hilarious. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Go back and watch it again.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes.
Oh, what a poor guy. Oh, poor guy. Let's go back again. Hey, Katie. Katie Santos in the house. Oh, Katie, watch it. He burps. Hang on.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
What's going through his head right now? What's going through his head right now? He just burped. He must be so embarrassed. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, I think that's hilarious. I think that's hilarious, everybody. He just fucking burps. That's just a fucking nightmare. Anyway, sorry. I'll get back. Sex bot. I'm a sex bot. 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 Hey, there you go. I hope that cheers everyone up. Anyway, that's the main thing. Hello to where you stuck in, Lisa. Hello, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well. Hello, Miss Grandma. Oops. Hello, Miss Grandma. How are you, my darling? From Canada. Oh, how are you? Hope everything's well there in Canada. Oh, Canada. D. I don't know if that's the way it goes. I don't know. Anyway, let me just check to see Court's not back. No, it's not. Right, let's go back to Carly Gregg for a little bit then. Yeah, I mean, the lawyers don't like each other. Sasmas, I know, you can tell. Fuck. Oh, right. Let's. Also, Scott, I don't know what Sean's got on tonight. I don't have a clue, to be honest with you, mate. I don't. I know he's on tonight, but I was going to watch him on replay. Sean's going to have thousands of people there. Just remember, Resisting the Silence are on tonight. I know who they got on tonight. They got the King and Queen of Canton on tonight, Dennis and Brenda Sweeney. They are on tonight, so make sure you go and support Tracy and Dana, Resisting to Silence tonight. Here we go. It's on burps. I can't listen to myself. I have to take my I have to take these off. I can't listen to myself.
This court, that's what this court has a problem with. The witness closely identified with the defendant. What is provided is not the substance of her testimony. Same with James Daniel Ford. concerned with is not a listing of witnesses. Nowhere in the rules does it say provide a list of witnesses. It says provide the name, the address, the substance of the testimony, written, recorded, or oral otherwise. When I look at Vicky Breeden and James Floyd,
Oh, I know what it is, Scott. I know what it is then. If it's missing father. If you, those of you that watch Can't Read with me and Sean, we had a guest on who spoke about her missing father, and it's probably her then that I'll be on there talking about that. It's a very sad case, Scott. Very sad case. So yeah, that's probably what it is tonight then. But I won't go to the details about it because I don't want to spoil it. But yeah, I know of what you're talking about. It's very sad. I've not met her, only spoken to her during the shows for the Can't Read trial.
Shara Higbee, Tricia Gilbert, those are witnesses closely identified with the defense. For those reasons, the court stands by its prior ruling. Heath Smiley. Mr. Smiley has made it very clear that he wishes to stand with the defendant as a witness, closely identified with defense. It will be limited to everything he's testified to before or the statements previously provided by the state. As to Dr. Andrew Clark, the court is going to delay its decision, allow the state time to interview the witness, prepare any objections that need to be made, or conduct a discovery. The court believes that's a fair way to allow the defendant to put forward her evidence, whether it be in sentencing or in the guilt phase. But that's going to be the court's ruling right now. We will reconvene here this Friday, the 6th, at 9 a.m. I expect at that time for the state to announce either you're prepared to proceed or we're not prepared to proceed. If you're not prepared to proceed, why are you not prepared to proceed? And what in particular will you need to proceed? All right. The second thing the court will be looking at is a Dahlberg style hearing, if required. We'll be looking at is this diminished capacity evidence or is this McNaught evidence? And I'll hear arguments as to why it's diminished capacity or why it's McNaught at the time. All right, is there anything I've made clear for the state?
Right, just to be clear, the Friday the 13th, right? This Friday.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I said Friday 6th.
Yes.
Friday the 13th.
Thank
Excuse me. Fortunately, I can imagine how to hear. Friday the 13th. All right. Is there anything I've been clear on, Mr. King?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Were there any other motions by the state?
Where's Golden? No, sir, Your Honor.
All right. By the defense. Any further motions? Did you want to argue the motion to transfer to youth court now?
Your Honor, I would, I'll go to the podium. We have filed our motion. We think that it would be in Carly's best interest, it'd be in the best interest of justice. We filed the motion some time ago. We know we have a trial date coming up, but we'd ask the court if we could transfer the case to youth court in the interest of justice.
Response by the state, other than your written response.
Our written response, Your Honor, and just for judicial notice, the youth court prosecutor, Corey Garber, is still present in the courtroom. Just would like to, if the court would like to hear from him on whether or not the youth court would be interested in entertaining his discretion.
It's your motion. Do you want to call the witness or not?
It's not my motion, Your Honor, it's the witness motion.
That's your response.
Oh, sure.
If you want to call them, I might call them.
Sure, Your Honor. The court, the state calls Corey Garber.
Mr. Garber, you understand that you were still on the road? Anyone else want to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Garber, I believe back in June of this year, my office contacted the youth court and sent y'all a copy of the motion and possibly our response in opposition to the defendant's motion to transfer to youth court. As a representative of the youth court, did you have an opinion on whether or not the youth court is the appropriate venue or jurisdiction for Carly Gregg, who's been charged with murder, attempted murder, and tampering with physical evidence?
Under the rules, under the statute, youth court should only be handling cases where there's a reasonable prospect of rehabilitation. I have not followed this case, but I am unaware of any reasonable prospect of rehabilitation in the juvenile justice system for someone who has committed the crimes which you just listed.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Corey, if the individual, I guess, had some mental issues and things like that, there are, I guess, different avenues that the youth court could follow, correct?
I'm gonna need you to clarify your question.
You have, I guess you have counselors and you have people that could come in and see her, correct?
We do have counselors. So Region 8 has a counselor on staff at the Juvenile Detention Center who visits with children who are detained there, yes.
And right now where Carly's at is she's in solitary confinement because she has no, I mean, she's in the adult jail. She doesn't get to, she has to be housed separately. So for this entire time, she is in solitary confinement. She didn't get to interact with any of her other people her age or anything like that. If she was at the youth court and at the youth detention center, would she be able to interact with people her own age?
And she would be isolated. It's like sound separation. She is considered to be an adult. It's fairly clear that under the federal rule that anybody charged as an adult cannot be held and detained the same as a juvenile. When she was detained at the juvenile detention center, she was kept separate from the juveniles there, so she would still be kept separated.
Well, this would be if it's sent back. If she's sent back, she would be a ward of the youth court at that point.
If you're saying that the case is transferred back, and
yes.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, she would be considered a juvenile, yes.
Right, and she could interact with people her own age.
Sure.
She could be getting counseling. She could be getting things of that nature. What about her schooling? She would be able to be doing schooling, correct?
She would.
Right. Right now, she has no access to schooling whatsoever. So there are actually programs and benefits about going back to the youth court, wouldn't there?
Mr. Camp, I want to clarify. If she were adjudicated in the youth court, these would be the dispositional alternatives. One would be 90 days in detention. So for 90 days, not counting the amount of time that she's already spent detained pre-trial. So, and the idea, the meaning behind the statute would be the intent that she can only be detained for 90 days. So, to be my understanding, she would possibly have to be released upon being transferred back because she's already exceeded the 90 days that would be considered for disposition. Secondly, the other alternative would be Oakley Youth Developmental Center. The average stay at Oakley is 6 months, 6 to 9 months, to which she would be released on parole, all of which she could receive some type of counseling. Yes, the question is going to be, is that counseling, is Oakley Developmental Center or is the 90-day stay in the Juvenile Detention Center enough to rehabilitate for purposes of the acts that are alleged? My opinion is no.
Now, she could get some help though, correct? That's the only, right now she's not getting any, I guess she's seeing a counselor through Region 8, but there's no schooling, there's no long-term counseling, but you have long-term counseling at Oakley, correct?
Long-term counseling, again, it would be 6 to 9 months. Should she be found guilty in this court, she would have available to her all of the resources that are available to anyone at the youthful offender unit, which would include possibly education and the like. She would have the adult services that are allowed. The question though is, could she be rehabilitated in the juvenile justice system? I don't, again, haven't followed her case. I don't have a social summary in front of me. I'm not prepared to make that decision other than based on the allegations of crime. And those types of things are also considered. It's an A through N survey, and the first 6 or 7 factors of that are going to be the nature of the offense committed. That's a lot to be taken into consideration. If we're talking about charge of murder and attempted murder, those are going to be very difficult to rehabilitate in the juvenile justice system. It's just not built for that.
No further questions, sir.
There we go.
There we go.
Any further witnesses about that?
Nothing further on.
Any witnesses in reply by defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any further argument about the statement?
Your Honor, none other than what's already in our motion, our response.
Any reply by defense?
No, Your Honor.
Court's going to deny the motion to transfer the defendant to youth court. I appreciate Mr. Gerber's testimony, but the court was very familiar with the inherent limitations of the youth court. It's not a knock on the right of youth court by any means, but as this court appreciates it, me transferring this case back basically is an acquittal. I don't think it's an appropriate ruling for a court to make. I believe the juries. That's what's going to happen in this case. The jury of this community is going to make the decision whether or not to acquit her, whether or not the homicide is justifiable or excusable, or whether or not the state can prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. Those are not questions for a judge. That is a question for the jury. This court will not stand in the way of the jury. All right. State's giving an order denying the motion transfer back to youth court. All right. We will reconvene here this Friday morning, September 13th, unless I receive an order from the state that no motions are necessary and we're prepared to proceed to trial, or notification to that effect. All right. We'll be back here this Friday morning, September 13th at 9 a.m. Then it will remain in custody See y'all back there.
Wow, this is, I know what she's accused of, and well, I think I don't think they're denying that she killed her mother, but wow, she's 40. You know, a part of me, right, feels so sorry for her. Just looking at her there, she looks so young, so vulnerable. I don't think she knows what's going on. She's 14, going to be in a prison with adults. Oh, she doesn't get to see anyone. She's in solitary confinement, 23 hours. This girl's fucked. This girl's done for. She's absolutely done. Her life is like people could say like it's deserved because she killed her mother, but still, no rehabilitation or anything. I mean, fuck. Wow. I don't know. Maybe my soft git. I don't know. But whew, I'm just looking at her thinking, fuck, 14. Man. Oh, right. The trial's back, so I'll put the trial back on. All right, hang on, people. Let me just get it. We just get it up. I don't even want to make a joke of that. I feel quite sad, to be honest, now. I generally feel a bit sad right now. Mississippi, 13 is the age for adult court if charged with a deadly weapon. Jeepers. It just doesn't feel right. I mean, 13, you're an adult. It doesn't still feel right. It feels backwards. Like if she's 17, I'd get it, but do you know what I mean? Yeah. And again, I'm not saying she's not wrong. Like, I think she should be spending, if she's found guilty, years upon years in prison. Absolutely. But let her go to juvenile court and let her, give her a chance. And do you know what? The system is built that if she is not rehabilitated, then keep her in. Do you know what I mean? There's ways of keeping people in. It's just, that's it. End of her life. That's the end of her life, basically. So, right, but it'll be, I think she's admitted that. I don't think that there's any doubt. I think, from my understanding, there's no doubt that she killed her mother. I think that's not even in doubt. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I read it. Is that no one's arguing that she didn't kill her mother. That's been done. It's now at what level she's gonna get, whether it's a mental thing on stuff like that, and what capacity it was. So that's what I thought it was. I could be wrong though, but I think it's basically at what level sentencing she gets. But maybe I'm wrong. But the trial also could be pushed forward now as well. So we'll see you on Friday. We'll try and cover it lunchtime Friday. So right, let's get back to it then, people. Oh, what's that? I don't want that. 1.25, 1.25. Let me play 1.25 for a bit. Someone's on the...
All the jurors have returned from lunch. And are the parties ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please call your next witness.
State calls Detective Jared Strickland.
Truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, please proceed.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Corporal Jared Strickland with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2006.
And what is your current position or assignment?
Currently, I'm a corporal. I'm one of the supervisors within our criminal investigations unit.
And how long have you been in that position?
Since 2021.
Now, taking you back to February of 2017, what was your position then?
In February 2017, I was one of our economic crimes detectives.
And what is it when you say economic crimes detectives? What kind of crimes would you investigate?
Different types of fraud, credit card fraud, identity theft, sometimes things that deal with computers and electronics.
And how did you become involved into the investigation into the death?
Sure. I was asked to start getting bank records, financials from the different people that are involved, and to review those records as well as social media.
Now, let me ask you this. When a case, a homicide case in particular, is being investigated by the Lake County Sheriff's Office, is it assigned to just one detective or a whole team working on this issue?
Sure. Typically, it's an entire team of detectives that are working on it because we all bring different things to the table.
And was your background training experience with various forms of financial, social media records, and things like that from your economic crimes background useful in the investigation?
Yes, it was.
Now, as part of the records that you looked into, did you seek out information and documents from Facebook in this case?
Yes, I did.
And in order to obtain records from Facebook, how do you go about doing that?
We have to get a search warrant.
And first of all, did you prepare warrants to get information for a Facebook profile associated with a Michael Schaefer?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you has already been entered into evidence as states exhibit number 10. Sweet. It's already in evidence. Now, Strickland, there's a thumb drive in that envelope. Can you go ahead and take a look at that? And the case number 10, are those the Facebook records that you obtained through Facebook?
Yes, they are.
And when you obtain these types of records, particularly we'll start with Michael Schaefer's Facebook records, are they sent to you printed out in boxes, or how are they sent to you?
They're not. So Facebook has a law enforcement records request portal where they will upload all that information to, and then we then download it in a zip folder because it's usually quite large.
And do they assign it a special number to associate with the request that you made?
Yes, they do.
Does that number appear in the records themselves?
Yes, it does.
And then does that number also appear on the business record certification that's included in that folder?
Yes, it does.
Now, the records that we're dealing with there are on a thumb drive. We have over 3,000 pages on that thumb drive.
Yes, correct.
Now, as you've gone through, after you've initialed it, you have gone through all of those records, looked at the pictures, things of that nature.
Yes, I have.
And as you went through that, are there pieces of information that identify the potential owner of that profile?
Yes, there is.
What kind of information is included in there?
There's a phone number as well as an email that's associated with that, along with what Facebook calls the vanity name, which is a unique identifier that cannot be changed within the Facebook records.
And as you went through those particular records, does that include photos that the user may have uploaded or someone using that account may have uploaded?
Yes.
Did you see photographs of Michael Schaefer throughout the Facebook profile associated with the Michael Schaefer account?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Facebook?
I am.
Did you ever have a Facebook account?
Previously, yes.
You no longer have one?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the process that you go through in order to log into Facebook?
Sure. So Facebook is typically it's used on a mobile device. It can be logged into on a computer. But if it's in either case, if the password is stored on whatever that device is, you can just load right into it. There's also a way that you can use biometrics such as Face ID or your thumbprint, depending on what kind of phone you have, or if you have the device that was previously logged into it and it hasn't logged out.
Is there anything that would prevent another individual from logging into someone's Facebook account as long as they had either the password or a device that was already associated with that and currently logged in?
No.
What is an ISP?
So an ISP is a internet service provider. That is the company that you pay for internet through, whether it's Spectrum, CenturyLink, any number of the different providers that provide cable, internet, fiber services.
And what is an IP address?
An IP address stands for Internet Protocol. This is a unique identifier to a network that a device is connecting to the internet on.
Now, as part of your background and training into investigations of economic crimes, have you had experience investigating cases involving the use of IP addresses and things of that nature?
Yes, I have.
Now, as you went through the Facebook records, do they maintain IP logs for activity associated with that account?
Yes, they do.
And does that IP address give you a physical address that's associated with that IP address?
No, it does not.
Are you able, once you get that IP address, to do anything to start investigating where the physical location of that may be?
Yes, I can.
And what is that?
So once we have an IP address, we're able to use internet resources to find out who the internet service provider is. Once we have the internet service provider, depending on what kind of request they want to release records, typically it's a subpoena or sometimes a court order, we can send them a subpoena and they will give us subscriber information, which includes the service location, the names on the account, billing information if we request it, and so forth.
And the IP addresses that we are going to be referencing go back to how far back?
The IP addresses that we have go back to at least 2015.
And when did you become involved with this investigation and start looking into the issues involved with this IP address?
February 2018.
When you got the IP addresses associated with the Facebook account, were you able to determine which service provider was linked up with those IP addresses?
Yes, I was.
And which service provider was that?
By and large, it was CenturyLink.
And when you went to try to obtain information from CenturyLink to associate it with any physical addresses, were you able to get that information?
I was not.
Why not?
CenturyLink told us that they only keep records for one rolling calendar year.
So trying to get records of physical address associated with IP addresses in 2018 for stuff that happened in 2015, 2016 was just impossible.
That's correct.
Now, as part of your review of the Facebook profiles, did you also obtain a search warrant in order to get the information from Laurie Shaver's Facebook?
That's correct.
I'm showing the defense what has previously been called state speech. No, that's Ms. Shaver's record. I'm showing you what's been previously. Can you go ahead and just put that back in there a little more? Showing you what's been previously marked as states H. You recognize those records and the thumb drive contained within.
Yes, I do.
And what is contained on that thumb drive?
These are Laurie Shaver's Facebook records.
And how do you know that's what's on that thumb drive? Have you reviewed it in the initial thumb drive?
Yes, yes, I have.
And are those all the records that Facebook sent to you with their identifying a number associated on that thumb drive?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moved HH into evidence as 36.
35, I believe. Is it 35? 35.
35.
Yes, sir. Any objection?
Or motion on this, on the digital data?
Yes, sir.
Or has this been raised before?
And the motion, the objection is overruled, and states HH will be entered into evidence as states number 35.
Now, similar question, have you gone through all the data that's contained on there?
Yes, sir.
And did that have information associating it with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, it did.
What kind of information was that?
The same information. It will have the vanity name, which is a unique identifier that is set up whenever the account is established, along with phone numbers and email addresses.
Did it include pictures of herself, her children, her home, things of that nature?
Yes, it did.
And how far back does that activity go?
I believe 2015 at least.
And that would have been the time frame that you obtained the warrant for?
Correct.
And the amount of information on that thumb drive, how's that in relation to the records from Michael Shaver?
Significantly larger.
Based on the activity that you saw, was she more frequent poster on Facebook than the Michael Shaver account?
Yes.
As part of those records that are already in evidence, does Facebook maintain all of those IP addresses associated with the activity?
Yes, they do.
And now, does that mean every single time somebody just pulls up Facebook, scrolls, looks at a picture, does something like that, that activity is going to be referenced on those IP logs?
Typically, no.
What types of things register on the IP log history that you get from these records?
Sure. Login activity is one of the big ones. Anytime anybody accesses Facebook on their device, whether it's a phone or a computer, Facebook will log that IP address. Whenever messages are sent, photos are shared, statuses are updated, Facebook will log that IP address for that activity.
If someone were to upload photos, change their profile picture, that type of thing?
Yes.
And does the actual IP logs contain information not only that the account was accessed, but the type of activity that was done?
Yes, it does.
I'm showing you what's previously marked for identification as states II and JJ. You recognize these two exhibits.
Yes, I do.
And what are those exhibits?
These are the IP logs for each of the Facebook accounts.
And specifically, does II match up with the IP logs for Michael Shaver?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves states II into evidence in states 36.
Any objection?
Objection as to the motion that's been held on this and that the testimony received.
Yes, your objection's overruled. States II will be admitted into evidence as states number 36.
And states JJ is that the IP log history for Laurie Shaver?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves states JJ into evidence in states 37.
Same objection, Judge.
Yes, your objection's overruled. States JJ will be admitted into evidence as states number 37.
Now, can you first pull up Michael Shaver's IP log history and just tell the jury how many pages? Look at the number at the top.
Sure. The Michael Shaver IP logs for Facebook span 13 pages.
And the Laurie Shaver Facebook account, how long is it?
77 pages.
Now, in order to assist the jury with your testimony regarding the information that was contained in those IP logs, was a summary prepared of the information contained in those folders.
Yes, it was.
And specifically, what types of IP addresses were summarized for this purpose?
We did a comparison based on IP addresses for both Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's Facebook activity that were shared IP addresses. Those were IP addresses that hit both of the accounts.
And so the summary that we're about to talk about covers any IP address that appeared in both of those folders.
That's correct.
And as this was a trial exhibit, who actually prepared the summary?
The state attorney's office.
Did you go back through the summary in order to check to make sure that the information contained in here does reflect the information in those folders?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing defense was previously marked as states KK.
Your Honor, same objection to the data log.
Rhode Island's on
summary.
fire.
This is record as a summary of stuff that's
Dad's
related to-
hair is on fire.
Come up for a sidebar, please. Thank you.
They called for a sidebar, so play a bit of music. Hello to you, Jen. Thank you for being here. Do you know what? I love it when people do this. I love it when people pop in. Gen X pops in to say thank you for the gifted memberships. I'm not sure who gave it to you. There's a few people generously gave memberships out yesterday. But thank you for popping in to say that as well. Hopefully you stay around as well. I'm going to play my disclaimer for a second while I stretch. Because not everybody's seen the disclaimer yet. So I'll put the disclaimer on for a second. Oh, fire. Bow, 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 bow.
All right. Detective Strickland, have you had a chance to look at the summary that I have just given?
Yes, I have.
Is that the summary that we have just been discussing?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state moved KK into evidence as number 38.
All right, over defense objection.
Happy days,
Court
Jen.
will move exhibit KK into evidence as states number 38.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be allowed to step down.
Certainly, please feel free to move about the courtroom.
Go ahead and bring all three of those folders.
Yes, sir.
Now, as you went through both sets of IP logs, how many different IP addresses did you find that both the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account shared?
There were 13 shared IP addresses.
Now, if someone were to connect to their home Wi-Fi, and we had multiple people in that home using that home Wi-Fi, would they all register the same IP address?
Yes, they would.
And similarly, if I went to go visit you, you gave me your Wi-Fi password, and then I started utilizing my mobile device, would I then be utilizing your Wi-Fi?
Yes,
And then therefore your IP account?
that's correct.
If you were to go to Starbucks and then you utilize their password and log into their account, you then have a different IP address located in your phone?
Yes,
And if you utilize anything on Facebook while you were doing that at that outside area, would that IP address reflect in your records?
yes, it would.
Now, publishing page 72 from the Laurie Shaver records and page 13 from the Michael Shaver records, can you basically just summarize first for the jury the information that we're looking at?
Sure. So this is the Facebook IP address logs for both of the accounts. The Michael Shaver records are on the left, the Laurie Shaver records are on the right. You'll notice that it's in reverse order. So at the bottom of the page is actually the oldest activity that we got. And as you go up, it becomes more recent in history. The information that you will see is an action, which tells you what kind of activity was done while it was logged in. You'll get the date and time. The time is in universal coordinated time, which, depending on whether or not we're in daylight savings or standard time, is either 4 or 5 hours behind our current time.
Detective Strickland, let me just hit pause there. When you talk about the universal time, what is that?
So basically it's a time zone that for many different purposes is used so that we don't have different time zones for everything. And because we all live in different time zones, things are relative.
So Facebook has to send records probably all through the world, and so all of their times that are going to appear from here would be universal time?
Correct.
And how do you convert universal time to Eastern Standard?
We can use either a website to convert it or just subtract or add 4 or 5 hours, depending on what time zone we're in, whether it's daylight savings time.
So when we're, depending on whether or not we're in daylight savings time, it would be 4 to 5 hours different from UTC.
Correct.
Right. Now, you've talked about the time. What other information are on these IP logs?
The IP address itself.
Now, the area, first of all, that is in the blue box, both on the Michael Shaver records and the Laurie Shaver records. What is the significance of those two entries in that blue box?
So those are the same shared IP address that both of the accounts conducted activity on within a certain amount of time of each other.
And can you just point those two IP addresses and read them out loud for the jury?
Sure. 71.49.14.136. 71.49.14.136.
Okay. And then what is the next line in that blue box?
The next line is the time. So January 5th, 2016 at 16:05 Universal Coordinated Time. January 5th, 2016 at 2:08 Universal Coordinated Time.
And then what is the last line that is in the blue box in each of those?
The action that was done, photo uploaded, photo uploaded.
Now, what about the red box? Is that the same IP address that appeared in the blue box area?
It is the same IP address.
What is the time difference between when the device accessing the Michael Shaver records access compared to the device accessing the Laurie Shaver records?
203, 103.
So approximately within an hour.
Correct.
And because it's utilizing the same IP address, that indicates that those devices were in the same area.
That's correct.
Moving on to the next slide, what information first of all, is this from the summary?
Yes, it is.
Now, is this how the information from the previous two pages from the individual records themselves have been compiled into the summary for purposes of the jury?
Yes, it is.
So the area in the red box on here, is that the same information that's on the previous slide?
Yes, it is.
And then the blue box?
Yes, it is.
So if the jury were so inclined, they could actually take the original IP logs from those two folders and look and verify all the information that's in the summary if they chose.
Yes, they could.
All right, moving on to the next slide. First of all, what is the date of this activity?
The date of this activity is April 3rd, 2016.
And can you just show the jury on the summary where they get that information? All right, and for the actual chart itself, is that labeled on the chart as far as the date?
Yes, it is.
And can you show them there?
The date is right here. And then April 2016, and then the date is in that column.
Thank you. Now, this particular April 3rd date, is that utilizing the same IP address?
Yes, it is.
And is that why it's together on that same line?
Yes, it is.
And the activity on the Michael Shaver account and the device associated with that, how far apart is that from the activity on the Laurie Shaver account?
11:39, 12:07.
So, if you're new to the chat, then I wanted you to know I'll meet Bill. Bill's a big spender. Bow, 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 bow. Bill. He's called Similar Rex. Da, 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 da. Now Bill's got a mouth, but he's got a heart of gold, which we love. The women all love him. Maybe not true, but Bill's part of the crew. Da, 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 da.
So that's within a half an hour, correct? Moving on to May, or still April of 2016, specifically April 21st, was there another instance of close activity?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury and show them by using the summary?
The action on the Mike Shaver account was a login, and the activity on the Laurie Shaver's account was an uploaded photo.
And what was the time differential?
17:09, 17:41, 30 minutes.
And the summary that we have, and that's been admitted into evidence, does that also have the time conversion to Eastern Standard that you using the formula that you described to the jury?
The summary does, yes.
Sorry. And can you show them where that goes?
In the parentheses.
So everywhere after the UTC time where it says EST, that would be local time.
That's correct.
Moving on, now to May 3rd of 2016, what was significant about the activity on the two accounts here?
The same IP address, Mike Shaver's account with a login, Laurie Shaver's account with a uploaded photo. The times were approximately 15 minutes apart.
I want to focus a little bit specifically on Michael Shaver's account. Did you review Facebook messages from that account between the Michael Shaver Facebook account and Vanessa Townson?
Yes, I did.
Moving on to those records themselves that are already in evidence, what was the first message and the date that that message was sent from the Michael Shaver account?
So the first date was February 25th, 2016, 7:43 Universal Coordinated Time.
And did you find Facebook messages preceding the delivery of any sort of flowers to Vanessa Townson through the Facebook records?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing it's previously been admitted into evidence that states number 32 are those records.
Yes, they are.
And as we go through, moving on to the messages themselves, when was the message sent that said that the individual utilizing the Mike Shaver account had something for Miss Townson?
It is the top, which is on 2 pages, April 5th, 2016.
And what about, was there a phone number shared to Vanessa Townson utilizing this account?
Yes, there was.
And what was that content and when was that sent?
That message was sent on April 9th, 2016 at 21:26 Universal Coordinated Time. The message read, please contact me at 352-801-0941.
And then is there something that indicates that Vanessa Townson should receive something out of it?
Yes.
And when was that sent and what was the content of that message?
On April 11th, 2016, the message stated, your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you.
When you went back to the IP logs, were you able to find consistent IP shared history on February 25th from the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account?
Yes, I was.
All right. And can you go ahead and describe to the jury the information that we have here?
Sure. These are the Facebook records that we received, the IP activity log that was put into the summary. This is Michael Shaver on this side, Laurie Shaver on this side. The purple highlight is all for the same IP addresses, and it also shows the dates and times of what activity was conducted.
And is there activity from Michael Shaver's account using that IP address on the day that these messages start being sent?
Yes, there is.
And what was the date and time?
That was February 25th, 2016 at 21:57 Eastern Time.
And then did Laurie Shaver's account utilize that same IP address on that same day?
Yes, it did.
And what was that time?
February 25th at 7:06 Eastern Time.
Now, when did Michael Shaver's Facebook account have the most activity during the time frame that you were looking?
Sure, the most activity was concentrated around this time in February 2016.
And then did that extend to the time frame that messages were being sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes.
What was the time frame that you obtained these Facebook records and IP addresses for both the Michael Shaver and the Laurie Shaver account?
We tried to go back to 2014 until whatever the present time was that we got these records sometime in 2018.
Is it fair to say that his shared IP history extends from November of 2015 to November of 2017?
Yes.
And going through the time frame in April, once the flowers are received, is that when the majority of the activity appears on Michael Shaver's account?
Yes.
And going ahead and just, we're publishing page 27 and 28 of the history, of the summary, sorry. And can you summarize the types of activity that you're seeing on the Michael Shaver account and talk about how that relates to Laurie Shaver?
Sure. So according to the summary, it looks like once a day, Michael Shaver's Facebook account was accessed using the same IP address that Laurie Shaver's account was also accessing while Laurie Shaver was uploading photos.
Now, during this time frame, is this when Facebook messages are being sent to Vanessa Townson prior to the flowers actually arriving at Vanessa Townson's work?
Yes.
And these are the time frames that the messages were not being responded to?
Correct.
And then what is going on Laurie Shaver? Is Laurie Shaver's account utilizing the same IP address throughout that same time frame?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to pages 29 and 30 from the summary, does this activity reflect actions that happened after the flowers had been received by Vanessa Townson?
Yes, it does.
And what type of activity is being reflected here?
So this activity, there are photos that are being uploaded, but there are also photos that are being sent.
Now, when it says photo, does that differentiate between an actual picture and then screenshots of text messages?
It does not differentiate.
And during this time frame of all of this activity on the Michael Shaver Facebook account, are there large number of photos and shared, basically screen captures of text messages between Laurie Shaver and Jeremy Townsend sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes, there are.
Moving on to page 31 and 32 of the summary, what is the activity?
So it's very similar. You have logins. This one says that there were 40 photos that were sent, 8 photos sent, another login, 16 photos sent, 29 photos sent, 30 photos sent.
Pages 33 and 34, this is still all the same day as the previous page?
Yes, it is.
All right, and what is the activity here?
44 photos sent, 29, 15, 31, 44, 31, 27 photos sent.
And moving on to page 35 and 36, are we seeing activity both on Michael Shaver Facebook and Laurie Shaver Facebook utilizing that same IP address.
Yes, we are.
Now, all of these pages that we have gone through here during this time frame, all of these IP addresses are consistent.
Yes, they are.
On both accounts.
Yes, they are.
37 and 38, what information, first of all, what date timeframes are we talking about here?
April 22nd, 2016. This is the 23rd. This is the 24th.
So this is basically everything that we have here as far as once this activity heightens up is from April 16th to April 24th. That's all this activity is just over a week.
Correct.
Now, on April 24th, does Laurie Shaver's account start utilizing that same IP address that we've been talking about the whole time again?
Yes, it does.
And the is there a entry at approximately 2,100 hours that is close in time to each other?
Yes, there is.
And what is the time difference between the activity on the Michael Shaver Facebook account and the Laurie Shaver Facebook account on April 24th?
So this is about 2,100 to 2,100, so within minutes for the Mike Shaver, and then Laurie Shaver's account is at 2130, 30 minutes.
So approximately with 30 minutes gap for these two profiles to be accessed from the same IP address.
Correct.
Which means we're in the same area.
Connected to the same network, yes.
That flurry of activity over that week where you kept on saying this many pictures, how much actual data are we talking about that was sent to Vanessa Townson?
There were approximately 500 images that were sent, 40 of which were actual photos. The rest were screenshots and text messages.
I'm showing you, well, let me show the defense. States PPP for identification. Showing you states PPP for identification. Do you recognize those?
Judge, I'm going to check as to relevance.
All right, let's have a sideboard. Thank you. All right, please proceed.
Showing you what's been previously marked for identification. It states PPP you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And what are those photos?
These photos are from Laurie Shaver's Facebook account that were sent to Vanessa Townson through bike shaping.
And just to go ahead and make sure there wasn't a misunderstanding or a potential mistake, the source of this information was from Michael Shaver's Facebook?
Correct.
And this is the information that was sent to Vanessa Townson?
Correct.
At this time, the state moves states PPP into evidence as states
Number 39.
39?
Yes, sir. All right. Any further? Okay, objections overruled. Over defense's objection. States PPP will be entered into evidence as states number 39.
Publishing portions of those photos. These photos that are contained here are some of the photos that are in that exhibit that we just went through?
Yes, they are.
And on the left, do you recognize that individual?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
That's Laurie Shaver.
And on the right, do you recognize those individuals?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
Laurie Shaver and Jeremy Townsend.
Right. Photographs identified as page 1145 and 1150. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1156, 1164. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1178. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1184. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver.
1192.
Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver.
And 1193.
Laurie Shaver.
1196.
Laurie Shaver.
Now, is that all the photos that were in that folder?
No, it's not.
That's just some of them for right now to get through this.
Correct.
All right. Now, also contained with all of that information, you had mentioned there were screenshots of text messages?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. We'll put that in the next time that you're going to testify. Now, the last message to Michael Shaver's, from Michael Shaver's Facebook account to Vanessa Townson, when was that posted?
The last message was the end of 2016.
Was there a message on September 20th of 2016 from the Michael Shaver account to the Vanessa Townson account?
Yes.
And what was that message?
The final message was on September 20th, and it says, "Hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving on looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well."
And based on your review of the Laurie Shaver Facebook records, were there pictures of the cement slab that was covering Michael Shaver's body prior to the September 20th date that message was sent?
Prior to, I believe so.
And what was the IP address associated with that?
199.116.175.8.
Now, did you also obtain bank records associated with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I did.
Showing the fence states LL. At this time, the state moves states LL into evidence with previously filed notice of intent to rely on business record certification and the appropriate business record certification attached. Specifically approach.
All right, sidebar, please. Thank you.
Jeepers, this witness is taking forever. I'm not sure how impactful he is. I know this trial is circumstantial, but they still need more, I think. Bloody jeepers. Homeschooling. Oh, can you imagine trying to homeschool you, Heather? Is your daughter worse than you, or is she as in, is she very similar to you? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here he is. Bill is here. Can't find the fucking song now. So, if you're new to the chat, then I wanted you to know I'll meet Bill. Bill's a big spender. Bow, 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 bow. Bill. He's called Similar Rex. Da, 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 da. Now Bill's got a mouth, but he's got a heart of gold, which we love. The women all love him. Maybe not true, but Bill's part of the crew. Da 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 da.
Going you to the State for News' motion to have this admitted as business records.
All right, and yes, sir, number 40. So over defense's objection, states LL will be admitted into evidence as states number 40.
Showing states 40, you recognize those documents.
Yes, I do.
And what are those records?
These are Laurie Shaver's B&P bank account statements.
And did Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver maintain separate bank accounts?
They did.
And we'll talk about Michael Shaver's bank account when we call you later this afternoon. But was there activity contained within those records that show payments to CenturyLink, the internet service provider that made up this account?
Yes, there was.
And also, was there any sort of records associated with the purchase of flowers around the time that the flowers were sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes, there was.
And publishing portion of that exhibit, the area in red, can you go ahead and state the date of that?
The date that the transaction posted to the account was on April 8th. Says BB&T check card purchase from you flowers. Transaction date was April 7th in the amount of $42.98.
Now, is it unusual in your experience, both personal and in investigating financial crimes, that the actual purchase would come on the bank records on a date other than the purchase date?
Yes.
And the actual purchase that we are looking at here, is that consistent with the flowers that were sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes, it is.
The company that is reflected on there, is that a local business or is that an online company?
From You Flowers is an online company.
So whoever's purchasing flowers through that business would not be writing out a card or anything like that, but they include a message to be sent with the flowers.
Correct.
And then is that From You Flowers, do they then associate with local florists who do the actual delivery?
That's correct.
And was this transaction associated with the local delivery of the flowers sent to Vanessa Townson?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Wiggs?
Hold on one second.
Thank you.
Oh, just one moment, Mr. Wiggs.
Okay, and just to be clear, because I did mention the fact we would be talking about Michael Shaver bank records. These BB&T records, do they indicate in there who this account belongs to?
Yes, it does.
And who does this account with the flower purchase belong to?
This is Laurie Shaver's account.
All right, thank you, sir.
And anything further?
No, sir.
Mr. Wiggs, please proceed. Thank you.
Please,
Yes, sir.
Officer Strickland, did you do, is officer or deputy you prefer to go by?
Either one.
Okay. Did you just handle the digital data that you've just testified to in this case?
Did I handle it? Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
The entire team of investigators that were working this would have reviewed it at some point.
Okay. And you submit your documents and your reports in this case to Tamara Dale, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Who was the lead officer on this case?
There were several of us that could have been considered the lead detective.
Who did the primary report?
There were a few of us that did primary reports.
Tell me everybody that did who was the primary on the case?
Okay. I did very lengthy, several reports. Now Lieutenant Tammy Dale also did lengthy primary reports, as well as Detective Dorier also did primary lengthy reports.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, there were several.
Okay. Who all?
Sir, I couldn't name them all without seeing all of them. I know Detective Clay Watkins did reports. I know that the initial responding deputies did reports. There were a multitude of people that did several reports.
Okay. Who handled all the digital data as to the officers involved?
So I can only attest to myself to maintain that chain of custody. Whenever I received those records, I was the one that was responsible for submitting it to evidence once it was put.
I don't know what's wrong, but chat's not working. It won't even let me chat. So I just tried to chat and it won't let me chat. Let me try again. So if people try to chat, if something's down, paste. No, I got error. Try again. I don't know sure what's wrong, people, but chat's not working. Fuck.
Typically back then, data was put on a CD. Once it was placed into evidence, I would have a working copy on my computer that would then be shared with the other detectives that were also working the case. But the records that as they were received in their original format, I was responsible for those, and I can't speak to everybody else.
Okay, thank you. You had mentioned earlier.
Thank you to KD. You two comments for the coffee. You two comments keep giving me an error. So now I'm sending you a coffee to tell you. Thank you so much. And Disney Queen sent me a message as well. I don't know what's going on, but hey, this is quite handy for me. Get a free coffee. Happy days. I love that. I don't know what the problem is, people. Can you chat on other streams? I don't know. Fucking nuisance this is. But I'm trying to refresh. But thank you, KD, for that. I appreciate that coffee. I really do. Thank you so much.
On that there were, and I think this is the way you phrased it in your documents, that you were advised that the IP addresses were rolling accounts or rolling IP addresses, correct?
No, sir. What I advised is that CenturyLink only maintains subscriber records for one rolling calendar year.
Rolling year. Okay. Now, what happens after an extended period of time? What happens to the IP addresses that are on record with the company?
For CenturyLink, I don't know what they do with their records after a year.
Okay. Do you know whether they expire, they're deleted, anything that happens to them?
Sir, I do not know what happens to CenturyLink's record after a rolling calendar year.
What do you know about Facebook? What happens to their records after an extended period of time?
I don't know what their retention time frame is. However, we were able to go back at least 4 years in this case.
Okay. With Facebook?
Through Facebook, yes.
Okay. Now, does Facebook, do their records go back and allow you to trace the records they have back to the physical address of the individual?
Facebook, I do not believe, collects address data.
Okay. The registered address for the IP is a registered physical address, correct?
The IP address that is provided by the internet service provider would be the subscriber information.
And it would be registered to a physical address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after a period of time, do you know whether or not that data is deleted, expires, or anything happens to it?
Some companies are different. Some companies, their records will expire sooner than others. Some companies keep their records for perpetuity.
Okay. Do IP addresses change at all?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So IP addresses that may be out there for a period of time can actually change
Yes, they can.
and identify or use somebody else's address, correct?
That is correct. Which is why the date and time stamp that is on the activity is so important.
Okay. In this case, were you able to link up an IP address with a physical address and a device?
Not through CenturyLink, no.
Okay, not through CenturyLink. Were you able to link it up from Facebook to a physical address to a device?
I think I was, yes.
You think you was?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean? Tell me. What do you mean?
The same IP address that was used for Laurie Shaver's account was also used on Mike Shaver's account.
Okay.
An IP address is a unique identifier that works similar to mailing a letter through the U.S. Postal Service. So if your address was constantly changing, there's a possibility that you would not get the mail that was intended for you and vice versa. That's why the date and time stamp that's on IP address logs are so important.
Look through this in a second. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 35 for identification. Okay. You look at that, please. On the first page, I think there's a business record certificate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on that business record certificate, where did that come from?
This comes from Facebook.
Facebook. Okay. Does Facebook identify with any degree of specificity what was sent or delivered to law enforcement?
They received a search warrant requesting IP address logs, messages, photos, transactional information, and other content for the Facebook unique identifier. In response to the warrant, Facebook, Meta, as they're called now, provided responsive records on March 8th, 2019, and those records were downloaded by me.
Okay. Does it identify the records?
It does by the Facebook user account number.
Okay. Does it identify the records themselves?
By the user Facebook identity.
Okay. On paragraph 4, does it not state the records provided were an exact copy?
Yes.
Okay. But it doesn't tell you what the exact copy was there, does it?
No, it does not.
That we made and kept in by our automated systems. Doesn't tell you what was there, does it?
Sure.
Okay, and in the course of regularly conducted activity as a regular practice of Meta, the records were saved in a format after searching Meta's automated system in accordance with the above specified legal process. The records were made at or near the time the information was transmitted by Meta, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And then it says further, Meta no longer retains a copy of the records provided, correct? So they send you a certificate saying, we at some point in time had this data. We're sure at some point in time we sent you some accurate information, but we don't have the documents anymore to verify anything, correct? That's what you got a certificate saying, correct?
So Facebook records back in 2018, whenever we sent the search warrants,
Please allow the witness to finish answering. Okay, please conclude your.
whenever we received the records back in 2018 in their original format, Facebook records back then were self-authenticating. What that means is that the records were contained in a...
Please allow the witness to finish the response. Thank you. Okay. Please allow the witness to finish. Please finish your response.
The records were received in a .zip folder because the files were so big that it had to be compressed to where it could be sent via internet portals. So whenever those records were received, they were in one singular folder.
That folder was then put through an algorithm. It's called SHA 256, which generates an extremely long chain of letters and numbers that is unique to those records that were provided by Facebook back then. The records back then were self-authenticating. Facebook did not provide business record certifications back then because their records, according to Facebook, were self-authenticating.
Okay, but we're dealing with records today. We're here in court today, dealing with the case before us, not what was received and sent in a prior procedure.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, now I'm going to have to go and time you all out again. Hang on, I'll time you all out again. 2 seconds. Let me start with Sarah P. Yeah, it's when I time people out, you get that message. I was like, I guess a piece of quiet from these fuckers. And I'm joking, everybody. Hello, Chrissy, my darling. Nice to see you, my darling. We are back, everyone. I'm not sure. He's across YouTube, so I'm not sure what happened. But welcome back. There are some people that thought I timed them out. No, I didn't.
Correct?
No, sir, those records were the records that I received in 2018.
Right, but we're here today, and now the records don't authenticate what you declare was self-authenticating on a prior date, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object and reapproach.
All right, come up for sidebar.
This is Spassy. Hey, it won't be me. It's these mods that'll do that. Well, to be fair, I've timed out Sarah P a few times. I've timed out Erin Hack a few times. I don't think I've timed out Josie. I don't think I've timed out anyone else, actually. Those two have timed out, though. So don't be offended by it. I never time people out. Got banished. That's fine. That's fine, Heather. I disregard your messages anyway, so don't worry. I'm joking. Just wait till I'm going to time you out. I don't think he can. I don't think he can time me out. I think we tried this before. I could time you out, but you can't time me out. No, I didn't do anything, I promise you. Not even me or Die. No. No, I don't think Die's been timed out. He's been close, I think, with the mods, but they haven't. I have told Die, don't be offended if you're timed out, because but he understands his mouth is his mouth gets him in trouble. Hey, B Harmony, oh darling, I do love everybody. What does it mean to be timed? It just means you're in a naughty corner. As I say, it's only lovely Sarah P and Erin Hack, I think, has ever been in a naughty corner. I would never. You're a lying bitch, Sarah P. I don't think you'd ever know if you've been timed out, though, little G. I don't think you would know. Well, unless you do the like 20, so you could do 10 seconds, a minute, and all these things. So I'm not sure. Yeah, you can't call, but you can just do it for a minute. Do you know what I mean? No worries, Shari, I get it. Catch you later, my darling. Happy harmony, yeah. I love being naughty with those handlebars. Stand in the corner and put my nose up to it. Sarah, P, 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 don't do that to me, me, me. There you go, Robin. As Shari is leaving us.
Tits and clams, that's a Shari D. Tits and clams, that's a Shari D.
You'd acknowledge, though, the records we just looked at doesn't contain any representation specific of any documents, does it, sir?
Sure.
And your testimony is based as well on a vanity name, correct? And that's a method that you use to verify the documents that you proclaim that you received, correct?
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah. You were talking about on direct examination that there's ways of verification, and one was the vanity name on the account, correct?
Sure. The vanity name is one of the unique identifiers.
Okay. Do vanity names ever change?
Vanity names that are internal to Facebook cannot change.
Can anybody use another person's account?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when you say, well, we're relying on a vanity name that other people have access to, that's not a real dependable or reliable system to identify documents in the user, correct?
The way that I answered that was based on the assumption that you meant that somebody could use that account. No, the vanity name is not recycled. It cannot be issued to somebody else. That vanity name is unique to that account forever.
Yeah, but I just spoke to you and I just said other people can have access to that account, correct?
Sure, if they have access to the device that it's logged into.
Right. If anybody within the residence has access to the browser or knows the password, they have access to that information.
Access to the device or knows the password, absolutely.
And as you sit here today, you don't know which, if any, of those multiple documents that were submitted were utilized by any other individual, correct?
No, sir, I know who they were used by.
Okay. Did you witness the person signing in?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you witness the person sending?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you witness who was at the house at all hours, all times?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. And when somebody is at, as we spoke at like Starbucks and people are accessing one account, you would acknowledge other people can access that same account, correct?
Sure.
Accounts can be hacked, correct?
They can.
So out of the multitude of all the documents you've spoken to, you can't direct attention to this specific document or this specific document and say that came only from Laurie Shaver.
No, sir, I believe I can.
Okay. In light of what you just testified to, correct?
The multitude of the evidence when taken as a totality and taken as a whole, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now, did you request the Facebook records of Jeremy Townsend?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you know anything about Jeremy Townsend?
I've met him and spoke with him.
Okay. Did the state talk to you about Jeremy Townsend at all?
The state?
Yes.
No, sir.
Anybody in law enforcement mention his name to you?
In what capacity?
Well, I'm asking you.
Yes, sir. We were conducting a thorough investigation and he was obviously part of that.
Okay. Did you look into his records?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you look into Jeremy Townsend's bank records?
No, sir, I did not.
Was any kind of audit done of Jeremy Townsend?
An audit?
Yes.
No, sir.
Now, in the records that have been thrown into evidence at this stage, is there any statement in there, in any single record about commission of a crime?
No, sir.
Any statement within those records about any collusive effort to cover up a crime?
No, sir.
So these records allegedly deal with purportedly Laurie Shaver and Deborah Townsend.
Which records?
Most of the records that have been introduced here.
Deal with Michael and Laurie, yes.
Okay. And yeah, there's no bearing on any crime or an attempt to cover up any crime within those records, correct?
By whom?
Whoever's communicating. Did you see any evidence or communications in those documents of any effort to cover up a crime?
No.
Any mention of a crime?
No.
And had there been, surely law enforcement would have made an arrest, correct?
Yes.
Now, we spoke about, or we saw messages dealing with flowers. Okay. Do you know the motive of the individual that sent those?
That sent the flowers? Yes, I do.
Okay. Did it have anything to do with a crime?
No, sir, it did not.
Okay. And the flowers that have been referenced, they have anything to do with a crime?
Not directly.
they have anything indirectly to do with the crime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you put that in your report? Explain that to law enforcement?
The portion of the flowers was not part of my investigation other than the finding of the records and the bank statement.
And was there some follow-up on the flowers that showed that the flowers were utilized in the commission of a crime?
Not in the commission of a crime, no, not directly.
Now, CenturyLink, is that associated in a connective link with Facebook?
That was the internet service provider that the IP addresses using Facebook were accessed from.
Now, Facebook is one system, CenturyLink's a different system where the browser's connected to, correct?
With internet connectivity, yes.
Okay. Did you obtain a business record certificate from CenturyLink?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did that business record certify the reliability of any of the records that you received from Facebook?
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Sidebar.
Oh, they all see like this guy. Steve's cocksure himself as well. Mind, he's like, I know exactly who did what. How does he know that Laurie did it though? As in, wrote the messages. I don't know how he could physically know that it was her without seeing her do all the messages. I don't think there's a way you can maybe guess that it was her, but he was so definitive saying, I know it was her. I don't see how he can know it was her without seeing it on camera. See you, Gina Gomez. See you later. But where's Ken today? Ken's fine. I think Ken was watching another trial, I think. Or he was, at least, Robin, watching another trial. Dennis Sweeney, remember the King of Canton is on tonight with Resistant to Silence. Go make sure you watch him at 6:30 Eastern. Dennis and Brenda, the King and Queen of Canton. We love them. Take care. Hello, Dennis. There's no way to know who did them. No, but he's so definitive. He's like, yeah, I know. Ken, I think, is watching the trial. Laura said it might be working. So Laura's a nurse, so she might be working. I hope so. I like Laura, so. Hi, Sarah. Do you think she should take the stand? No, I don't. But saying that, the jury will do whatever they want. Do you know what I mean? I don't. I've lost. I don't even know anymore. Do you know what I mean? No, I don't think so. I think you only make it worse for yourself, to be quite honest, no matter what happens, because it's all circumstantial. It's he said, she said, by the sounds of it. So I don't think she should. I heard from her. She's fine. She was supposed to be back yesterday, on Monday, but she wasn't here. Just busy. That's all. She's just busy.
Have you seen any personnel from Facebook here today?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Have you spoken to anybody directly about Facebook?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Now, when we talk about routers as well, and people having access to a router, if somebody's in the vicinity of a router, they can proceed through that router if they can hack it or have access to it, correct?
As long as they have access to the passkey.
Okay. So when we talk about the records that have been moved into evidence at this stage, do you know who, if anybody, may have had access at all hours, at all times, for any and all of these documents?
No, sir.
Okay. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yes, sir. Those IP addresses where the information is shared between both the Michael Shaver Facebook and Laurie Shaver Facebook, does that go from November 2015 to November 2007?
Yes, it does.
And how many separate IP addresses were shared over those 2 year periods?
13.
And did that basically go that entire 2-year period, that there was continual shared IP address information with those two accounts.
That's correct.
So for an individual that was hacking into that, each and every one of those IP addresses, this would have to be a systematic 2-year period where they were trolling outside the Shaver residence or wherever that IP address would be in order to maintain that.
That's correct.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, what's your answer?
That's
But I think the point getting at is he can't prove it's actually Laurie. It could be the daughter. It could be her husband. It could, there's a multitude of people it could be. I don't know how he pins it on Laurie or Joe. Do you know what I mean? That's the only thing. And also, he just said the flowers weren't part of the criminal aspect of it. It's just why it's confusing to me. Like, again, you can put a guess there was Laurie, yes, but it's not definitive. 100% it was Laurie. It could have been somebody else. So that's why I'm a little bit like, what imagine if it's a husband?
Correct.
Now, when you were talking about information regarding criminal activity in those Facebook records on cross-examination, let me ask you this hypothetical. If an individual killed another person and had access to their Facebook account, and then after the person was dead, proceeded to post on that Facebook account over a period of years to try to show activity that person was still alive, would that be evidence of a crime?
Yes.
As it relates to potential hacking into someone's account, if someone in China is getting into Michael Shaver's Facebook account, would the IP address be the same one that is accessing the Laurie Shaver account?
No, it would not.
That would be an IP address somewhere in China.
That's correct.
The Facebook records that you obtained, on that business record certification, did that spell out the specific number that was associated with those records?
Yes.
And if you were to pull those records up on the various thumb drive, would that number be contained there as well?
Yes, it would.
When you obtained those records originally in 2008,
Just the only pushback I have on that, yeah, you're right about the flowers. I didn't think about that. Is as long as it's logged in, they don't need the login information. He said that as long as it's logged in at some point, you can change all that again. So for me, yes, it's likely to be here, but you can't definitively say it is her. Again, just my opinion on it. Again, it's likely that it is her, but you can't say, as he said under oath, I could prove it was her. I don't think you can prove it was her. You can eliminate a lot of people, but you can't prove it was one person over another. Just my opinion. I'm just a little bit annoyed that he said that he can prove as a matter of fact that it was Laurie. I don't agree that you can. That's all.
did it contain that same identifying number?
Yes, it did.
And when you went back to Facebook because of the fact that the documentation for evidence and submission changed in the time frame that the investigation was going on, did you ask them for the same information that you received back in 2018 utilizing that number?
Yes, I did.
And did they give you that and give you the same information that you had originally?
They gave us the business record certifications, yes.
And was that tied together with the records that you already had obtained?
That's correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs. May the witness be excused from his subpoena?
No, he's going.
Rosedale, Tamara, Rosedale.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Tamara Dale.
Where do you work?
Lake County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
Been there for 21 years.
And what is your current position?
I'm a lieutenant in criminal investigations. So unfortunately, lieutenant is a lot of administrative duties now, but I supervise detectives, specifically major crimes detectives.
But that's not the question, though, Joe. Do you know what I mean? I don't think there's any doubt that she knew that he was alive, dead. That's the whole thing, because obviously she's saying it was the daughter that killed him. So I'm not denying that she knew he was dead. That's not what she's been in court for. She's been on trial for her pulling the trigger and killing him. That's why I don't think they've proven anywhere near that. So that's why, it's not the only charge. You're right, Joe, but it's the biggest charge of all on this is whether she killed him or not, and she's saying she didn't because it was a daughter. So that's where I'm going with that one. Obviously, there's other charges, but again, I don't think you can. Obviously she's guilty of knowing, but she's not guilty of. Well, she could be guilty of murder, but that's where you start off with, isn't it? And then you go back down and down. My point isn't about all the charges. My point has always been that I don't think you can say under oath that you definitively 100% can say it was Laurie. Circumstantially, you can say, yes, it was more than likely her, but you cannot say under oath. If the guy had said under oath, it's more than likely to be Laurie, that's different. But he's like, no, I can prove it was 100%. Well, you didn't say 100%. It was Laurie. That's my bane on all this. You cannot 100% be definitively clear that it was Laurie that did all that with Facebook. They could all have the passwords for each other's Facebooks. There's a lot of different scenarios. Again, is it likely there was her? 100%. It probably was her, but you can't definitively say under oath. We can speculate here as much as we want because it's our opinions. The jury can speculate to a certain extent, but I don't like when people say under oath that's 100% that person. Where there's other circumstances, which means it doesn't necessarily mean it was her. It's likely to be her, but it's not 100% to be her. I think that's what bothers me about it. See you later, Sarah. So I think that's my point on the matter. I don't. It doesn't dismiss what you're saying. I get what you're saying. It's just a matter of, I don't agree that he can say that definitively. That's all. I just wish he'd have phrased that differently. So.
Sex crimes, child abuse.
Back in 2018.
2018, I was a sergeant in criminal investigations.
And how did you become involved in the investigation relating to the death of Michael J?
So the lead detective in that case, she moved positions just within criminal investigations, and I became her supervisor, her sergeant at the time, and the case moved with her.
When did that occur?
I don't remember exactly when she moved positions, but I think it was sometime in 2018.
Now, at some point, did Detective Laurie leave?
Yes, she did.
And when she left, did you kind of step up in order to take on some of the responsibilities of this investigation at that point?
Yes, I did.
Now, during the course of this investigation, were you provided with potential names from Mr. Wiggs that he thought you needed to look into and investigate?
We were, yes, sir.
And what were those names?
Jeremy Townsend and James or Jimmy Ballou.
And were those individuals interviewed?
They were.
And did law enforcement go and look into the assertions made by Mr. Wiggs about them?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the sheriff's office, and when an investigation like this is being investigated, is there just a single detective assigned, or is there a team?
There would be a team. We have a lead detective, as I mentioned, but several detectives would work on a case of this complexity and size.
And does basically everybody work together, so not everybody's doing every interview, but all the information is being consolidated?
Correct, yes, sir. The lead detective kind of organizes everything and delegates to some of the other detectives some duties.
Now, during the course of the investigation, was information about Michael Shaver's phone obtained from the service provider?
Yes, sir.
And what was the phone number of Mr. Shaver that was looked at?
Michael's phone number was 352-431-5121.
Okay. And what efforts were made in order to track down the information associated with that?
So we served a search warrant on his service provider, which was Verizon Wireless, and that was to get, of course, more information about the number itself.
I'm sure.
Excuse me.
Previously marked as states MM. All right, this time the state moves states MM by way of business record certification and proper notice as the state's number 41.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states MM will be admitted into evidence of states number 41.
I'm going to go ahead and present this to the witness. Can you go ahead and take a look at those records? Are those the records associated with the phone number that you just discussed?
Yes, sir, 5121.
Now, who actually is does that include information, subscriber information about who the account is assigned to?
Yes, sir.
And who is the account assigned to?
Laurie Shaver?
And were there multiple phone numbers associated with Laurie Shaver through this account?
Yes, sir.
Focusing first on the phone records associated with the 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver, what information is contained in those records?
So it has, we call it a call detail record, and it details date and time that calls came to or from this phone, duration of those phone calls, of course, who the subscriber is, like you just mentioned.
Does that include information that would include content of text messages or things like that?
No, sir.
The records that you have solely talks about actual phone calls then?
That's correct.
And when we are looking at the various phone calls, does it indicate incoming, outgoing, things of that nature?
It does.
And does it indicate call duration?
It does.
Now, throughout the records, are there numerous entries for calls that have a duration of 1 minute?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean that every call of that type of duration is necessarily answered by the person that is being called?
No, sir.
And if you were to look at the records of the person being called, if the call was not answered, would it then not register on their account?
No, it would not register on their account.
And the time frame for which you got the phone records associated with the 5121 number, what is that?
What we asked for or what we received?
What you asked for?
We asked for August 1st, 2015 through March 9th, 2018, that being the day Michael Shaver's body was found.
And I want to go ahead and direct your attention to November of 2018. And if you need to step down in order to demonstrate to the jury the information that we have here, please be my guest.
Please feel free to move about the courtroom.
Now, first of all, up here in this red box, what information is contained there?
It says detail for Laurie Shaver, which again is the person who pays for the phone. The person the phone is in and the name the phone is in. And it says 352-431-5121, so the phone number.
Now, what is the last phone call that was made from the device associated with 512, meaning the last phone call out?
That's highlighted in blue at the bottom, and that's on November 7th, 2015 at 5:48 p.m.
And what the phone number was called on November 7th of 2015?
407-560-6999.
And did you do research into what that phone number went to?
Yes, we did. It's a landline for EdCot, which is where Mike worked at the time.
Now, the phone numbers and the activity that's highlighted in yellow, what phone number is the areas highlighted in yellow associated with?
That number is 352-431-0419, which, you know, at least at the time was Laurie Shaver's cell phone number.
Okay, and how do you know that?
We would ask, at the time, we would ask other people, what's Laurie Shaver's cell phone number?
Did you also obtain that information from Verizon itself?
We did.
And is that the other number back in November of 2015 that was associated with the Laurie Shaver account?
Yes, on the same account as this.
And can you go ahead and summarize the activity between the two numbers, the 5121 and the I believe you said 0419 number for the month prior, the time prior leading up to the November 7th, 2015?
0419, yes. So this would be my cell phone, and these are all his incoming or outgoing calls to or from the 0419 number or Laurie's cell phone. And leading up to the month or the day that he disappeared, there were 19 attempted or completed calls to or from Mike's phone to Laurie's phone, to or from.
And you say to or from, so this is back and forth. He's calling her, she's calling back. There's at least some entries where they actually talk.
Correct.
And some of these entries that you're referring to here that appear on these records, do they have that duration time of 1 minute?
Yes, several of them do.
And so some of the activity that we might see in the 5121 number, if it is a call out to the other number, but the duration is 1 minute, we might not see any activity on that other number's account.
That's correct.
Now, is there any activity on the 5121, the number associated with Michael Shaver's account after the November 7th, 2015?
There is one incoming call.
I'm going to go ahead and move to that. What call was that?
So that was on February 17th, 2016 at 3:47 p.m. an incoming call.
All right. And what was the number associated there?
352-787-2277.
And did you do research into where that phone number was associated with?
We did. It belongs to a loan company called Mariner Finance.
I'm showing you what has been entered into evidence of case number 29. These are the business records from Mariner Finance. And do these records reflect a phone call to that 5121 number on February 17th of 2015?
Yes, sir. 2016.
2016.
Yes, sir.
Did you also obtain the records for that second number associated with the account?
0419, yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, we did.
And then, was that also obtained through the search warrant?
Through a separate search warrant.
Showing defense what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit NN.
Thanks, Lynn. Again, thank you for the coffee, Lynn. I appreciate you so much for that. So much standing, I know. It's a shame we can't see the evidence. Allegedly, there's one of the jurors is an IT person. Allegedly, one of the jurors he works in IT. If they are chosen to become a juror, so this can all be explained by him.
You're at this time the state moves State's NN for the proper business record certification into evidence is the next numbered exhibit.
42. All right. Over defense's objection, State's NN will be admitted into evidence as State's number 42.
I'm going to ask that you go ahead and look at those records. Are those the records associated with the second phone number associated with that account?
Yes, sir. 0419.
And do these records also reflect activity to or from the 5121 number belonging to Michael Shaver preceding November 7th, 2015?
Yes, sir. Those are the highlighted portions.
And how long after November of 2015 do the records that you obtained associated with Laurie Shaver's phone number, do they go?
These records went until April 20th, 2016.
And during that time frame between November of 2015 to April of 2016, is there any attempts to call the 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver?
Yes.
Is there any calls to that phone number associated with Laurie Shaver from that 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver?
Yes.
Now, during the course of the investigation, there was a phone number that was submitted through a Facebook message from Michael Shaver's account to Vanessa Townson. Were you familiar with that phone number?
Yes, sir.
And was research and attempts to look into that phone number done through search warrant as well?
Yes, we did.
Showing an offense what has been previously been marked for identification as State's 00.
Judge, same objection as to the certificate.
All right. Over. And are you moving the 00 into evidence, sir?
Yes, because of proper notice, business record certification and notice, we would move State's 00 into evidence at State's number 43.
All right. Over defense's objection, State's 00 will be admitted into evidence as State's number 43.
Now, in State's 43, what kind of records are reflected in that document?
These are called customer notes by Verizon. First one I came to.
And what type of activity is referenced there?
So it's kind of an ongoing narrative, I guess, typed by a customer service representative of activity on the account. Maybe they added a feature or took away a feature, things like that.
Does it also include information when an account holder does things such as changing a phone number?
Yes.
And is there record activity on that Verizon account for the 5121 number being changed at any time?
Yes.
And first of all, when was that 5121 number changed?
April 16th, no, April 6th, thank you.
Okay.
April 6th, 2016, 5121, which is Mike's number, cell phone number was changed to 352-801-0941.
And now, in order to have a phone number change that is consistent with the individual having the device itself to change the phone number.
Correct.
And the period of time that the phone number was sent to Vanessa Townson, was that after that April 6th, 2016 entry?
That was 3 days later, I believe, on April 9th.
And how long did that phone number, that 0941 number, remain under Laurie Shaver's account?
That was for 10 days until April 16th.
And what happened on April 16th?
So the number was changed again.
Okay.
On April 16th, 2016, 0941 was changed again to 352-431-8444.
And did you do any research into the phone number ending in 8444?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm showing the defense was previously marked as State's Exhibit PP. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's PP into evidence as a certified court file. Court document for case number 2016 SC 1150.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, state's exhibit, which is marked as PP for identification purposes, will be moved into evidence as state's number 44.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And what is that document?
It's a Lake County Court document. It's titled Notice of Current Contact Information.
And who is that notice of contact current information associated with?
Laurie Shaver.
And does it include her address?
Yes, sir.
What is that address?
9850 Sandy Pines Road, Claremont, Florida, 34711.
And is that the address where the skeletal remains of Michael Shaver were found underneath the fire pit in the backyard?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date of that document?
Dated July 6th, 2016.
And does that document also include a phone number?
Yes, sir.
And what phone number is that?
352-431-8444.
The same phone number that the number originally associated with Michael Shaver had been changed to in order to contact Vanessa Townson, and now changed again 10 days after that.
Yes, sir, to 8444.
During the time frame, you can go ahead, have a seat. During the time frame that Mr. Wiggs provided you with information relating to names he thought you needed to investigate, did he give you any information regarding Isabel Shaver?
No, sir.
And at some point after Laurie Shaver's arrest, did you interview Isabel Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, how old was she?
It was in 2018, and she had just had a birthday, so I think she had just turned 12 a few days earlier.
And in the course of your training experience, have you had training about how to interview children?
Yes, sir.
And that's an important skill involved with, obviously, child sex investigations. Have you ever participated in those?
I have, yes, sir.
And you also interviewed at the Child Advocacy Center.
Yes, sir.
And what is the Child Advocacy Center?
So it's a place where child victims or witnesses can be interviewed in a very friendly, child-friendly setting by people whose only job it is to interview kids and talk to them, get information, useful information, truthful information, but without re-traumatizing them in any way. And the setting is completely, like I said, child-friendly. They sit on couches, they have toys they can play with, there's cartoons in the waiting room. So basically, completely the opposite as than us taking them to the sheriff's office and putting them in one of our waiting rooms.
But to clarify, when you interviewed Isabel Schaefer, where did that occur?
That was at their house. And did I say I interviewed her in 2018?
When did you interview?
I interviewed her in 2020. If I got the year wrong, I'm sorry.
I might have been. But that was not done at the sheriff's office. That was done
No, that was at her house. Yes, sir.
Now, not getting into any specific things that she said at that time, did she bring up anything related to her involvement or Jeremy Townsend's involvement that required further investigation by the sheriff's office at the time she gave either of those interviews?
No, sir.
Are you aware that there have been discussions through Mr. Wiggs about Isabel Schaefer's involvement in this case since the time that you would have interviewed her in the child advocacy interview?
Yes, I am aware.
At the point that those statements came forward, were charges already pending against Laurie Schaefer?
Yes.
And the any other talking of witnesses would be done through the state attorney's office at that point?
Correct.
And Miss Isabel Schaefer, are you aware, was deposed through the course of the 10 case?
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that.
As part of your duties, are you a firearms instructor?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what kind of training do you have to do to get that type of role?
So initially, it's a 40-hour FDLE course through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and then there's continuing courses that you take to keep that up, and you have to continue to teach each year in order also to keep that up.
Now, as part of any sort of firearms training or defensive tactics, our law enforcement officers or anyone else trained in a similar fashion, trained to basically try to make headshots in stressful situations?
No.
Why not?
Well, we're trained, if we're using deadly force, it's to eliminate a threat. And in a real world situation, unlike at the range, your threat is going to be moving, most likely. You're going to have adrenaline going, maybe other things going on. So unlike at the range, maybe you're a really good shot at the range and you can make a headshot, but you don't want to miss what you're shooting at in real life, because if you miss, two things are going to happen. First of all, you didn't eliminate your threat, and they're going to keep doing whatever they were doing. But also, we in law enforcement, we're responsible for every round that comes out of our gun. And in a real world situation, if we miss what we're shooting at and it hits someone or something behind that person, we're responsible for that. So I say all that to say a head is a small target, or like on TV, if they shoot a gun out of someone's hand, that's a small target. So we're trained to shoot what's called center mass, which is right in the middle of the largest target, which is the person's body, because that's a large target. And if you miss by a few inches, you still hit the person's body that you're aiming at, and you stop your threat, number one. And number two, you're less likely to miss even under stress. And even while that person's moving, and maybe also you're moving and everything else is going on.
Is anyone trained with that type of training that would be just ingrained in second nature?
Absolutely. That's day one of firearms training in the police academy. And every time we train on the range, unless we're just playing around, we're always shooting center mass on the target.
Nothing further, Judge. We'll go ahead and move this screen out of the way.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon. I erroneously said good morning. I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
I erroneously said it was morning. Good afternoon.
You replaced Lisa Dorier on this case, correct?
I wouldn't say I replaced her. She left and I helped out more after she left, but
Inherited the job, correct?
I wouldn't say that either. She was a detective. I was a sergeant, but I helped more after she left.
You graduated, my understanding, from and went to work immediately with the sheriff's office, correct?
I'm sorry, you said I graduated and
Got your certificate for law enforcement. You went to work with SO, correct?
yes, this is my first law enforcement job. Yes, sir.
Right. So you've only worked with law enforcement there, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, not to belittle you in any respect. Okay. Do you have any certificates or training in digital?
No, sir. No, sir.
And so you relied on other people within your report to gather information, correct?
Within my report to gather information,
You were the case officer, correct?
I was never the case officer. No, sir.
Is your name on the incident report?
I did supplements. I don't know what you mean by.
Okay, that's your deposition. I took. It's her report and the data she submitted at the. If I approach,
Yes, sir.
Showing you, let's mark this, I guess, Madam Clerk.
I'm going to object to that, Judge.
All right, sidebar, please.
Wow, come on. What are we doing? Come on. Right. Bam. Hang on. Look at Dennis, loves it. The judge is good. It's just the sidebars. I haven't, since the Karen Reed one, there's a lot of sidebars. Obviously, I'd never really seen this before that much. I used to be like a lot of like your objections, you note them. But there seems to be a lot more sidebars in trials these days after Karen Reed. So I don't know. Ugh. I wonder what was wrong. I wonder what his objection is. I'm intrigued because they don't normally zoom in on them. So seeing their demeanor.
Officer, showing you a document. Is your name anywhere on or within that document?
I think it's theatrics by him. In fairness, the state called this. The prosecution said this in pre-trial about Wiggy saying the defense will put theatrics on and stuff like that. That's one of their worries, and he is a very theatric guy. If you notice him, he moves around a lot and he uses his hands a lot. So, yeah.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 1 at the moment. Oh, you talking about this post-it note?
No. The primary document that you've been handed.
It looks like just a bunch of typed notes. I don't know what it is.
Are those notes your notes?
I think so. I don't.
Do you bring any records with you to your deposition?
I think I did.
Okay. What would you have brought? Do you recall?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Does that document that you hold in your hand, does it contain your name anywhere within it?
I'm looking.
Okay. Take your time.
Yes, sir. Come on up.
I agree. There are some of them are better. I actually don't know how effective he is being because we don't get to see him. It seems to be zoomed in here a lot. So I don't know how the jury are taking to him. I don't think the jury, from what Brandy's tweeting, she's like, but then Brandy's very pro prosecution anyway. So she's very much like, she went into this like she's guilty. So I'm not sure how much there is there. But going by what Brandy's saying is the jury don't like the defense at all. So, which is quite interesting. But there is an IT person on the defense, which is again quite interesting. I don't know what she's doing. Like, is your name on there? Where would your name be? At the front or the back, surely? I don't think I could ever be a police officer. There's a lot of typing up reports. I have no idea. That's a lot of writing. Yeah, I would be well, it should be at the start, or you say, look, there's names there. Who did that? Or it's just better, can the defense just say, yeah, gotta go to page X, Y, or Z? The prosecution asks for another sidebar, so.
Officer Dale, did you sign a probable cause on this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You see your name in there?
Yes, on the probable cause affidavit.
So when I asked you earlier, is your name on any of these documents? You said no, correct?
Yes.
Your name's on the probable cause, correct?
Yes, it is.
You made the decision to arrest Laurie Shaver, correct?
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Okay. Is it fair to assume you were the primary officer making that decision?
No.
Who made that decision?
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Did somebody tell you
No.
to sign that?
No.
Okay. You signed that affidavit after receiving other information from other people, correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So it was based on your conclusions that Laurie Shaver was arrested, correct? You're the one that vouched for the arrest.
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Okay?
Yes.
And based on that probable cause, Laurie Shaver was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. As his case was going about, was it listed as a cold case file at any
No,
time?
it was not.
Okay. How long was the investigation?
Well, from March 2018 to September 2020 was when the arrest was made. So,
Did you ever put it on the internet as a cold case file?
we put it on the internet. So we have a section called cold case files. Yes. And I know what you're talking about, but that's the only place we had at the time to put cases to get more information, but we did not determine it to be a cold case, because a cold case is something in our eyes where we have nothing else, no other information to go on.
So you weren't hot on the trail of Laurie Shaver or any particular individual when you put that on the internet, correct?
I don't remember exactly the time frame that happened, but I think we were waiting on more information to come in, search warrants. I don't remember exactly what date that happened. Maybe you do if you have that in front of you.
Okay. When that was put on the internet, were you holding any evidence, any inference that you could suggest guilt to Laurie Shaver?
I don't remember when that was put on.
Okay.
What we had at that time. Yeah, I don't know when it was put on the internet. It was just basically to get out to the public, to get the case out in the public's eye, to get tips if anyone had any. That was our intent.
Were you aware of any internal conflicts within the Shaver residence?
Michael and Laurie Shaver?
Correct.
Yeah, I heard of some of the witnesses described. Of course, this is third party because I never spoke to Michael or Laurie, but having both of them described some domestic violence incidents.
In the probable cause affidavit, was there a decision that you signed off on to arrest Laurie Shaver for the charge of murder?
Yes.
And that was your decision, correct?
I signed the affidavit.
Okay, when you say you signed the affidavit, was somebody telling you to sign the affidavit, write murder in there and write accessory?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I just want to make it clear that I wasn't the only detective working on this.
Yeah,
It was
was
a group effort. Absolutely not. No, sir. No.
Let me finish my question.
Not what I'm
Was
saying.
somebody telling you that you
No. No.
was that your decision?
It was my decision. It was a group decision, but I signed the affidavit. Yes. Yes.
Group decision, but that you were part of that.
Yes, absolutely. It's not the Declaration of Independence. We can't all sign it. So I signed it.
Recall me taking your deposition?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did at any time you believe when I was taking your deposition that I may be there trying to trick you, or did you assume that?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And thus, if you assume such, would your answers maybe possibly be guarded?
I'm sure they were. I don't recall specifically.
Now, you, along with others, made the decision to charge Laurie Shaver with the crime of second degree.
Sidebar, please.
Okay, you and others evidently within the department proceeded to charge and arrest Laurie Shaver, not charge, but arrest Laurie Shaver with the crime of murder in the second degree, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what the elements of murder in the second degree are?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sidebar, please.
I'm not sure what's going on.
Erin Hatchie drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hatchie drives a bus all day long.
Hello, Vix. Nice to see you, my darling. Nice to see you. To see you, nice. It's a bit of a alongside bar. Sorry, Robbie. Sorry, I was just eating.
Officer, I was asking you about the decision that y'all made internally. And as to the crime of murder in the second degree, are you aware of the elements?
I can't quote them, but generally, yes.
Pardon me?
I can't quote the statute book, but generally, yes.
Okay. What are the elements for the crime of second degree murder?
So unlawful taking of a human life, not premeditated, obviously.
I'm sorry.
I said obviously not premeditated.
Okay. Tell me, so there's a death, correct?
Yes.
By another individual,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Anything that surrounds the nature of the killing?
Do I have a statute book?
No.
Well, I can't quote it. No, I can't.
Okay. Okay. And you understand that all elements must be established?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes.
When you went through this case, did you consider elements or issues of self-defense, whether there were any?
What do you mean, did I consider them?
Yeah. Well, there was a death.
I'm unaware of any.
Okay. You were aware that there was a death? Did it enter your mind that possibly there was an issue of self-defense involved?
But I'm unaware of any.
Okay. Did you investigate to determine whether or not self-defense was plausible in this case?
I'm unaware of any. So no one made a self-defense claim. Michael was shot in the back of the head. I don't know of any self-defense. No one made that claim.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't expect me to come in and make it, correct?
No. I would expect someone to make it if they acted in self-defense. That's how it normally occurs.
So let me ask you then, if you see certain elements, but nobody's suggesting self-defense, do you just presume guilt and make the arrest?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything, therefore, to see whether or not there was any issue of self-defense?
If no one suggests self-defense, how would I know there's self-defense?
Okay.
And I didn't see any evidence of self-defense. Normally in self-defense, you don't bury the body in a backyard. I've never seen that before anyway.
There was testimony, I think, that you provided about address changes, correct?
When?
Earlier on direct examination, you looked at some documents, saw a certificate of an address change?
I think it was just declaring that was her address at that time.
Okay.
I think is what that was.
Okay. Did the address change have anything to do with the homicide?
I don't know what it had to do with it. It was a court document.
Pardon me?
I don't know what it had to do with it. It was a court document declaring that was her address at that time and phone number.
Okay. Would that suggest to you a homicide?
No.
Okay. You also testified about documents of utilities in somebody's name, correct?
Cell phone bills?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would that suggest a homicide?
Just a cell phone bill by itself?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Is a cell phone bill with anything else going to suggest a homicide?
I mean, it's the contents of the record, not
Okay.
the cell phone bill.
Those records don't suggest a homicide in any form or any manner, do they?
The cell phone bill?
Yeah.
It's what they show, and not by themselves. No, of course not. It's the totality of everything.
Your investigation never uncovered any kind of financial motive as a motive for any homicide, correct?
No. No.
Did you put that fact in your report?
That we didn't uncover a financial motive?
Right.
No.
That wasn't in there?
In my report or my PC affidavit?
In the report.
That we didn't uncover a financial motive? No. I didn't.
Now, do you think it's important for the jurors and everybody that you document all facts, including exculpatory evidence?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. That would be an exculpatory factor, correct?
Yes, but
no financial motive in this case.
well, I mean, I wouldn't put in there. I would have to put then. I didn't uncover a financial motive. I didn't uncover this motive. I didn't uncover that motive. So I can't list every motive that I didn't uncover.
But that's often a primary factor in a homicide, is it not?
Well, you don't have to prove motive, but yes, if you have one, it would be a primary factor.
And in your investigation, you discovered that the body had been dead through your correspondence and with other witnesses for several months to years, correct?
I believe that is what the K-Phil lab said.
Okay. So we've heard testimony in this case about people getting emails on this date and the last time Michael Shaver showing up at work on this date or that date.
Mm-hmm.
Those don't suggest homicide, do they?
I mean, well, his cause and manner of death is what suggests homicide.
I mean, the fact somebody doesn't show up for work is not an element suggesting that Laurie Shaver murdered him on any particular day, correct?
No.
Now, you understood pursuant to the requirements that the death had to have been the criminal act of Laurie Shaver, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Or somebody acting on her behalf, correct?
Correct.
Now, you weren't present during the death of Michael Shaver, correct?
No, I was not.
You can't testify what happened during that incident, can you?
No, sir.
Can't testify who was present, correct?
No, sir.
Can't testify who was any aggressor, correct?
No, sir.
Can't testify whether or not somebody was exercising self-defense, correct?
No, sir.
Neither can you testify as to who, if anybody, shot a gun.
I wasn't there, so no, sir, if that's what you mean.
And yet such facts are imperative as essential elements to the crime of homicide, correct? That the criminal death occurred by a particular individual, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those are essential elements that are not revealed in any report, correct?
Well, I never witnessed any homicide. I've never witnessed a homicide.
But those facts are not gleaned by other evidence within this investigation, correct?
I believe that they are.
Okay. Now, there was a point in time in which law enforcement responded to the residents in reference to a well-being check, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you there for that?
No, I was not.
Okay. Do you know how many officers were there?
I don't. I think at least 2, but there may have been more. I don't know.
Now, when law enforcement went there for a well-being check, you can't make any declaration they were hot on the trail and were making headway on that case, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, they went to the residence as a consequence of a call from a Scott Amatuccio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Amatuccio never indicated he had witnessed a crime, correct?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he was working on a suspicion, correct? That something may have happened at that house.
I guess you could call it that, yes, sir.
Yeah, because he hadn't seen his friend in some time, correct?
He had other suspicions, but yes, including that.
And Mr. Amatuccio stated he hadn't seen his dear friend for some years, correct?
Since the end of 2015.
Did your ears go up when you heard that he hadn't seen his friend for several years? What his relationship was with Mr. Shaver? Did that spark your suspicion at all?
I wasn't involved in the case at that time.
Okay. If you were involved in the case at that time, would that raise some suspicion in your mind?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, but it quickly went from one person hadn't seen him to several people hadn't seen him.
Okay. So it became a numbers game?
Your words, not mine, but one person hadn't seen him, and then his family hadn't seen him, and then no one, we couldn't find anyone who had seen him.
You know what his relationship was with his family?
Specifically, no.
Okay.
But I know the point is, people he worked with, absolutely no one had seen him. No one. People who saw him at work, no one. Since the end of 2015.
Okay. My understanding was your position that Laurie was arrested because it was your feeling she was key in covering up the body that was found on the property, correct?
That's part of it.
Okay. When you made that conclusion, did you reach any particular conclusion based on any physical evidence that Laurie knew he was buried there?
I'm sorry, you say that Laurie knew he was buried there?
Correct.
Physical evidence, no, sir.
Pardon me?
No, sir. Physical evidence, no.
Okay. So you had no evidence to suggest that Laurie knew his body was there, but basically she was just the closest one to the body, correct?
That's part of it, but not all of it.
Okay. So she's closest to the body. She gets arrested.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, you say that's part of it.
Well, that is part of it. It was on her property and his property under a fire pit that she built, but that's not the only reason she was arrested.
Well, what was it? What else am I missing that you can fill me in on that factored into that decision?
Well, she was the last person seen with him alive.
Does that mean she murdered him? Let's stop there.
We are taking each thing I'm going to say and ask, does that mean she murdered him? Yeah. Each thing, no, by itself, no. I would never have arrested her for any one thing I'm going to say, no, sir.
Okay,
no.
So she's the last to see him. Does that mean she murdered
him? By itself, no.
Okay, let's go to the next issue. What's the next issue that factored into that conclusion?
So she was the last person, she left with him. The two of them left together. Last person to see him that we know of on planet Earth, alive. She immediately started lying about his whereabouts.
Okay, stop. Right there. Is Laurie sitting here today charged with lying?
No.
Okay. Is that an element to the crime of murder?
No.
What other factor did you rely upon?
She immediately started lying about his whereabouts to everyone. She took 2.5 years lying about to everyone his whereabouts, which delayed his friends and family reporting him missing, which delayed discovering his body, which delayed discovering his homicide and investigating his homicide. I don't know who that would benefit other than the person who killed him and put him in the ground.
Okay, let's stop a second. You initially began your testimony and stated you were aware there were issues in the Shaver family, correct?
Yes.
That there were tensions within that family, correct?
Yes.
Did it enter your mind, considering those facts, that maybe Miss Shaver was happy he was gone?
Well, that could be, except that he wasn't gone. He was dead and buried under her fire pit.
Well, he wasn't there bothering her.
But he wasn't gone. He was murdered under her fire pit.
Do you have evidence that Laurie Shaver placed Mr. Shaver under that fire pit?
Well, everything I'm listening to you is what led me to conclude that no one else did. And
I'll let you finish.
no, just everything I'm listening.
Everything you're listening to. Okay. And as one of the agents on this case, you reviewed what was gathered from that fire pit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have personal knowledge that not one single item in that fire pit linked Laurie Shaver to that pit.
Physical evidence, you're correct, yes.
Okay. There's no forensics, correct?
Correct.
That factor into your decision to charge Ms. Shaver with homicide.
Correct, yes.
The fact there was no connective link.
Yes, but by that logic, then we can never charge anyone.
You think?
Well, by that logic, yes, there's no evidence against anyone. There's no forensic evidence. There's no anyone DNA in there.
For instance, do homicides occur where people leave knives with fingerprints on them?
Yes.
Okay. Do they leave a gun registered in their name where ballistics link up to that gun?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Were those present in this case?
No.
So when you say you could never charge somebody with such an offense, okay, that's not an accurate statement, is it?
Well, you're making it sound as if there's no DNA in that pit with his body, which there wasn't, then we can't charge anyone.
Let me ask you, was there any DNA on his physical body?
No.
Any hairs from her?
From no one, though.
Okay. There were hairs found in the pit, correct?
Not foreign to him.
You don't know about that?
Not that we could test on anyone else that could compare to anyone else.
So Laurie's closest, so Laurie gets charged, correct?
All I'm saying is, by your logic, if we find no physical evidence in with his body, we can't charge anyone, which would mean we could never charge anyone. So I mean, I think you would agree that with his body being on their property, it would have to be someone who knows him. He wasn't robbed on I Drive and by a stranger, and they brought him back to his property and buried him.
You don't know who was residing in that residence, do you?
Well, I wasn't there, but I know who says.
You don't know how the altercation occurred, correct?
I wasn't there.
Correct.
Correct.
Did you see or uncover any photographs of Laurie Shaver having anything to do with the patio itself?
The fire pit or the concrete, because those were built at separate times.
Mm-hmm. Did you see anything, any images or photographs of Laurie pouring the patio?
Not pouring the patio.
Anything to do with the patio?
I think she had some photographs of bags of cement on her Facebook, yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. And where did you see those images?
On her Facebook?
So Laurie Shaver is going to pour a patio, and she's got on Facebook photos of the concrete she's going to do it with, correct?
I saw photos of bags of concrete on her Facebook, yes.
Did you make a note of that and put it in your incident report? This may constitute exculpatory evidence, suggesting this person didn't know their body was in there?
I don't know what you mean.
Don't usually go about advertising that they're going to put a patio over a body, do they?
I don't know. This is my first case with a patio over a body. And it was in my report, so whether you call it exculpatory or inculpatory, I don't know.
In fact, you would acknowledge that that doesn't suggest guilt.
What doesn't suggest guilt?
The fact that she had anything to do with the patio and that the concrete had been posted.
Here's what I find out about that is she had a 5-acre property and she put it over his body. So that would.
Do you know what the ground looked like before?
Before what?
The concrete was laid?
No.
Do you know what was going in on that spot possibly before?
I was told a duck pond.
Okay. Did you put that in the report as potential exculpatory evidence?
It's in the report about the duck pond. It's not in my part of the report.
Did you make any notations that that would be evidence potentially for consideration?
That what would be evidence?
Pardon me?
That what would be evidence? I'm sorry.
That this patio was put there for a reason specific, not necessarily to cover up a crime.
I don't know her reason for putting it there.
Correct, correct. But you made the decision, one of the people made the decision to arrest Laurie Shaver.
Yes.
Implicating she had knowledge of the body being there, correct?
Well, yes.
Yes. Knowledgeable, in fact, of the fact that there was another ulterior purpose for the existence of the ground prior, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again. I apologize.
And at the same time, you knew that the ground had another purpose, intended purpose, correct?
We were told that Mike was making a duck pond.
Correct.
Yes, we were told that.
Now, it's my understanding, or that you have a belief that the crime can't be committed just on a bare suspicion, correct? Of guilt.
Right. Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's your feeling, correct? Some bare inference, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yet, when you arrested Ms. Shaver, there was no evidence that you held establishing any knowledge on her part that the body was under the patio, correct?
Well, to me, her building the patio over the body was what did it for me. If you call that exculpatory, that's our agree to disagree moment, I guess.
You disagree with that statement?
That her building the patio over his body means she did not know it was there, is what you're saying?
Okay. Have you made a statement inconsistent with that in the past, is what I'm asking you?
Inconsistent with what?
What you just stated. I'm referring you to your deposition. I'm going to refer you to page 30, line 14 through 16. You'll read that.
Line 14?
14 through 16.
Question, but how do you know that Miss Shaver, back to my question, had anything to do with filling in that pit? Answer, with actually putting the dirt in. Question, correct. Answer, I don't.
So you don't know whether or not she had any knowledge of anybody in the ground, or had any partaking in the placing of the body in the ground, correct? By your prior statement.
What, with filling the pit?
If you had any knowledge that the body was in the pit, or partaked in placing the body in the pit?
Can I see that again? I don't think that's what that said. I just want to see it again. I apologize. May I?
That's okay.
Because I was reading rather than paying attention.
No, that's okay. Tell me.
My brain will only do one thing at a time.
No, that's fine. It's late in the afternoon. Okay.
And, I mean, without reading the rest for context, it says had anything to do with filling in that pit.
Yeah.
And I said with actually putting the dirt in.
Question was, but how do you know that Ms. Shaver back to my question, had anything to do with filling in that pit?
It doesn't sound like you're asking, did she know the body was there?
further.
Okay.
With actually putting the dirt in there, you asked me? And I say correct. And your answer? I don't. Correct? So
Yes.
it's not a matter that the pit is in her yard. You know there's got to be some evidence to establish that Ms. Shaver had knowledge of the body and the ground, correct?
It doesn't sound like that's what you're asking me there without reading more context. I apologize.
All right.
But you're asking about filling in the pit?
Now, Mr. Camuccio was asking you about information gleaned from myself or anybody else. Did Mr. Camuccio relay to you any conversations and facts I had relayed to him about the minor child?
Just general facts of her story, yes.
Okay. And a revelation of what had come forward?
Yes, sir.
For that minor?
Yes, sir.
And when you met the child at Child Services,
Children's Advocacy Center?
yeah,
Yes,
it
sir.
wasn't that the child misrepresented anything. The child didn't want to speak to you, correct?
I didn't speak to her at the Children's Advocacy Center. She was interviewed by the professional interviewers.
And no information was gained from that child, correct?
About
Anything. Did she relate to them one story that changed from another?
I mean, that's a broad statement. She didn't say anything about shooting Mike.
Right? She didn't say anything about anything, did she?
You can't, what do you mean she didn't say anything about
Do
anything?
you know anything that the child did?
Yes, but
Sidebar, please.
Wow, she's very uncomfortable. She's very. If I was a juror, I'd be like, is she just incompetent or what? She seems very incompetent. She can't answer the questions. I think she's very inexperienced or something. Like as a juror, you would have to question, and even the prosecution having to come to a defense right now. Jeepers. Jeepers. Yeah, she did. She's like, yes, because she's like under scrutiny. I mean, whatever you think of this defense, I think he's doing a good job to build stuff here, because jurors are inexperienced, so.
This minor child didn't fail to provide a statement. The child didn't give you any statement, correct?
it sounds like you're saying she gave a statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the statement materially different, or did the child just say she didn't? It was personal.
Materially different than what?
What was later revealed?
It was materially different in that she did not say at the Children's Advocacy Center that she shot her dad, if that's what you mean.
She didn't want to talk about it, correct?
About
the event.
About shooting her dad? I mean, they didn't ask her, did you shoot your dad?
Did the child indicate in any form or manner she didn't want to talk?
About some things, yes.
Did the state converse with you at any point in time about any conversations that I may have communicated to the state from that child?
Not in detail, just generally what she
generally?
said. Yes, sir.
And whatever the state revealed to you, did you follow up on whatever was communicated to you by the state?
No, by that time, Laurie had been arrested and charged, and the state would be responsible for. If they wanted me to interview her, I would have, but it's my understanding they deposed her.
In this case, there was no, we've covered the grave, but there was no evidence that you're aware of that was unturned from the residence implicating Laurie Shaver.
No.
And you've testified previously that you take the position that there must be some evidence, not simply a bare suspicion.
Yes.
Okay. And you understand there was no link ballistics, correct?
No ballistics, you said?
Correct?
Yes, sir, I understand.
You were aware of that,
Yes, sir.
correct? Was there any DNA within the residence that linked Laurie Shaver
No, sir.
to this crime?
No, sir.
Correct. There was no digital device recovered in this case, was there?
No, sir.
You would agree with me that creates, to a degree, a lack of evidence.
Oh, physical evidence.
No physical evidence,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn in this investigation how Facebook maintains or takes care of their IP information?
No, I didn't do anything with IP.
Okay. Did anybody supply you information about the IP information from Facebook?
I don't remember learning anything about IP.
All right. Had Laurie Shaver posed as Michael Shaver on Facebook, you would agree that doesn't mean Laurie Shaver murdered Michael Shaver?
By itself, no.
No. Okay. Do you know whether or not anybody in the house could have posed as Michael Shaver?
Well, it only benefited Laurie.
Did it?
Correct.
Okay. You were supplied information about Jeremy Townson, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that Jeremy Townson was in a relationship for some term with Laurie, correct?
Correct.
And if Jeremy Townson was in the residence, did it enter your mind that possibly Jeremy Townson had been on the router and the computer?
Well, why would Jeremy Townsend try to break up his own relationship with his wife?
Okay. Let me ask you. You can't segregate some emails to the exclusion of all the emails. For instance, you can't say, this is from Jeremy, this is from Laurie, this may be from Jeremy, this may be from Laurie, correct?
I don't know what you mean.
Do you know whether or not you have evidence that every single email document that's been moved in evidence came from Laurie Shaver exclusively?
Do you mean Facebook?
Facebook, excuse me.
That every single one came from Laurie exclusively. So I guess if I say no, then by what you're suggesting, both Laurie and someone else, potentially Jeremy, was pretending to be Mike, then sure, two people could be pretending to be Mike.
You would agree with me. That's a reasonable inference, correct?
I don't think so, but okay.
The other individual was involved in the homicide.
I don't know. I don't know.
You never looked at anything, any accounts of Jeremy Townsend, correct?
I didn't, no.
Did Did anybody?
I don't think so.
Did you meet with anybody from Facebook or CenturyLink?
No, sir.
Do you know whether any of these records are linkable, connected to one particular person, location, or device?
No, I don't know.
Do you know how long Facebook saves IP addresses?
I didn't deal with IP addresses at all, sir.
Pardon me?
I did not deal with IP addresses at all.
Is there any information in your report dealing with that?
I don't think in my report I didn't deal with IP addresses.
Let's see if it's in there. I don't know if this is going to be numbered. Did you talk to, who was the IP investigator? What's his name? That just testified, do you know?
Detective Strickland, Corporal now Strickland? Yeah.
Did you talk to Strickland about his findings?
I'm sure we talked, yes, sir.
Did he talk to you about revolving IPs?
We talked, yes, sir, but I didn't deal with it. I didn't research that at all.
Probable cause.
Yes, I signed the probable cause.
Okay, and you factor in other people's findings as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified on behalf of the state about, and I think I covered this, but about utilities being listed in Laurie's name, correct?
The cell phone bill?
Well, utilities, I think, on the residence, correct? And other information,
Earlier today?
correct? Do you know how long they've been listed in Laurie's name?
Earlier today, I talked about the cell phone bill.
Okay. Do you know how long that's been in her name, or if it was ever in Michael Shaver's name?
If I had the records, I might.
Okay. Did you, in your investigation, go back to discern if they were ever in Michael's name?
We asked for, I think we got from whatever date we got from. I don't have it in front of me, but from the dates that I had, it was not in Michael's name.
Okay. So you just assumed because they were in Laurie's name, something happened.
No,
Okay.
I don't see what you're saying there. No, sir, I didn't. A lot of husbands and wives have their cell phones in one person's name.
Now, you didn't look into the history of Mr. Townsend, it's my understanding, because you felt it was years later and a lot of the records had been gone or were gone in that time frame, correct?
Are you talking about Facebook or?
Facebook records.
I don't know why they didn't.
Pardon me?
I don't know why they didn't.
Okay.
I didn't deal with Jeremy.
45 of your deposition. Line 15.
Okay. Sorry, page 45?
Just look at page 45. The question was asked of you, did you ever look into the history of Mr. Townsend? Page 45, line 13
Okay.
to 14. In your response?
Okay, yeah, you also have to remember that a lot of what we were doing was years after, a lot of records that we requested were gone because of the time frame.
Okay, so Laurie Shaver's records were reliable, could be looked at. It could be brought before the court in your mind, but Mr. Townsend's were unreliable, correct?
I didn't say unreliable, but
Is that what you said?
it said we're gone, did it say?
Unreliable?
Oh,
Gone?
I'm sorry. My memory's unreliable, sir.
Well, it's afternoon. I'm tired too.
I'm sorry. I know I just read it.
Page 45, line 15 through 18.
It says
You want to read that aloud?
I will. You also have to remember that a lot of what we were doing was years after, a lot of records that we requested were gone because of the time frame.
Okay, so Mr. Townsend's records were not available. They were gone for events occurring within the same time frame, correct?
I don't know. I didn't deal with Mr. Townsend at all.
That was the answer you supplied, correct?
Okay. Yes, sir. I did.
And did you speak to Kendall Davidowski?
Yes.
Okay, and who was she?
She at one time dated Mike Shaver.
Okay, did you look at her computer?
No.
Her digital data?
No.
And that again was because years had gone by?
No.
And hers wasn't available?
I don't think that's why.
Okay. I'll refer you to
Erin
page
Hatchie drives
61.
a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hatchie drives a bus all day long.
Line 10 through 12.
Again, this is a couple years afterwards, so a lot of things are lost, but I felt like we were comprehensive in what we did.
Okay, so you didn't look at Miss Davidowski's because of age, correct?
Assuming that's what we're talking about. And
Well, that was your answer, correct?
I don't know what you asked me there, but yes, okay.
You answered it as such, correct?
If that's the question you asked me, you just had me read the answer. But yes, okay.
Give the jurors a comfort break at this
Very
time.
well, Judge.
So we're in recess for 10 minutes. Please take the jurors out. Thank you.
Hey, Dow Egbert is what I have.
All right. Is there anything further before we recess? No. Please be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Dow and Egbert is what I drink, Gary. But watch out, Erin Hart could be after you because she's like, oh no, you can't. It's lovely though, isn't it? It's lovely. Dow Egbert is lovely. That's what I drink. The mild one, number 3. But Erin Hack's like, oh no, instant coffee. Blah, blah, blah. No, it's gorgeous. It's a good one to like. There you go. You see? You see? It is a nice one. It's a good day. It's a good one. A good laugh. And I'm feeling good. Bum, 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 bum. I'm feeling good. Bum, bum.
Fine. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Bit of a hot mic going on here. I'll lock it. The lawyer is a bit slow, but oh, there you go. That's what number 3 I get. Yeah, the golden roast one there. My father gets the 4. I just find it a bit rich for me, But Dunkin' Donuts. I tried Dunkin' Donuts for the first time in 2018, and that was in New Jersey. I was in New Jersey with Christine Fortunato. And that's the only time I've tried. It was nice. I liked it. Is there any Starbucks then in Boston? I've not had Starbucks for years, probably about 3-4 years now. Sounds like she's been proctored. I mean, look, whatever you think about this guy as a lawyer, he's slow, whatever, but like he's getting things through, in my opinion. If for me, he's raising a lot of reasonable doubt here. So, and also just to confirm, because I saw the articles, yeah, all the articles say the daughter's 14 right now, which is confusing. So she might be 15 or something. Because she could have been late 14. I don't know. Sorry. She may turn 7 at the later in the year, something. I don't know. Yes, 10+9 here, KD. Oh, what was I going to say? I don't know. There's a lot of intrigue here. Yeah, they're trying to. So the defense are now trying to pin it on the ex-boyfriend. They're saying it's the ex she had an affair with. That's the person that did it, according to the articles I just read. I remember them bringing it up, but apparently that's what the defense is now. They're not pointing the finger at the daughter at all. However, the daughter will be testifying, saying that she did kill him. So I fucking don't know. We'll just have to wait for it, I think. Right, hang on. Let's have a look here then. I'm a bit, yeah, no, Lavazza, yeah, that's nice. That's nice, Vix. I'll give you that. I do drink that sometimes. I used to, when I used to work in the office, one of the guys, I just find it too small. That's what she said. I just find the box too small. That's what she said as well. So that's why I don't tend to drink that one. Where the Egberts one is absolutely, it's a big, you know. I guess you're off the dating list. Who's Gary dating? Who's Gary dating Toots? I didn't know that he was dating. I'm feeling good. Looby Looby Loo, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Looby Looby Loo, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Bit of fun. Oh, that's just the crowd. Yeah, who were people mistaking Gary for? I'm confused. He doesn't live in the U. No, Gary lives in Stoke-on-Trent, in England. Gary doesn't live too far away from Laura. Laura's 77. But Laura's missing now. I don't know what's going on. Katie knows where I'm from. There you go. We used to have a lot more UK people here. They seem to disappear. And remember Amanda Sterling? She's having an operation. If you're watching, Amanda, I hope you're going well, Amanda. I'm not sure if Amanda's watching. She said she would be watching. But she had like a back surgery. And she'd be on her back for 7 weeks. But I don't know if she had that. Hopefully, if she's watching, hopefully it went well. Yeah, me, Gary. We're probably about 3 hours, 3.5 hours, Gary, from each other. Maybe 4 hours. No, not 4 hours. Let's have a look. Google Maps it. Looby Looby Loo, where are you? Looby's pounding Terry. Looby Looby Loo, where are you? Looby's pounding Terry. Bum 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 bum. Stoke on Trent. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh, it says 3.5 hours, 3 hours 40 minutes. If the quickest route is about 147 miles. The longest route is 168 miles. Which way would I go? No, I don't think I would go that way. I think I would go Nantwich way. Nantwich way would be 151 miles. Looby, looby, loo, where are you? Loopy's pounding Terry. Yeah, I would go that. So it would take about 3 hours and 41 minutes. 3 hours 41, 151 miles. Oh, Gem, yes. Yeah, praise up to you, Crystal. Praise up to you. There you go. I want to live in America. That's why I want to get married to an American. Nottingham in New Hampshire. Okay. Nottingham. I used to go to Nottingham all the time, Gem. I used to go to Dustil Dawn. Dustil Dawn. It used to be about 4 or 5 hours. 5 hours, I think, to get there. There's a few. Yeah, we got Thursday from South Africa. Thursday is from South Africa. Nottingham, right. Yeah, as I say, Nottingham. It says about 4.5 hours. Because I'd go the main roads, do you know what I mean? On the way back, anyway. On the way there, yeah, with a stop, about 5 hours with a stop. Stop off in Shrewsbury or somewhere, or Telford, and then there you go, yeah. Well, so it's not far, Stoke-on-Trent. You're right, Stoke-on-Trent's not far at all, is it? In actual fact, we don't go through Stoke-on-Trent, but Stoke-on-Trent, here we go. Stoke-on-Trent's about an hour and 5 minutes away from Nottingham. There you go. I'm taking Chappie. Hey, you always said when you were drugged up, I was your work husband. I'm your YouTube husband, you said. And yeah, that was you being very high. When I get high, by Erin Hack. When I go high. Ba-da-ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. And get to Welsh in a day. Where's Welsh? Wales, I mean. There is a Facebook group somewhere. You don't remember. I've never been to Dusseldorf. I played a poker tournament, a gala. I gave 14. There you go. I think my highest in Dusseldorf was 7th, I think, out of like 300 or something. I remember I got like 2 grand or something. Thursday is from South Africa, yes. We got some people from Denmark. I don't remember his name now. We got Steph from Australia. Steph from Australia. I've not seen Steph. She used to be here every day. Not seen Steph for ages now. Luby, Quizzical Girl, Chris Mullen. There's a lot of them, Australian ones. Pixie, but I've not seen them for ages. But Steph was a regular. Steph would be here like clockwork. I've not seen Steph. I don't know since when. Maybe she's just watching another trial or with another channel. Right, well, I want to test this out. I want to test I just took a screenshot of Erin Hack's picture that she posted to me. There you go. You can still hear me, yeah? So I could put this. Where do I put myself here? No, wrong one. Oh, shit, is it on there? Right, okay. Can you still hear me, though? Hello? Oh, yeah, you could definitely do it in a day. Yes, you could definitely do it in a day. You could definitely do it in a day. Trip 5s, there you go. I got a bad beat, I think. Okay, so you can all see me. You're fine. Loud and clear. The alternate corner. Just type in the alternate corner, and it's there unless someone's got a link. If someone's got a link, happy days. I don't have it right on me. Oh no, I'm not sure if it's in the description. Hang on, let me check. If it's in the description, I can post it. Luby, Luby, Lou, where are you? Luby's pounding Terry. Luby, Luby, Lou, where are you? Luby's pounding Terry. No, it's not there, so I can't. Bam, 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 bam. Vix, you lived in Australia for 12 years. There you go. You minx you. Living in a lovely spot now, Kingston upon Thames. Lovely posh spot that is, Vix. That's the kind of place, if you're living in London, that's where you want to live. That's just enough outside of London, but nice. Yeah, sorry, Crystal, about your brother. Carol will tell us. I'm sorry, my darling. Erin Hack's driving. Where's she driving to? Hang on, she's driving somewhere.
Erin Hack, she drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hack, she drives a bus all day long.
Worry, because people are now starting to join the group, so they found it somehow. Jennifer, we will hang on, Jennifer. I will pull you in here now. Jennifer, there you go. I pull you in, Jennifer. You're in the group now, Jennifer. If you hang on, I could probably do it now, can't I? If I just get this. If you want to become a member of the group, shit, hang on, let me take this off. Then just go here. That's the Facebook group.
All right, please be seated. I see
Hey,
that all
Tizia.
the jurors have returned. You may proceed.
Please support.
Yes, sir.
Having brought Jeremy Townsend to your attention, you were advised, I believe, that this man had been in the military, correct?
I'm aware that he was.
Okay, Special Forces,
That's what I heard.
okay. And yet still that didn't trigger anything in your mind as to maybe the dispositional attitude or mindset of Jeremy Townsend to look into, correct?
We did look into him.
Okay. You can't say you looked into this man in depth, did you?
We did look into him. Yes, sir.
Ma'am,
We did look into him. Yes, sir.
you look into him in depth?
I believe so.
You believe so?
Yes, sir.
You never went through any financial records of Mr. Townsend, did you?
No.
We just heard your testimony a moment ago that his Facebook data was not looked into because you perceived it as too age old and insufficient to be able to evaluate, correct?
We didn't look at his Facebook data.
Yeah, Ms. Shavers was, correct?
We looked at hers. Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about the fire pit in the house. You are aware that there's a considerable distance between the house and that fire pit, correct?
I don't know what you call considerable distance, but yeah. We did. I don't know the distance, but yes.
Okay. Did it factor into your mind before you signed that probable cause affidavit that somebody had to get the body to the grave?
Yes.
Did you factor in the physical strength of any and all possible suspects?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the physical abilities of Miss Shaver at that date and time?
What?
Her physical abilities.
I know her approximate weight. I know that everyone said she was athletic. She went to the gym. Muscular is how she was described to me.
Did you look at the grave site, evaluate the depth and think about the height of the individual and anybody that may be standing in there and taking it?
It was, I was told it was about 3 feet deep. I never saw it.
Did you link that up in your mind possibly with Mr. Townsend versus Miss Shaver?
Yes, and I fully believe Miss Shaver could have drug a body, presumably on a tarp, across grass, that distance to the grave.
Okay.
Yes.
And reaching that conclusion that you just did you ask for any specific analysis on the tarp to see if there was any chlorophyll or any ingrained soil within the tarp that would suggest movement by Miss Shaver?
Chlorophyll, you mean from grass?
From grass?
No, sir.
Yes.
No.
Did you do that?
No.
Did you point that out in your probable cause affidavit?
No.
And I believe when we discussed this, it was your position that really this case could be evaluated just based on common sense.
I don't know if those were my words. I don't recall.
Okay. I'll refer you to your deposition.
Okay.
Direct you to line 50, bottom, page 5, line 1, I think it is.
Page 50, line 1?
I think it's page 50, I think it's, and carrying on to page 51. So it'll begin on the bottom.
Oh, okay. I think at some point common sense has to come into play.
Yeah, okay. So that was really the factor you relied upon and signing that affidavit, correct?
I mean, again, this is one line in an entire depot. Can we,
Go ahead, read it.
how much of it do you want me to read?
Well, was that a factor that you relied upon in signing that probable cause affidavit?
I mean, yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, because we know there was no digital data in the house. We know there was no DNA in the grave site, correct?
Correct.
There were no forensic. We know there was no ballistics, correct?
Correct.
We know there was no eyewitnesses, correct?
Correct.
So in your conclusion, absent all that evidence, it was your position, just rely on your common sense, correct?
In so many words, I guess so. According to my depot, yes, sir.
Again, I want you to tell me, when was the last date that a call went into Epcot from Michael Shaver's phone?
November 7th, 2015.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Dana's a speedo man. Dana's a speedo man. Dana loves speedo. He loves his speedo. Dana's a speedo
You
man.
also
Dana.
made the decision to charge Laurie Shaver with the accessory after the fact, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's not the problem, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your investigation, did you ever determine who the primary offender was that she was assessing?
I believe it was Laurie.
So Laurie committed the crime and Laurie's
Sure, can we approach?
assessing herself?
Sidebar, please. Thank you.
Jeepers creepers. This is a shit show. Well, the state brought it all in. Do you know what I mean? So she basically, Dennis, she's basically on trial. Well, I don't mind her being questioned because she's the one that basically signed the affidavit to get her arrested. So she should be grilled. She's basically just admitted she just did it.
With the crime of accessory
whim.
after the fact, would you tell us what the elements of that crime?
Helping essentially clean up the crime or cover up the crime afterwards.
Covering up the crime. Okay. For another.
Could be.
Okay. And you're assuming Laurie, this is my understanding, was covering up the crime for herself.
I believe so.
Okay. So, what was the aid or assistance that she was offering herself that you uncovered?
Well, covering up the crime for 2.5 years and disposing of the body.
So you assume that she disposed of the body, you've offered no evidence in support of that, correct?
I believe she did.
Okay. And in all the digital data we see messages from Laurie Shaver to Laurie Shaver offering to cover up a crime for herself.
No. No,
Do
sir.
we see any communications from Laurie Shaver or presumably Michael Shaver offering any evidence to cover up any crime for anybody?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Wiggs?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Redirect?
Lieutenant Dale, when you refer to totality of the circumstances, what are you talking about?
Well, the entire case, everything in the probable cause affidavit. In other words, as I pointed out, if you take any one line in the affidavit or any one thing, no, I wouldn't have arrested Laurie for any one thing, for her phone bill, for any one thing. But you have to look at the case as a whole and put all those elements together.
And then when pushing this case together as a whole, is that where the common sense analysis that you were talking about?
And that's what I meant by that. You have to look at it globally, not microscopically at one thing. Because even I would agree, no, you wouldn't arrest someone on one thing, on any case.
There was discussions about why you didn't look at this as a self-defense case.
Yes.
And when you are investigating self-defense cases, are you generally dealing with someone that is shot in the back?
In the back of the head, no, sir. No, sir.
Are you dealing with individuals whose body has been hidden for over 2 years?
Never.
When you're dealing with self-defense types of allegations, are they normally reported to law enforcement?
In my experience, they've always been reported.
And so once again, going to the totality of the circumstances and all the evidence from all the various sources that you reviewed, is that why that you excluded self-defense as a potential issue in this case?
Yes, sir.
Now, as it relates to getting records for individuals, the Facebook records and other records obtained in this case, were many of those obtained by search warrant?
Yes.
And when we talk about a search warrant, what has to go into a search warrant?
Probable cause.
Meaning what?
We have to have a reason, a probable cause reason, to look into that person's personal stuff, their Facebook records, their phone records, whatever.
And so there are prohibitions from law enforcement just getting records from anybody that they might want to get records from.
Correct.
Do you have to then, when you're talking about probable cause, does that have to go to a judge and be approved?
Yes, it does.
And all of that was done for the records, the Facebook records in this case.
Correct, yes, sir.
But at the time of the investigation, did you have any probable cause to obtain records for any other individual?
We did not.
And is simply Mr. Wiggs telling you, hey, you need to look into Jeremy Townsend, probable cause in order to get his Facebook records?
No.
Is Mr. Wiggs telling you, hey, you need to look into James Ballou, probable cause to get any records from him?
No.
And also, going back to common sense, if they now have a single source as the potential person involved in this, why would he give you two names?
In my honest opinion, a wild goose chase.
Okay. Now, when you are looking at evidence of someone actively covering up a crime, is that evidence that they were involved in the crime itself?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, briefly. Ma'am, when the state just asking you some questions here, talking about common sense and having to procure warrants and the need to get a judicial order, you told me you looked in sufficiently to Jeremy Townson, correct?
Yes, sir.
I had advised the state attorney's office and law enforcement some information regarding him, correct?
You gave us his name. Is that what you mean?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Right. And in the investigation that y'all were doing, you did come up with an unknown male contributor at the scene with regards to DNA, correct?
In the house.
Right. So did that trigger your mind? Hey, maybe what Mr. Wicks is saying, we need to look into this guy, Jeremy Townsend?
No, because we know Jeremy was in the house.
Okay. So we get a DNA report indicating Laurie's presence is on the ground and a track, and there's another individual that's a male that we can't account for. Y'all take any effort relying on this common sense principle to see who that was?
Well, first of all, I think the DNA wasn't able to be compared, if I remember. I'd have to look at a report. Second of all, if it turned out to be Jeremy's or anyone's, it would just show they were in the house, which we know he was in the house.
And the location potentially of a conflict, correct?
In the house?
Correct. Or in the rear of the house?
In the house.
Okay. You don't know where any conflict occurred, correct?
No, but it would show he was in the house.
Okay. But you don't know what's going on in the house, correct?
Okay, well, you're telling me we have her DNA in the house, so that
We have a
doesn't mean she did it,
providing information to the state, correct?
which I'm finding out months after I arrest her.
Through the state, correct?
Okay, yes, sir.
Did you ask Jeremy Townsend for a swab?
You had nothing to compare it to.
See if he'd send it off to FDLE and see if they could get a match?
We had nothing to compare it to.
Did you try?
We had nothing to compare it to.
Ma'am, did you try?
We had nothing to compare it to, so no.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. State?
Was there any DNA to compare to the tarp,
No, sir.
the strap,
No, sir.
anything in the grave?
No, sir.
The home, when that DNA swab would have happened, would have been at least 2 years since the fire pit and cement slab was installed.
Yes, sir.
And so we are talking about 2 years worth of people going in and out of that sliding glass door.
That's correct.
And in that house, we know that she had a commitment ceremony to Travis Filmer, so he's been in that house.
Yes.
We know her son Aiden's been in that house since then.
Beyond the scope of cross, or redirect, Judge, excuse me.
Overruled. You may proceed.
We know that she has her son Aiden that's been in there.
Yes.
They're all on Facebook. There are pictures of parties and things like that going on in that house.
Yes, sir.
There's countless people going through that slide glass.
Yes, sir.
Would there be any evidentiary benefit to comparing anything to that DNA?
No, sir.
Even if you got DNA, which there was nothing to compare to on the tarp, would that tell you when that DNA got there?
No, sir.
All right. There's also been an assertion that the arrest was made based upon proximity to the grave, because Laurie was the closest person to where the body was found. When was the body found?
March 9th, 2018.
When was she arrested?
September 17th, 2020.
So there was a lot of other stuff that went into it, more than just proximity.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
And just real briefly, you find the body in what time?
Time of day or date?
What year?
2018.
When did you get the Facebook records?
I think also 2018, I think.
2018.
Okay.
So you have these records You have a bond. Obviously, the records aren't very much of a telltale sign if you wait 2 more years to arrest Laurie Shaver, correct?
Well, it wasn't just the records either.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Can the witness be released from her subpoena?
I believe that she may be called in rebuttal, but she can be released today.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're subject to recall. Have a good day. All right, your next witness.
The state calls James Ballou.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope you can hear the audio of her. We'll see. If she is testifying, I believe she's planned to testify tomorrow. The daughter is. So we'll see.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
Jimmy Lee Ballou, Jimmy, Lee, Lee, Ballou, Ballew.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
You know Laurie Shaver?
Yes. Yes.
How, when did you first meet Laurie Shaver?
It was in the summer of 14.
And where did you meet her?
Don Mealy Chevrolet.
And where were you working at the time?
There, Don Mealy.
What was your position there?
Salesman.
And when, what was the context of the meetings you had at the Chevrolet dealership with Laurie Shaver?
They were buying a truck.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
Her and her old man.
Do you remember his name?
It's Mr. Shaver.
Michael Shaver?
Michael Shaver, yeah.
And what kind of truck was she looking at?
I think it was Silverado, Chevy.
Did they end up purchasing a vehicle that first time that they went to the dealership?
No.
Did there come a time that she returned to the dealership?
Yes.
And when she returned to the dealership, do you remember how she was dressed?
Short shorts, cowboy boots on.
Okay. And was her husband with her?
No.
And what was the purpose of her coming that second time?
I really don't remember, to be honest with you. It was something to do with we owed him something or something for the truck, I
Did they end
believe.
up purchasing a vehicle?
Yeah, they did. They did. Yeah.
After that purchase had been completed, did you end up texting with Laurie Shaver back and forth?
Yeah, about the truck and all.
And at some point, did those text messages move on to something other than just the truck purchase?
Yeah.
Did you end up having a physical relationship with the defendant?
Yeah. Me and my girlfriend split up. Yeah.
Sidebar, please.
So this is the guy they try to pin it on. This is the guy that they try to say killed Michael. So he's quite relatable to the jury, though. So he's the guy that Laurie had an affair with. So he's the guy that Laurie is now saying killed Michael. Is it not this guy? Oh, sorry, I mixed up then. Sorry, I thought it was this guy. So she had another affair. So she had another affair. I didn't know she had 2 affairs. I only thought she had 1 affair. So she had 2 affairs then. So it's not this guy they're pinning it on, but she had an affair with this guy. So I didn't know that she had 2 affairs. So there you go. We learned something new. I generally thought she only had 1 affair, but she's had 2. She likes to fuck.
Did you end up having a physical relationship with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, after me and my lady split up. Yeah.
And you had mentioned something about split up. You were still married at that time.
No, we wasn't married at that time. No,
What was the relationship status?
we've been together for, well, me and my wife has been together since 2001.
Okay.
So yeah,
At the time you started the physical relationship with Laurie Shaver, what was your relationship?
it was girlfriend and boyfriend, I reckon.
I'm sorry, what was your relationship with your wife?
It was girlfriend and boyfriend, I reckon you'd say, before you get married. I mean,
Now, the relationship that you had with Miss Shaver, how long did that last?
Not long at all. Not long at all.
And the, who ended it?
I did.
Did she want more out of the relationship than you did?
Yeah.
Mr. Robles? Excuse me.
Sidebar, please. Come on up.
Yeah, I don't. What's this relevance idea? So, the old song of "Ladies, put your legs up in the air," Laurie will be straight there. She, this just blew my mind. I didn't. I thought she only had one affair. So, yeah. So this is interesting. I'm not sure where they're going with this though, but. Laurie loves it. Put your legs up in the air, Laurie. Well, so far it seems irrelevant, but
Did she want more out of this relationship than you did?
Yeah.
And where would the physical acts between you and Laurie Shaver occur?
At her house.
And what time of day would they occur?
Oh, I don't know. It's been years, man.
You remember she was working in an office or remotely at that time?
She wasn't working in no office. She's just working at home.
And when was the last time that you had any contact with either Laurie Shaver or Michael Shaver?
It was before the summer was up, so it was. I only was probably a month and a half. Probably, I'd say June, July. I guess July or August would have been in 2014 was the last contact.
After the relationship between you and Laurie Shaver ended in 2014,
Yeah.
was there a time frame that Michael Shaver actually reached out to you to ask for help with something?
Probably about a month later, if not right close to it, he called me and said Laurie's trying to kill herself or she's trying to do something like that, and I said,
All right. Sustained.
Without getting into anything.
Okay.
He reached out and asked for help.
Yeah, and I told him that's between y'all. And
Did you have any contact with either of them after that?
no.
Have you ever gone back over to the Shaver
No.
residence after that?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Judge, we have a question, please.
Sidebar, please. Come on up.
okay, we'll see. Dennis, we can see your chats, Dennis. We can see you. Now, Bill, be nice to Crystal. Be nice to Crystal, please. Crystal's had some bad news today, so be nice to her. And just a reminder to everybody who this chappie is. I can't fucking find it. So, if you're new to the chat, then I wanted you to know I'm meet Bill. Bill's a big spender. Bow, 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 bow. Bill. He's called Similar Rex. Da, 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 da. Now Bill's got a mouth, but he's got a heart of gold, which we love. The women all love him. Maybe not true, but Bill's part of the crew. Da, 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 da. There you go. Bill is here. Yeah. Oh, Rebecca, country roads, take me home.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court would instruct the jurors to disregard any testimony dealing with violence as testified to by Mr. Ballou. All right, is that satisfactory to the parties?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
I'd already said no problem.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wiggs?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you, Judge.
All right, may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
You want to approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
Fucking approach again. Mofos. Titties. Mofos. Look at her. Come here, babe. Let's go home. Maxi Taxi. She's a hero. Bye, Jimmy. Jimmy's a sailor man. Oh, Dana, there is. Sea Dog as well. What do you think of a cold case? It's circumstantial or gone by then. What's the point of the killers getting away because of this is gross mishandling of shit. Good night, Toots, my darling. Good night, my darling. See you later. showing for a while. See you, Jimbo. Where did it go? Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Oh, come on, Eileen. Oh, let me fast forward it. What? I think they're done for the night. Hang on. Your desire, Erin hack, 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 ole. Hang on. I think they're done.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to conclude for the day at this point, and I would advise you again to please do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Should you see the attorneys out and about, please do not speak with them. If they ignore you, they are following the law and doing as they are instructed. Please do not research the case. Please do not view any media or read any articles about the case. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at Jury Assembly Room. Have a nice night. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to count the number of witnesses. Hey, that's what they always say to me. Every time, Gary. Every lady says, that's a quick finish. Thank you, Ruka. Elsie, question. I'll answer it once we know what's going on.
All right, the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything further before we adjourn for the day?
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you, everyone. See you at 8:30 in the morning.
Right, let's count the number of witnesses that have been today. Right, there's one. Oh, hang on, Elsie, answer your question first. Some of them just come to my head. So I tend to be about an hour before I go live. I just set everything up, and sometimes songs just come to my head. I'm struggling to think. There's a couple I'm struggling with. Kathleen as one, Tracy Murray. You know, I need to work on some of them, but most of them just come to my head, and it takes me maybe one or two takes, and it's done. It helps. No, she's on bail. It helps. I sing when I think, so it just comes naturally to me, if that makes sense. Right, let's see how many witnesses. One witness, two witnesses. Lady did not like his beard. Too ticklish. Three witnesses. There's three still there. There's four. Five. 6, 7, 8, 9. Lunch break. 10. 11. 12. And they said it was 15. It's 15. Civics. So they got 3 more witnesses. I wonder who the 3 are then. It might be the daughter. I have no idea. So they got 3 more witnesses. Then they're gonna arrest. So there we go. There we go. Right. Just as a reminder, because Bill won't send any membership, gift any memberships for you ladies. But I'm going to sign off now. I'll sign off with the whole burping thing. Grandma? What? LC, what's that? Right, I am going to sign off. There's 31 of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Jem, for being here as always. It's been a 9-hour stream. It's been a 9.5 hour yesterday, 9 hours today. No worries, Ruka. Thank you for the gifted memberships, my darling. I'm still waiting for Bill. IU is that time, darn it. I know. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I got it's 9 hours. I think I need to leave for the day now. Right, I'll play the thing now. I'll play the thing because I won't play as much tomorrow then. Good. Hey, also remember the King of Canton tonight. Remember these beautiful people behind me. Hang on, why do I show that? Remember these beautiful people behind me. This quadruple beautiful people are going to be on Resisted to Silence tonight. Dennis, Dana, Brenda, and Tracy. Go support them 6:30 tonight. I cannot wait to watch on replay, Dennis. Best of luck, my friend. Yes, and there you go. Right, and with that, I'm going to play the outro, the burp guy for you people. Love you all. Take care of yourselves. And I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock UK time. Love you all. Ta-ra.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is.
He burped. Hang on. Let's go back. He burped. Oh, that's funny. That's a nightmare. That's a nightmare for anyone. That'd be my nightmare to, fart or burp or something. He just burped. Oh, how fucking childish am I? Oh.
For DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes.
If you don't find that funny, I can't help you. That's hilarious. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Go back and watch it again.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes.
Oh, what a poor guy. Oh, poor guy. Let's go back again. Hey, Katie Santos in the house. Oh, Katie, watch it. He burps. Hang on.
That bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
What's going through his head right now? What's going through his head right now? He just burped. He must be so embarrassed. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, I think that's hilarious. I think that's hilarious, everybody. He just fucking burps. That's just a fucking nightmare. Anyway, sorry.